jump into the battleground.
के पास 14 फिनिशर्स आगे बढ़ेंगे नार्सेम क्या वो क्लच करके जा पाएंगे डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आखिरी खिलाड़ी ये क्लच अबाउट टू गेट ओवर क्या यहाँ पे हो चुका है जी हाँ 1 2 3 बहुत कम है विकेट वो थोड़ा और आगे जाना चाहते हैं मोरोटोप उसको हिट पर डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा विकेट उन्होंने एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया पाने
A new chapter unfolds with the new year, and now is the time to make your mark. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to realme BGIS 2025, The Grind, where I'm going to be a host of Casterneck Road. John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be I Super Johnny. But before we move on with the show, this event's brought to you by realme, the brand that's redefining gaming performance with the realme P3 Series 5G, born to slay and made for gamers like you. With that being said, Johnny, first of all, we've got a lot to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
How are you feeling, man?
I mean, I'm feeling super excited. Yesterday, there were a lot of announcements being made, and of course, we love the broadcast. We got a lot of insider information over there.
Oh, yeah.
And if you guys want to check it out, you can check it out over on Craft India Esports. But, I mean, that has led to this now. It is the grind that is going to begin. And, of course, the top teams of the country are ready to go at it to secure a spot inside of the BGIS.
And speaking of the top teams, how can you forget about Revan X-Park?
Oh, yeah.
A team that's pulled off back-to-back so far, and maybe there's a big chance they can also get the third one over here if they keep on playing the same way. But the recent performances, the performance has been dipping down a bit.
I mean, of course, we recently had a big event being concluded in Revenant X-Park, not really doing well over there. But you know what? Again, what I was talking about a little bit earlier, the insider that happened yesterday, right? It was said that Revenant X-Park, they believe that they are meant to conquer the officials and only the officials. They do not care about the other events, apparently. But, as you said, 3 times in a row, that is going to be big because they've already made history. But, hey, let's move on and talk about the grind now.
Exactly. We've got so much stuff lined up for you guys. But how the entire tournament functions, we need to have a look at that as well. So let's move on towards the format of the realme BGIS 2025. We're currently inside of the grind, and as we know, of course, the teams over here, they're going to be quite the known faces. But we've also kicked things off with the in-game qualifiers from January 25th, and it's going to be lasting till the 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, the in-game qualifiers already done and dusted, and of course, the teams are going to start to prep themselves. The teams that have qualified will start to prep themselves up for that first initial round of the BGIS. But while the BGIS is still yet to begin, the grind already begins today, and this is what brings me so much excitement. The top 64 teams in the country. First of all, they were ranked and then divided into 4 different groups. We are going to begin our journey with Group D today.
Based on their past performances, by the way. And as we know, whichever team's going to be at the bottom, there's a big chance that they're also going to have a big playing footing, but unfortunately not that much on the higher rounds. It will be decided on your performance. For example, if you're currently inside of Group D, and if you're going to be at the bottom 8, you will move on to the round 1. But if you're going to be at the top 8, you will move on to the round 2.
Exactly. Every single group will have an opportunity to qualify and place themselves a little bit higher inside of the BGIS. As you mentioned, Group D, they get an option of being either in round 1 or round 2, while Group A, you can directly qualify for the quarterfinals themselves.
Wow.
That is going to be extremely exciting. But for the bottom 8 teams of Group D, they are going to have to start their journey in round 1 of BGIS, and they will compete with the 1,016 teams that have qualified from the in-game qualifiers.
Now, that sounds super brutal, but those teams will be divided into 64 groups. That means the competition's going to be super cutthroat. Of course, 48 from the overall standings will also move on to the round 2, and that's where the real saga begins. We know in the round 2 it's going to be a major cutoff, and it's going to be starting all the way from 27 February till the 2nd. And knowing the fact that we've only got 512 teams in the round 2, from which 496 qualified in from the round 1, and of course we've also got the Grind D and Grind C teams joining in as well.
Exactly. The top 8 from Group D of the grind will join in, and the bottom 8 from Group C will qualify for round 2 of BGIS. When we move on to round 3, though, things get a little bit interesting because this is where the top 8 from round C, Group C, are going to qualify for round 3 of BGIS, and it is going to be the bottom 8 of Group B that are going to be joining the teams that qualify from round 2 for round 3.
256 teams in total inside of this phase, and round 3 has always been super crucial for the teams, and it's been really critical. We've also got the bottom 8 from the Grind C and the top 8 from the Grind B joining in the round 3 itself. 16 groups will be there, from which, of course, the top 6 teams will move on to the round 4.
this is where things get interesting, because round 4, I mean, you're already thinking about the quarterfinals, you're already thinking about the semifinals. You think you've made it, but no, there's a long way to go after this as well. Round 4, it's going to be super intense, super tight, 128 teams in total, out of which you have 112 teams qualifying from round 3. And of course, there's going to be the top 8 teams from Grind Group B and the bottom 8 teams of Grind Group A. And of course, these are going to be where the biggest names of BGMI in this country are going to start to pop up on our screens.
Exactly. We've got top 7 teams over here as well. And especially speaking of the quarterfinals, we know this is where all the big names, as you mentioned, are going to start to pop up. And the competition is just going to get even more intense. Considering we've also got the new zone meta kicking in, the quarterfinals will be super exciting, starting all the way from 20th, and it's going to be lasting for a few more days. 64 teams, from which the 56 teams moved in, and then you've also got bottom 8 from the Grind A, and then you've also got a few more names joining in. And knowing the fact that we've got, considering G1, G2, G3, and G4, each group having 16 teams in them, we pretty much know that over here as well, there will be a lot of teams trying to duke it out and move on to the semifinals.
Exactly, but before the semifinals, we have the wild card, and this is where things get interesting. I mean, even last year, we did witness a lot of interesting names and a lot of interesting performances in the wild card stages. And of course, this is where things take a turn and all the madness begins, with 64 teams participating in the wildcard stages, also divided into 4 groups. And of course, as their journey goes on, this is the last opportunity for them to actually stay alive in the BGIS. Of course, after a few days of matches, there will be reshuffle, and after that, the teams, well, they have an opportunity to move forward to the semifinals.
The semifinals, where it all matters the most, starting all the way from 29th March till the 6th. And this is going to be a super intense semifinals, considering we've got 32 teams duking it out in a round-robin format.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to end on my birthday, by the way. That's going to be super exciting. The semifinals, we get to see who qualifies for the next stage, but 24 teams participating in a round-robin format, top 8 teams already moving forward. And of course, after the top 8 teams have been qualified for the grand finals, then the other teams get to have their shot at the remaining 8 slots. And of course, when we talk about the grand finals, we are going to be in the city of joy this time. Kolkata is going to be where the grand finals are going to take place.
3 days, 18 matches, and only one can be crowned as the champion of the realme BGIS 2025. And what's on the line for this entire tournament? Well, that's going to be the prize pool soon popping on the screen. 2 crore rupees on the line for this entire realme BGIS 2025. And as we know, it's going to keep on descending downwards. The first placing team will be getting 60 lakhs this time around. The second one will be getting 30 lakhs. The third one will be getting 20. And of course, the best part is everyone who makes it to the land final gets something in their hands.
Of course, but Necro, you made a mistake. I have to correct it. It is 2 crore plus prize pool now. An announcement was made yesterday as well, a few days ago. And now we know there's an opportunity. There is a possibility that this number is just going to go up even higher. And I can't wait to see what the final number is going to look like.
A special crate's going to be there in game. And if you guys decide to buy it, all the money accumulated from those special crates will be dedicated towards the prize pool of the realme BGIS 2025. And we've also got the special rewards. The realme MVP getting 3 lakhs. The best IGL getting 2 lakhs. Emerging Star getting 1 lakh. Best Clutch as well getting 1 lakh. Fan favorite Team 2 getting 1 lakh to themselves. And the MVP of the finals getting 1,50,000. For an individual, that's a lot of money. But how do you exactly get your hands on that money? That's going to be through this points distribution. The first placing team in the game will be getting 10 points. The second one will be getting 6. The third one will be getting 5. It's pretty much the same one. Nothing's really changing over here.
I was just about to say we looked at all of the new things about this year's BGIS, and then we move on to something that never changes. It's the point structure in front of our screens. 1 finish, 1 point. That is going to be, I mean, the point structure has stayed the same, but because of the new zone settings that are going to be there inside of the game, it is going to change the way the teams play, the meta. The meta is going to be redefined right now, and I can't wait to see what this first week of the grind is going to look like, because these teams, now they are the ones running the real experiment. Today, it's day 1.
Especially inside of Group 2, we've got a few more names like Genix FM. We've seen them perform in the past, and Genix FM is quite the known name, but unfortunately, they always fail to make it till the late stage. We did see them in the late stage in 2023, but then after that, Genix FM has been failing us. Group C's on the screen, Lifecraft, LOC. You've also got Glitch X Reborn, Big Brother
Big Brother,
Esports making
yeah.
a comeback.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of exciting names here. Gujarat Tigers is going to be there. Team LOLs, Coronado Esports, Raw Official, WSB, who have gone through a massive rebuild. I want to see what WSB is going to bring to the table this time. But moving on to Group B, Necro. Now, we got an opportunity to see a lot of these names recently. Just Jelly, they're doing amazingly well. Wingard Esports have put up big numbers on the board recently in the event that concluded. God's Reign, a trophy gained. Can they get another one in this year? It is. Someone has told me that Destro, he's eyeing out to make 2025 his year. He does not want to secure any wins in year numbers that end with an even number. He likes to play against the odds.
It will be tough, though, especially when you've got a few names like K9 Esports and Reckoning Esports trying to hunt you down. And then you've also got Cincinnati Kids, Revenue X Park, back-to-back 2 official championships on their name. And I'm pretty sure even they're going to be looking forward to name this one on themselves, considering, as we know, the prize pool is going to be 2 crore plus. So everyone's going to be super excited to get their hands on that money. We've also got today's schedule on the screen. As we know, we're going to kick things off from Erangel itself. Pretty much this classic schedule. But one change, we're not going to see Vikendi anymore.
Yeah, we are not going to be seeing Weekend. It breaks my heart.
I love it, though. I love Sanhok.
Dude, I was just saying that sarcastically, man. Sanhok is going to be interesting, especially with the new zone setting. Sanhok is going to get even more aggressive. Yeah, it is going to be intense. Miramar as well. Now, this is going to be interesting to see. It's the biggest map in the game, so teams have a lot more room to play around with, a lot more map to cover and traverse. But because the game is going to be a little bit more fast-paced, it is going to change the way we look at Miramar as well. And I want to see our Miramar specialist, Somraj, once he actually comes on board, what is he going to do? But ladies and gentlemen, here's the new zone meta.
Exactly. The new zone, of course, a few changes over here, especially the first one itself. In the stage 1, we've got 270 as the moving time, while in the past it was 300, so that's going to be a big drastic change. But one thing I see is that, especially the mid-game, it might just be a bit more slower, Johnny.
Mid-game, the zone will move a little bit slower compared to what it used to, so the shrink speed of the zone has been decreased a little bit. But if you notice, the time between the zones themselves, it has been drastically reduced now, Necro. You only have 60 seconds between the second, the third, and the fourth zone. Then when you transition into the fifth zone, you just have 50 seconds to make that move. And stage 8 to stage 9, it is going to be a nightmare for everyone. Just 10 seconds and it's all over. After stage 9.
Man. I mean, things are definitely going to be quicker, but at the same time, in the late game, things are going to be much more slower as well, considering the final few stages will be bigger.
Yeah.
Knowing the fact that even the moving speed has been decreased by a bit, so teams can have much more better choices to make, especially inside of the game, knowing which sort of compounds they want to hold, and knowing which sort of riches they would like to play on.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how these first set of teams, the first 16 teams that we will witness in the grind, take this challenge.
The crazy part is I feel like they've been thrown under the bus. I feel
I agree with you.
for them, considering they do not really have any sort of analysts to back them up, probably. So it will be tough for them to try and adapt instantly.
All right, I mean, I do agree with you. I also feel that they've been thrown on the bus, but I don't feel bad for them, man. I am going to watch the crash happen.
Oh, wow. I mean, I would love to see that as well, right? No set drop locations. First game just going to be complete haywire. No one knows exactly what's going on the board. We're going to see a lot of those drop clashes happen, and we all are super excited to see that early game action.
The best stage of this game is going to be stage 2 to stage 3 when everyone just panics because you did not realize you miscalculated the time between the zone shift.
Hey, but you know what? We've been speaking a lot about the teams and the zone, and we also made our predictions at the start of the day, and here are our predictions. I mean, Maisie going with Autobots. I feel a little bit bad for that team now, considering Maisie is always known as the cursing guy. So
Sparrow
Autobot's
as well.
Already cursed, and Sparrow's also going with Autobots, so I feel bad for Sparrow. But I went with DOD. What do you think about my pick?
I mean, DOD, they live up to their name. That's all I'm going to say. They either do or either they die very early inside of the game. We did notice that from them in the last season as well. But then again, this time, Necro, one more thing is the fact that in the grind, teams have more matches, 24 matches to be a little bit more precise. So, do or die, I think I would love to see how consistent they can be this time around because they've learned their lesson throughout the entirety of 2024.
In my opinion, everyone that went with Wild Fangs is a default, Andy.
Because,
come on, everyone knows Wild Fangs is someone that's got a lot of experience, so they can easily dominate in these lobbies.
They have experience of the two players that have failed to show up in the inside of the matches. The two young guns inside of the team have played exceptionally well, and my prediction for Wild Fangs is just because of Trace God. I love that kid. He's going places.
Without a doubt, especially in the recent tournament that happened, Trace God was popping off. He was the only player carrying his team on the back, and even Seth was doing pretty good. But I would also love to see Anuch 2OP back in the action. He's another one of those players that Wildfangs has under board.
Exactly, and Anuj 2OP is such a great option to have in your team.
Exactly,
I mean, we
man.
both remember the era of 2024 when he was playing with WSB, and the first half of 2024, their team actually dominated. They would take on the biggest names and still come out on top in those 4v4s. And Anuj 2OP, he's also a mechanically gifted player, so it is going to be interesting to see if Wildfangs actually end up using this one extra option that they have, and if he gets to sink his Wildfangs into the opposing players maybe today.
Hey, you know what though? Performance is something that matters the most as well.
Yeah.
And have you heard about the realme P3 Series 5G?
Oh wow, tell me more, Necro.
I mean, listen, it's one of those devices that's going to be launching soon in the future. I've heard on the 18th it's going to be launching. And the crazy part is that even the gaming experience has been pretty smooth so far, especially when we talk about the testing phase.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard good numbers and I've heard good reviews from my friends that have gotten an opportunity to try it out. But I mean, I can't wait to get my hands on this.
Hey, so it's going to be out on the 18th, so make sure you're going to be there searching for that device. And even you can stand a chance to win cool rewards.
Exactly. All you have to do is go onto Google and search for the realme P3 Series 5G, and that is it. You search for the device and you can stand a chance to win some exciting rewards. Are we going to have those devices with us soon?
Yeah, soon. When they launch,
So,
we're going to be having those devices on over here.
You know what we have to do, right?
Play some games?
Yeah, of course.
Of course, man. You know what? I mean, we'll be casting as well, but at the same time, side by side, we'll be playing some games too. But you know what, Johnny? All that fun part aside, now let's move on to a bit more of that serious business. We know Wildfangs is in over here. You've also got Gen X FM, DOD, all the teams looking forward to get their name once again at the top. Which team do you think can successfully actually pull it off?
Man, Wildfangs and Gen X FM are going to be two of my favorite picks. I mean, DOD, I understand we are going to be rooting for the underdogs, but with everything that has changed inside of the game, for a team like DOD, I think it is going to be a difficult start, but if they can adapt by the end of the day, then maybe we're going to see them bounce back. Wildfangs, it is a team with a lot of experience. Sensei is a mastermind. Scout as well, he has a lot of experience under his belt. So if these two veterans do manage to sort of nurture the young talent that they have in their team, you combine that together, I think Wildfangs has actually a pretty good shot at being at the top of their particular group. Gen X FM, I'll just take one name, man, Shogun.
Of course, Gen X FM, they've got a lot of firepower too, but we've got a nice little promo lined up for you guys, especially about realme. So let's move on to that promo and have a look at it.
What did the drop or the snake? Am I the one to blame?
Amazing device. I would recommend you guys to move on and check it out. But once again, with the conversation that we're having, right, even Team Cosmic is one of those teams that we can't really forget. When we saw them in 2024 for the first time, Team Cosmic was surprising all of us with the firepower they had.
Yeah, Team Cosmic, you talk about Team Empire as well. They're going to be there. They have a little bit of a name change. And Empire, this team has always showed up for BGIS. They've done exceptionally well. But it breaks my heart to see them drop out right before the finals, man.
You talking about heartbreaks? VST, they had Snacks playing the last time when we saw them, and Snacks not playing anymore. And I think so for a lot of the people, that's going to be a major heartbreak too. But VST, once again, back with the new band of boys. I would love to see what they've got in stock for us. You've also got Alibaba Raiders, quite the known names. I would love to see even what this banner holds.
Jubilant Divine, that was another big name with a lot of firepower, but as soon as they reach the later stages of BGIS, I think they also have a tendency to overcomplicate their decisions. I think this team has a lot of raw firepower, and if they just rely on that firepower, they can do exceptionally well. But then we have these two names, Autobots and Aerobots. Are we expecting them to start drop clashing again right off the bat, Necro?
I would love to see that happen. I
They
mean,
always do
names
that,
at the same time. Would love to tickle those siblings a little bit right at the end of the day. You always love to mess around with the siblings. And pretty much it's like the same storyline with these two guys.
True.
And speaking of Autobots, right, we know what this team is capable of. We've seen them time and time, over and over again. We see them with a lot of potential. But still, for some reason, they end up choking every time.
And it is difficult to pinpoint exactly what went wrong, right? So this time around, though, I mean, they've had time to prep up. You just had a big major event that concluded where you saw the big teams also making a lot of mistakes that costed them those extra points in very crucial games. So I think all of those learning lessons that the teams have had and have observed over the last few months, they can take them with a grain of salt. Because again, the way the game was played competitively is about to be redefined in just a few short moments. And I'm not even kidding. The differences that have been made because of those new zone timings, they are going to make sure that every single second inside of the game, these players are going to be on their toes. I was recently having a conversation with one of my friends who used to be a former professional player of BGMI, and I wanted to understand how intense things can get. And they told me, like, all right, you can't even stay still for 5 seconds. You can't think. Take 5 seconds to think. I think that time has also been cut short. Now 2 seconds is all you have. Make a decision, move on.
Yeah, but maybe in the late game that can be a little bit better. They can have a bit more of that timing, and more lay of the land can be available for you to play in. So in late game, if you manage to stay alive, though, in the first place, then maybe you can have a lot of options available.
Stay alive, find cover, and you will see those points just appear right on the map in front of you, and you can get all of those frags, those finishes for yourselves.
Yeah, just funnel them in, right?
Yeah.
We've seen so many players, especially going for those scrappy points. And one of the prime example is Wildfangs. In the recent tournament, that's what they were doing. They were not really going for the head-on-head collisions. Instead, they were just staying in the back and trying to collect as many scrappy points as possible.
And luckily for them, they have two superstars in their team, TraceGod and Seth, right? Mechanically gifted prodigies, if you can call them. And both of them are very good with their aim and their mechanics. So if Sensei and Scout can set them up, because that is what they were doing. Scout and Sensei would end up just baiting themselves just to draw out the other teams, draw out the other players, and they would rely on TraceGod and Seth to just grab all of those finish points. If they can execute that strategy with this meta, I think Wildfangs might just end up dominating the grind.
You cannot forget about Jubilant Divine, though.
Yes.
It's another one of those teams with a lot of fans, let's be honest. And Jubilant Divine was one of the banners that surprised us a lot in 2024. They were playing so good, taking down some of the known names without any sort of efforts. But later on, they themselves got taken down without any efforts too.
I think they just... so Jubilant Divine has a lot of aggression in them.
Yeah.
And when it comes to 4v4 firefights, they're very good. All of their players are exceptionally talented. But the problem is when you start playing against your own natural play style, you start overcomplicating things. You give the other teams the control, and they are going to try and manipulate you into the positions that they want you to be in.
You know what?
Yeah.
I want to speak about Jubilant Divine a bit more.
Okay.
But we forgot one name.
Which one?
Yes.
God, you tell me.
Alpha 6.
Oh, yeah.
Remember what this name was doing the last time when we saw them? They were one of those stubborn teams that they were creating so many problems for the known names. Alpha 6 was like, you know what? Yeah, we're not going to call it qualify anyways, but we'll make sure that your qualification will be tough.
Yeah, they would just go after anyone and everyone. This team does not care. I'm going to change my favorite pick. Alpha 6 is my new favorite team, man. If that is only if they play like they did in the last BGIS.
But unfortunately, though, we've got a few names changing in that banner, too. Carrillo's the only man sticking, while the rest still taking a bit of that
Carrillo was the
role.
real menace, though.
Yeah, he was, right? He was the one just moving forward, taking the fight. Especially yesterday when we were going for the test games, right? They still went for a drop flash at Picado.
Some things never change. The lineup changed, the ideology and the mentality of the team remains the same. I like this, man. I'm very excited to see Alpha 6 just going ham. Imagine, game number 1, they just start dropping on Wildfangs.
Yeah, and another name is also going to be Eye for Eye. Remember this name too? They dominated pretty well. I think so they made it super late stage as well in the BGIS 2024. But now in realme BGIS 2025, especially when the competition's redefining, I really do not know what sort of adjustments can these teams make now.
Yeah, I mean, Eye for Eye is a very interesting conversation to have because this is a team that sticks around in the middle pack. And you are not going to see them pop off or just be in the top 3 of any single leaderboard. But very slowly, very steadily, they just end up qualifying for the next stage whenever they can. And I think that sort of consistency that they developed in the last year, what they lacked was a little bit of firepower. If they can bring it into this 2025 era, I think it is going to be interesting to see what Eye for Eye are capable of. But see, we talk about all of these teams so much, and we can't really bring ourselves to ignore the fact that, as you said, they're going to be thrown under the bus in a few moments.
Yeah. First time just facing that new zone meta. I would love to see what the adjustments are going to look like. And speaking of Alibaba Raiders, now the banner is quite known, but everyone in that banner has been changed. It's new, but you cannot really forget, right? The management team, they know exactly what to do to sort of make the athletes perform to the maximum level. And I'm pretty sure even this team can be one of those teams to watch out for.
Exactly, especially considering this is not the first time they're doing this, right? Alibaba Raiders, we know the story. Glitch Reborn was a name that we were introduced to in 2023, and then the players ended up moving to Alibaba Raiders come 2024. The roster gets split up, a few players move back to Glitch Reborn, a few players stay with Alibaba Raiders. Even that happened at the management level as well, by the way. And just because they share that history within themselves, that they know how to rebuild a roster and take it to the top, I believe Alibaba Raiders, there might be a possibility that we might see them qualify for the finals all the way.
And we've also got TCW in the mix, Johnny.
Yeah.
TCW is one of those names, too, that was doing pretty okay. But TCW was always those names, too, that were sort of scattered, that did not exactly know what sort of game plan they wanted to execute in the games. They were just getting the average amount of points to keep themselves alive in the race. And then in the later stages, where the competitions got even more cutthroat, even more tougher, TCW started choking.
Of course, but this year it is going to be different. We can't really predict what is going to happen. You never know. Maybe TCW ends up taking the first chicken dinner of the day.
Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. The first game's going to be on the screen soon, rolling up. Do let us know in the chat which team are you guys are going to be rooting for. There's so many fan favorite names like Wildfangs, Do or Die, Autobots, Airbots rolling in. Anyone can be the one to secure the first game in their pockets. As the plane's going to hit the skies once again, and the plane fly pad starting all the way from Hospital towards the opposite side, which is going to be Lipovka. Johnny, do you expect any sort of early clashes?
Oh, I mean, I can't even think of... I can think of a few of them, maybe towards the Georgia Pole area or maybe towards Milta. We can see the early action, but it is going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to adapt to this game now, because everything looks the same. The flight path, luckily for everyone inside of this lobby, is the most default flight path you could ask for in a situation like this, dissecting the map close to the center, so the northern half pretty much everything is available. You can glide down towards the military island as well, but once that first circle pops up, that is when we are going to see things change. That is when we are going to notice the changes in how the teams move around.
And speaking of the changes, we're going to see the changes off the rip, especially when it comes to the zone. So I would love to see even how the adaptations over there is going to look like. A few potential drop clashes, maybe. We do see TC towards Hospital, and there's another team right next to him, TMG, moving up north. I would love to see if that's going to be a potential clash happening or not. You've also got M4 moving in towards that Ruins area. Another team, Alibaba Raiders, right next to him.
And look at Empire as well. They are looking to head towards that military bridge close to Ferry Pier, but they are not alone over there. There's another team right next to them. So that fight is unavoidable. And we have the first circle forming towards Yasnaya Poliana. That's going to be the center. But ladies and gentlemen, here's the first fight. Jubilant Divine taking on Team Empire. And at least for the first few seconds, it is a 2v2. But next, all he has is a 6-shot revolver over here. And he's already taken a lot of damage from the flank. He's going to be dropped down to the floor. And Team Empire, they're off to the races already. Noisy boy. He has made a lot of noise, but that is just going to make it easier for his opponents to find him and hunt him down.
I'm not exactly sure what Noisy Boy's doing. But right now, it's going to be the time to make that push and strike a few players down. He's got the Uzi to play with. But eventually, Noisy Boy himself gets dealt with, which is quite unfortunate. Jubilant Divine. Dassin. Eyeing out a few more players, unfortunately, for Jubilant Divine. One player not available in the game. While the rest, they try and make the run for the survival. And he's also getting chased down, by the way. TCW on the run against him. Team Empire, of course, a team with a lot of experience, and now that experience is just oozing out. As we see Alibaba Raiders 2 taking a fight against the players of M4. We saw this coming.
Yeah, we saw this coming as well. A fight breaking out just north of Ruins. And this time it is going to be Aerobots who are in the driving seat. Foul, he has a micro Uzi all set and ready. And he sees the opposing player out in the open. Hero going for a heroic move is going to fall. The shotgun meta is still in play. And Grind is trying to find the trade knock. But he does not succeed. And Foul, he has that pump action shotgun for himself as well. But I think M4, this might be the final nail in the coffin. This fight is done, dusted.
Seems like it. Foul, shot taken. Beautiful connection that was. Aerobots Esports have already found themselves with a big advantage now. And M4, it's down to just Grind. Sketch. Yeah. He's also knocked out in this entire kerfuffle that just happened. And Grind will be wrapped up within a few seconds. Aerobots Esports, what a way to kick things off. And even the fallen player's going to be back up on his feet soon.
Not a single player lost. Good recovery from the side of Aerobots Esports. And of course, the first team to be eliminated in this matchup, the first squad wipe, is of M4. Aerobots, they are going to be very happy with this early start. Necro, 4 points right off the bat. That means in the mid-game you have a lot more breathing room to work with. You can now slow down the game as much as you want.
Pretty much. mean, Aerobots, it's one of those teams that desperately needed a start like this too.
Yeah.
Looking at their past performances, they've always been super shaky. And now this performance gives them an edge over the competition.
But look, a miracle. Jubilant Divine. They have somehow avoided getting wiped out completely.
It does not really matter though. With just 2 players, what are you going to accomplish? Not a lot.
But luckily for them, it's just game number 1. So they
Yeah,
still have an
I
opportunity
guess.
to recover in the rest of the day. And in fact, we still have 3 more days of this particular group. So Jubilant Divine, I think even from this game, if they can walk away with like 3 or 4 points, it's going to be a decent start. All you want to do is not end with a 0 on the board.
And we had the conversation too, right? The action's going to be super random.
Yeah, of course.
Especially inside of the game 1. Teams do not know what the play style, what the playing structure is going to look like. For Wild Fangs, they're going to have a peaceful start. I would love to see what Scout OP does, Sensei does, because these 2 players, they've not been at the top of their form, struggling too much. But maybe it's time to wake up, especially in a lobby like this. A
Yeah.
team like Wild Fangs is supposed to dominate.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in a lobby like... 100% agree with that statement, man. In a lobby like this, these 4 players, they should play like absolute gods. But then again, a lot of things are going to change, especially with how the other teams adapt to the new zone as well. Scout and Sensei, the 2 veterans in the roster, they're doing their own thing. They've left the
Yeah.
young guns behind. They're going to try and see if they can set them up for success. Craze God and Seth, I think this is going to be a true test for them to see how quickly these 2 young athletes can also adapt to the changes made inside of the match and, of course, output the same level of performance that everyone expects from them.
But you got to feel bad for M4, Johnny. Getting wiped off the rip like that. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow, especially in the game 1. Imagine
Yeah.
the momentum has been hindered instantly. I'm not exactly sure how the recovery is going to look like for M4, but speaking of JD, even that's quite a bad start. 2 players remaining, and we had the conversation about JD saying that, yeah, off the rip, this was one of those teams that was doing so good, and now look at them.
You know what's ironic? They have a player named Ambush, and they are the ones they were the ones who got ambushed right off the bat.
Yeah, bad, unfortunate. That curse just upon them. But speaking of Aerobots Esports, they've got 4 points to kick things off. And if they keep on moving the same
look at
way,
this.
Aerobots Esports might just be someone that can rack up a lot of finishes. And when that happens, you do not even need to win the game to get that average. Right now, we've got the replay on the screen rolling up. This is how the drop clash really looked like between Jubilant Divine and Team Empire. And speaking of Team Empire, they've been in a hot form, which makes a lot of sense why they dominated that fight like that.
Yeah, man, Team Empire, they did put up a brilliant performance in the last event they played in. They did not make it to the finals, but individually, the players were looking very solid. So this time around, I think Team Empire, this early start inside of the grind should not be too difficult for them, but now we have Autobots on our screens. And quite an interesting start for them, because I would have expected Autobots to be a little bit close to Aerobots, or at least that is how these 2 squads played back in the days. And they would just always fight each other right off the bat. But this time, while Aerobots, they went on to take on the players of M4 and in fact kick all of them out back into the lobby. Autobots, they have decided that they're going to start as far away from the pressure of the circle and the other teams as possible. They are still in Nova Repnoi.
They indeed are. Autobots with quite a slow and a peaceful start. Just make sure that you're not going to get camped out though. There's Wild Fangs on the opposite side of that bridge. TCW taking constant shots.
All right, Necro, get ready for it. It is about to happen. Stage 1 coming to an end.
And soon enough, the damage as well. It's going to be chunking out HPs.
Yeah.
Need to watch out. Team Cosmic in a big world of trouble, especially Mullik. He can be knocked out. The man instantly hides back in the cover. He's going to patch himself up with that first aid. Well to OMG on the screen. It's one of those newer names on the block. Would love to see what they've got in store too. There's a reason why they're over here invited in the top 64 teams. Even they do probably have a lot of potential. But let's see what wealth they've got in stock for, especially on the day one, game one itself, because that's going to matter the most. And look at down south, Johnny, on the map. There's Alpha 6, there's Team Empire. You've also got Gen X FM on that same way. We might just see a fight coming soon.
I mean, of course we are, because in the next 9 seconds, the blue zone is going to start to close in. Again, the wait time between the zones has completely thrown everyone off. There is a panic play right now in place where we are seeing that entire wave from the northern half of the map move from the western side to the eastern side, looking to find some sort of safety inside of the circle. And the cluster forming up, as you were talking about Welt OMG, we saw a little bit of a misfortune incident over there where Johnny was knocked out due to a crash from his own teammate, Justy. But apart from them, a lot of teams just taking positions on the northern side. Airwatch being one of them, but right now on our screens we do have Alibaba Raiders, and they are looking to push for the center of the circle, but that is where Eye for Eye is waiting for them.
It's not a team you're supposed to underestimate like that.
Yeah.
Eye for Eye can easily deal with you. That's what they're trying to do so far. Shots taken in the front. Dead player. We've seen this man perform in the past too. Definitely does have that pocket of information. Alibaba Raider Max is taken down pretty low. Now they're on the run. Quite an experienced banner, but the players, not so. So let's see what they've got.
All except one, Chris. I mean, he's the one returning player, I believe, from the original Glitch Reborn lineup. Used to have an OP at the back of his name. That has gone away, but Alibaba Raiders, again, a lot of hope, a lot of potential inside of this team, but there's a massive cluster towards the center of the circle right now. It seems like everyone just wants to play the fundamentals of the game right now because they want to observe how these new zone settings work. Everyone's just charging for the center. And Eye for Eye, they're going to have such a big advantage because they got there early.
You spoke of charging for the center, and you've got Alpha 6 all the way down south in military base.
This is going to lead to an unnecessary fight between them, Autobots, and also Team Empire.
I don't think so.
All three teams are looking to head towards that Nowhere Up Nowhere bridge.
Yeah, I don't think so Autobots is going to be stopping them. Autobots on the run. Even they want to make it to the centric part of the circle. And now just look at the zone. It's so small.
Yeah.
Not a lot of real estate left to try and play with. But the teams from the outskirts, now it's going to be the time to make it in. You can see even the blue zone starting to hurt too much. You cannot afford to stay outside of it. A lot of teams were opting for the med strat in the previous meta, but now you cannot do it. You need to be with the zone. You need to be inside of the circle, fight it out, and go for a great spot. You need to be super proactive.
Man, it makes me so happy. We reached the 12-minute marker inside of the game, and we're already in Stage 3. The game is going to last a grand total of 9 more minutes, I guess. Not 9 more minutes, I think 12 more minutes at max, but already a fight breaking out. It is Aerobots this time looking to wipe out the second team, but a nade from Aim God is going to drop foul. A team nade, as you said, Necro, and it opens up a lot of opportunity for Team Hope to strike now. Lilim, what are they going to do? A DBS at the ready and the players around the corner. There's going to be a knock, and can they find another one? The DBS, the shotguns, in a position like this, they can do so much more than you can imagine.
Yeah, that's a great knock and a great way to kick things off. Already 2 knocks secured.
Oh no!
The players are going for the revival on the fallen comrades. Unfortunately, the man's on fire for now, literally, but once again, he's able to patch himself up within that nick of time and carry. I'm not exactly sure what he wants to pull off with this nade, but here comes the teammate. Cavalry's available, but unfortunately, the man instantly gets lapped out. This fight's not looking too clean. Aerobots Esports, they're definitely having the man advantage, but this man, Liam, he's not willing to give up anytime soon. He's already found 2 strikes, but eventually he gets taken down too. Now it's all down to carry in the back lines. Can he still try and clutch it out? There's the nade available in his hands, and he's tossing that nade. He's got 7 more nades available, and that nade's going to be on the right mark as he finds the entire squad wipe, and it's going to be Hope coming out on top.
Man, what an intense 4v4 between these two sides. First, it was Lilim who did manage to hold on against the entirety of Aerobots all alone. He had no backup. And by the way the backup arrived, that was hilarious. Just slammed in and he just got knocked. He got the wind knocked out of his lungs.
Yeah. He jumped into a trap. I'm not even sure what sort of a backup that was.
I think that was supposed to be a distraction, like, hey guys, look at me. And
No.
his teammate just pops in with the DBS.
He
takes
just
down
wanted to
two
create more problems for his own team. That's what he wanted to do.
But hey, Necro, he made things fair for everyone, right? Because if you remember, Aerobots also got teammate knocked out. That teammate earlier on.
But hey, Lilim, though, you got to give it to that man.
Oh, yeah.
Striking down 3 players without even breaking a sweat. So good.
And the setup for that last nade was just perfect.
Keep this thing in mind. We've still got the prize available for Emerging Star.
Oh,
And if
yeah.
players like these, they keep on popping up over and over again till the late game, that Emerging Star might just go to you. 1 lakh for one single individual. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, and especially if you're someone who is just starting out on their esports
Oh no,
journey.
Team
that's
Empire
gonna
got
be...
wiped out outside of the circle.
This is what I was talking about, the miscalculations in the zone timings. You can't really stay in the blue zone after the first play zone comes to an end. Everyone needs to move forward, and Team Empire, they're the first ones to learn their lesson. But Necro, VST against Wildfangs, how is this one going to turn out? We're going to see what happens over there in a bit. For now, Team Cosmic, it seems like they are being put under pressure. They're looking for cover, but they're struggling to find any.
Now the blue is the actual wall of death. Team Empire disrespecting that. Were they not informed about the new zone meta coming in?
I don't know, man.
They
I think
seemed
everyone was
clueless.
informed yesterday.
Yeah.
They should have tuned into the Insider.
They should have, man. And still, if some people are sitting clueless, just like Team Empire, make sure to move on to Crafton India Esports socials and check out the Insider broadcast that happened yesterday. You will be fed up with a lot of information. So all the questions will be answered right there, including format, including about the new zone meta, and that 2 crore plus prize pool will also be explained over there.
Right,
but hold
so-
on. Wildfangs now. They're finally entered in that danger zone territory,
Yep.
which means Trace God, it's time to pop off.
And this is where things get interesting, so I'm going to break it down as it happens. Stage 2, Stage 3 to Stage 4 was the quicker zone. Stage 4 to Stage 5 is going to be a little bit of a slower transition, but what was that?
Oh man, look at the damage, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's chunking out so much off that HP. And you know what? I'm loving that. I'm loving seeing these players slowly and steadily suffocating to their death. It's looking pretty nice.
What's going to look nice is the transition from Stage 5 to Stage 6, my man. That is going to be a quick one as well. And this little bit of a slowdown between Stage 4, Stage 5 is going to throw a lot of players off. But Wildfangs against
no.
Alpha 6, he got knocked out. Scout and Trace God at the ready, but Trace God with a sliver of HP. And here comes Seth. He needs to take down Cracks, but Scout needs to hold on his own. And he gets inside of that
no.
hovercraft to dodge the damage. What a brilliant move coming in from Scout. But the backup from Wildfangs was equally impressive. And they managed to put Alpha 6 in a corner. But the third party from Eye for Eye, that's just too much pressure to deal with. And that's not the only team present over here. Look at the radar. Here comes VST.
Yeah, VST 2 in the nearby vicinity. And they're still just looking forward to eye out the players. Not exactly making the push up close and personal. Wildfangs is super hurt. As soon as Trace Scott hit the deck, we pretty much knew what's going to be the outcome. But hold on, Johnny. Autobots on the screen, and Autobots is making it hurt, especially against the players of Genix FM. 2 players knocked out. A great way to kick things off as one of the man gets confirmed too. And Orva is making sure that he's constantly going to keep on peppering those shots. Shogun, a man with a lot of experience, tosses that nade and finds a nice 2-piece. Another nade tossed in, but unfortunately the hands were too busy. And Orva makes the push at the right nick of time.
And Autobots, they somehow do manage to survive, but Orva, can he stay alive a little bit longer? 4 finishes secured. They've already made it into the top 11 teams of this game, but they still get absolutely no points for placement if they get taken out right now. And Team Hope, they have an opportunity to secure those eliminations for themselves. They are slightly inside of the edge of the circle, so they have an opportunity to gatekeep Autobots in particular, but if they end up clashing with OMG or Do or Die up north, then Team Hope, I think Hope is going to fade away extremely quickly because even they are down to their 2 players.
It might. They've still got the edge to play, though. And since we know the late game circles are going to be much more bigger now, so teams can have a better chance of survival. And Wildfangs is a prime example of that. Almost on the brink of getting eliminated from the game, Wildfangs is still cooking. VST, unfortunately, down to a 2-man squad as well, as VST wants to get the revival on the fallen comrades too. Eye for Eye, closing on up now. And VST, 3 players right next to each other. Eye for eye constantly taking shots, especially underneath them. Considering they know BST super hurt. And almost Raikon found the knock as well. Missing a few more shots off that mark. And that just gave the lifeline to VST that was needed. While even Wildfangs is on the run. Eye for eye, they've got so much intel to play with. They better use this intel for a better future.
I agree with that. I mean, so much information available, but I mean, I think they are struggling to find a little bit of safe haven for themselves. They are on top of that hill, and that means as they move down, all of the attention is going to be upon them. They need to secure some cover, and I think at this point, they're going to try and take it away from Team Cosmic. They seem to be in the best positions out of this match right now, but using these vehicles is the only option available. The tires being taken out, and of course the constant fire towards the players of VST as well. A knock secured by Demigod as Yadnesh is going to be dropped down to the floor, and this could be the cue for the other lads from the side of Eye for Eye to move in. But as Raikon was trying to lob that nade towards VST and take them out, he's going to take damage from the flank, and he's going to get knocked out as well. Eye for Eye, such a brilliant setup, but Wildfangs, it's time to sink the teeth in and eat away at all of these points. But Scout OP, did he just knock himself out?
Hold on though, Johnny. Look at what's happening on the screen. Pratik almost finding a knock through that smoke. The man was just spamming through, and that spam almost connected. Even Wildfangs out in the open. Trey Scott, as usual, putting in a lot of number and putting in a lot of work against them. Unfortunately for VST, even though it seems like they've got a lot of cover to play with, they still don't.
Yeah, they don't. Still out into the open, plus the pressure from the blue is going to be on them as well. But it's quite impressive. Wildfangs, they managed to stay alive. Yadnesh is going to be knocked out, and that's squad wipe right there. The last finish from the side of VST getting secured by Trace God. 4 finishes. Sensei, the only casualty from the side of Wildfangs inside of the game yet. So 3 players still alive. They have an opportunity to secure a few extra finish points. We keep talking about Wildfangs versus Eye for Eye. Even the players realize that this fight, it's going to be inevitable. They are looking at in each other's direction. It seems like Wildfangs, they want to be the ones to pull the trigger.
Yeah. The high ground comes in with pros and cons. You can have the information about the teams, but even the teams know about you. But hold on. Eye for Eye. Demigod, beautiful stuff, shutting down Seth like that. I'm not even sure what Seth was thinking.
Yeah, me
Just
neither.
making that push like that on the high ground, especially when you know it's being held by someone. Wildfangs, now they're starting to make a lot of rookie mistakes, and they can't afford it.
He went in all alone. At least if he had his teammates right next to him, maybe they could have taken on that 3v3 because both the teams are down to 3 players. But now I believe would be the perfect time to go in, pull the trigger, and try and take out both Eye for Eye and Team Cosmic at the same time. Because even Cosmic, look at them. They've stepped out into the open, and this could be the sign of trouble for them. Their position compromised just to stack for Ernie, and Eye for Eye know exactly where they need to go to get those true extra finish points for themselves.
Team Cosmic, they've got the best possible spot that you can ask for. Scopes out. They can hear a lot of those gunshots around them too, but still can't react properly. Once again, Pasha. He can spot the players of Eye for Eye, but he can't really do a lot at the same time. Just getting caught out in the open like that. Team Cosmic, they do have the cover to play with, but I'm also a big fan of this split they've got going on.
Yeah.
Johnny, Team Cosmic is doing it right.
Yeah, they are doing it brilliant, in fact. I mean, the 2-2 split, 2 players inside of the cover, 2 players down on the slope. You can gatekeep teams from either sides from entering the circle. Oh, that nade dead player. I don't know how he's not dead. He's still alive, but Airbots, they definitely have his information and his number. But as we were talking about Team Cosmic, the most important thing is to protect that slope and protect that shack. If you can keep that concrete cover all to yourselves, I think this could be their game and a big chicken dinner to kick things off.
How is that player even alive?
I have
the
no
man's
idea,
in the
man.
smack center. He does not even have a lot of that cover to play with. A buggy and a rock, and he's still alive. And every single team knows about this guy, by the way.
Yeah.
I guess when you're dead already, then you can't really die. And he's a prime example of that.
The man has 13 rounds remaining in the backpack for that M4. 30 in the mag, 13 in the bag. That is not going to be enough.
No, it's not. The man would need to try and rely on his secondary weapon soon. Hope eliminated from the game with 5 finishes. Not a bad of that outing.
True. But
Quite decent considering it's just the game 1. Do or die. Constantly playing for the intel. They've been super quiet since the start till the end, and now they've only been able to accumulate just one finish. But here comes the first knock, and Reaper gets taken down.
That was hilarious because Reaper was hiding behind the smoke road now, and it wasn't his fault. His teammate ran in front of him, the other guy shot, and they got the hit mark. Reaper got knocked out for no reason at all, man.
His teammate sold him. Eye for eye, though. They've got their own troubles brewing up. And Wildfangs, what a nade that was from Trey Scott. Just get rid of this player. As long as Trey Scott's alive in this team, he's going to be the one to accumulate too many points. If you get rid of Trey Scott, the team falls apart instantly. And the fact that Trey Scott has always been that solo carry, it just boggles my mind how good this player is.
But hey, Necro, doesn't matter how many knocks you secure if you can't convert them to finishes, because that finish got stolen from the players of Wild Fangs. Scout OP, he's still alive to help his teammate out. They've dished out enough damage to Visual OP, and he might just get spotted out. The noise, the commotion of those weapons, it's going to give away the information as to where Scout and Trey's God need to lob their utility. Look at this. This is going to be close one as well. The Molotov falls a bit short, but the next nade should get the job done. Unless Visual has a first aid, which he does. He's back to 75% HP.
Indeed.
And it's the last man surviving from the side of I2I gets spotted out, and Trey's God is going to be the one securing that frag. But as soon as he does, he gets a little too excited, gets on his feet, start to make a run. We're down to the top 4 teams. Wildfang still in it, looking to win it as well, but unfortunately they did not have the numbers, and Trey's God is out into the open. Scout OP closing in, looking for a revive, but OMG, they are looking to move in and wipe the floor. There's the run over. Oh my God, Nick. He just nicks past him.
I'm not even sure what Scout was doing there. The man should have tried and close on in towards the rock and at least try and play for his own survival. I do understand he wanted to go for the revival onto Trey Scott, but still, when you know that the vehicles are approaching you, you're supposed to be near cover. That's the only way you can stand a major chance to dodge it. Then being out in the open. Well to OMG. 4 finishes racked up so far. Well, quite the near name on the block, and they're still doing pretty good, making sure that the teams around them, they keep on falling apart. And Team Cosmic, just when we thought they're doing everything right, they start to crumble down as well. The final 2 players remaining in that compound. Let's see what they can pull off.
It is going to be quite intense. TMG, as you mentioned, last 2 players remaining, but oh, Cosmic, they're still alive as well. And Pasha has already managed to secure 5 eliminations to his name. Malik, inside of that cover, knows where the last man from the side of TMG is going to pop up from. But the team that they actually have to worry about is going to be well to OMG. They've managed to secure an opening knock. If they find the second, then maybe Team Cosmic will be in a position to just close this game out.
Team Cosmic, Pasha, and Malik right next to each other. OMG constantly going for the shots, hoping to find the first knock, considering the opponents. They've got the cover to play with. You can't even make the pounce like that. Need to wait for the right moment. And look at the next zone. Sort of favors the players in the cover as well. But here's the major disadvantage that TC has, and that's going to be the man number. They're just down to a 2-man squad. And that's where the opponents can have the edge, because they've got all the pieces on the board, or at least 3 pillars on the board.
Yeah. And of course, in these final moments, having numbers means more information than the opposing side. And information at this point is the thing that gets you those frags and an opportunity to close out the game, get those 10 points for the chicken dinner. And this time, well to OMG, Justy, who's playing the flank, is going to be the playmaker for their side. If he can even secure 1 knock from the side of Team Cosmic, that's the final nail in the coffin for this game, because then 3 versus 1, well to MG will have an opportunity to just charge forward, secure those last 2 players, their finish points as well, and just close out this game with a potential of 7 finishes.
Indeed. But Wells, I'm pretty sure they're not someone that's just going to make the pounce like that. They know there's still 3 teams alive. 1 more team lingers around somewhere, and that's a solo player.
3 including them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one-man flex, he can definitely flex a lot of stuff now. If he does find that off-guard angle, he can punish a lot of players too.
From Wells' POV right now, they do not see exactly how many teams are there. They see the number of players that are alive. So they know that if they have 3 players, there are a total of 6 players alive inside of the game. They can assume either it's going to be from the same team or 3 different teams or 2 different teams. You always think of the worst possible scenario. So if 3 players from 3 different teams, you do not know where they're going to be. But Flex, he's right on the edge of the blue. The smoke gives away his information. And he is going to get taken out. And now it's down to Welt OMG against Team Cosmic. The circle is completely gone. It's the final stage of the game. 10 more seconds before these players are going to collapse on each other. All right, the last stage actually has a little bit more time this time around.
Yeah, it does.
I also forgot that we are in the new zone meta for a second.
But considering what Velt is doing, I'm loving that. They're not really letting go of that high ground they've got. Yeah, I know the game's being stretched for no reason, but still Welt knows it's their game anyways. If they keep on holding the high ground, they do not need to take any sort of risk, and at the same time, they can enjoy the chicken dinner without any problems. And that's what they exactly do. The Flames do catch one of the players. They do give them the elimination point. But at the end of the day, Welt, what a game that was. A newer team on the block. We never saw this coming, Johnny.
Yeah, we never saw this coming, but I'm quite upset with how this game came to an end because, okay, the journey is just starting. It is game 1, day 1 of BGIS The Grind, and you're the first group to play in this new zone setting. But still, points matter. You need to charge for those 2 extra points over there. And I think even the players from Team Cosmic were like, all right, you're not going to come forward. We're going to just end up going out by the blue. And Malik, well, he just mollied himself over there.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that happened, but in my opinion, still fine, right? Just the game 1 of the day, getting the chicken dinner with okayish amount of elimination points, especially if you're one of those teams that's quite new, just like Welt. That's a great way to kick things off in a tournament.
Yeah, it's a 15-point start. What more could you ask for? But I'm also upset with Wildfangs. Wildfangs, they had an opportunity to pick up the momentum, pick up the pace, go into those fights for so long, and then, as you mentioned, a little bit of hesitation, and they just get taken out without even fighting back.
And the crazy part is, we just have to talk about Wildfangs too. It's one of those teams that's supposed to dominate in lobby like these. But look at what happened to Wildfangs. Once again, Trey Scott just putting in a lot of work, while the rest, they just sit and watch. Wildfangs, something needs to be done, man. Scout OP, Sensei, it's time to step up. If you don't step up right now, there's going to be a lot of question marks on you.
But Necro, this was the first Erangel we witnessed with the new zone settings. Did you enjoy it?
I did. I low-key did.
I mean, and we got an idea of how things might just work out, at least from the Erangel's perspective. A quicker change of, a quicker amount of rotations in stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. Stage 4 is when the pace drops a little bit, and then you have that stage 7 to stage 8 aggression once again, and then the last zone, there's like over 2.5 minutes before the game, before the final blue zone collapse after stage 9. So again, a lot of interesting things happening, but now we have to see how this impacts Miramar and Sanhok.
And we also got to see what happens when you stay outside of the blue. Team Empire, they got eliminated completely.
Exactly.
Just in the stage 3 itself, Team Empire was not able to make it inside of the circle, and that's the crazy part.
Because if you notice, in the game timer, it was just 12 minutes. Ideally, in the old settings, by the 12-minute marker, you would still be in stage 2 to stage 3 transition. But Team Empire did not take that into account, and they did forget to check that they were already in stage 4.
Yeah. And they did not even have enough meds to kick things off with, right? But this is how the action really started. Hope against the players of Aerobots Esports. Aerobots tried their best to get something done, but Lilium, this man, one single guy was keeping the entirety of Aerobots on their knees. And then we also did see the final man tossing in that beautiful nade, finding the right pointer and wiping out the entirety of that team. Later on, we also did see Autobots and quite a lot of the problems. Genix Spam, quite the known banner. Shogun, unfortunately, could not really take down Orva because his hands were busy.
Yeah, I mean, it was intense fight, though. And then there was this entire fiasco with I4I. I4I also played exceptionally well, I have to say. I mean, their position was compromised. If you remember, a few moments ago, they had to take on Wildfangs, VXT in the backlines, and there was Team Cosmic blocking their way, blocking their entry inside of the circle, and I4I took on all of them at the same time. They could have secured so many eliminations, but I understand the hesitation as well.
Yeah.
It's your first game. You want to understand what the competition is like, who has... who you want to take fights against, who do you want to run away from in case you collapse into a 4v4. So all of those things accounted for. I4I, I want to see how far they can go. They're looking so promising this year.
And the crazy part is we saw a lot of teams get a decent amount of elimination points, right? At least most of them had 4 eliminations, 5 eliminations to kick things off. Even Wildfangs had 5 eliminations in the end. Yeah, placement point is where they're going to be lacking, but still they had decent amount of eliminations considering it's just the game 1. Now the real concerns really do rise for teams like Jubilee and Divine. I hope the same thing's not going to be repeated in the upcoming game. Yeah, drop clash and fair appear against Team Empire. Even for Team Empire, that conversion wasn't too great. Later on, getting taken down by the blue zone like that, in my opinion, they could have done much better.
I do not know what to say about that, man. I mean, drop clash 4v. It wasn't even a 4v4, by the way. It started off with a 2v2, and then Team Empire, they had one man on the flank who just stayed on the flank, and yet they were able to secure those two early finish points. But then, for some reason, they went from Ferry Pier to the southern shoreline of that military island, rotated through Novorepnoy, and they had two more teams in front of them. So I guess their rotation got delayed because of that. And then they died out to the blue.
Well, it seems like Jubilee and Divine, for some reason, are not really prepared for these games. Or at least maybe that's what it seemed like in the first fight that they took against Team Empire, right? The prep work, not exactly there on the point. But still, maybe in the map of Miramar, they can have much more of a better standing, better knowing on what they need to do. Now, Alpha 6 is one of those names, too.
Yeah.
Off the rip, they went for quite the late-game rotation. Then later on, they just slammed their vehicles in such an awkward manner that they got taken down.
One thing I'll say is, and this is going to be in the favor of Jubilee and Divine, that I don't think they were not prepared. I think they just got extremely unlucky, because one man who was stuck on the rooftop, I think it was Noisy Boy, just has a micro Uzi to work with, and you have three players charging towards you. You can't 1v3 on a rooftop with just a micro Uzi. And Nox got knocked out for no reason. The man was fighting with a 6-shot pistol.
I mean, I do understand Jubilee and Divine, they went for that drop clash, but at the same time, they should understand this is what it comes with. Right, a bit of that luck factor is always going to be involved. You might not get the suitable weaponry, but you still need to be better. You still need to be someone like Neo from CG. Remember what he did in the past? He pulled off a clutch with just a pistol. And he was that 2 scout on the boys, by the way, on the receiving end of things. But hey, we've got the MVP of the previous game. That's going to be Ash CR with 5 finishes wrapped up and team contribution of 71%. That's a lot of contribution.
Well, let's see. Top 5 players on our screens now. And we have Craze God from the side of Wild Fangs.
Of course.
It seems like every single time Wild Fangs is on the board, it is because of this guy. And most of the time, they are on the top players list. It is always Craze God. He is doing so well. Rio from Alibaba Raiders. You have Cario Necro, our favorite player, made into the list of top 5 players, man.
Yeah, Alpha 6 still somehow they're on the board with 4 finishes racked up.
Go.
And this is what I mentioned. A lot of teams, yes, they got taken down early, but they still had the elimination points to back them up. And even the point standings, we might just see a better and a clear picture of that. Look at the top 8. They still do have 4 finishes racked up. Even the team on the 9th Hope, they've got 5 finishes on the belt.
Yeah, Team Hope went for a lot of early fights, if you remember.
Yeah.
And I think Lilim, very impressive. That it wasn't a 1v4, it wasn't even a 4K, but just having the ability to hold on to your ground against 4 players all by yourselves, buy your teammates enough time for them to close in the distance, get into positions and set up for maybe trade frag you whenever possible, just to stay alive for so long. It changes everything inside of team and how they look at team fights. And that one moment, I think now there's a lot of hope for Team Hope.
And I'm disappointed by 2 names, Genix FM and Wild Fangs. Genix FM, we had a lot of expectations, and you saw the way they got taken down. It's unacceptable. You move on towards Wild Fangs. They were playing it too passive, in my opinion. They could have went for the fights. They could have charged in better, considering it was just Trey Scott racking up eliminations after eliminations. The rest of the guys, they were not able to back him up that well.
You know, you say they were playing too passive, and then I just remembered how Seth got taken out.
I mean, maybe Saves tried to bring in that change and it just did not work out. But one single man making a push against the 3 players that's standing on the top, it does not really make a lot of sense, especially for my brain.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense for me as well. But hey, there's a lot more matches to go, and we are going to see how things turn out for these teams in those matches.
The upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar, but we've got a nice little promo lined up for you guys. So let's move on to that promo and check it out.
Whether the drove or the slave, am I the one to blame?
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो. नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी बीजीएमआई खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
Welcome back after that short break, and now with me on the panel, it's going to be Icy Baby 1-2. Icy, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines and looking at the game. Are you disappointed by any sort of teams?
To be honest, I've learned a lot as well, you know, especially, of course, you know, it's nice to see you guys again. It's a brand new season, new years as well. It's a new me, new thing. And of course, coming into the grind itself, most of these teams, we do have some new faces. We have some old guards, veterans in towards the teams in general, right? So when in that particular match, especially now when we talk about the circle meta, everything has kind of shifted a little bit different here. I've noticed a couple of teams kind of struggle a little bit, especially Circle 5, Circle 3 as well. So that's going to be a little bit of an interesting factor. But before we get into a little bit of details here, I think you have something to share with us.
Of course we do, man. And that's going to be the Realme P3 Series 5G. That's currently right over here on the screen. Make sure you guys remember this name. All you need to do is move on to Google and search for Realme P3 5G Series, and you might just stand a chance to win amazing rewards. Isn't that great, Icy?
Exactly. You know, on top of that as well, it is going to be a little bit of an interesting fact as well, because if you guys search it up, there is going to be chances that things might also go up. You know, kind of similar like to our prize pool as well. We are going for new changes here, especially here at BGIS, and things can be a little bit interesting. You know, you want to build the community. It's for the community, right?
Hey, you never know, man. You might just be getting some incredible rewards in your hands. You might just receive the device itself. Anything can happen. There's a lot of those amazing rewards given right now, so make sure to move on to Google and search for the Realme P3 Series 5G. But let's move on with the conversation once again now. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. Which teams do you think can actually stand a major chance to win that?
I think it comes down to how well you adapt, right? Like when it comes to the mentality of the team itself here, you can talk about strats, you got to talk about physical here. You must understand that this 4 days, it is going to be a mini marathon. If you tilt over one mistake in the first game and you do not move on from it, things are going to get a little bit south here. So adapting is going to be the key word, especially for day one when you are trying to adapt to the match itself.
Exactly. We've got the teams playing on the screen right now. Eye for eye, especially that previous game. I love that dominating strat that they had. They were sticking to that high ground. But unfortunately, Wildfangs made quite a questionable move when Sev pushed on all by himself towards the remaining 3 players of Eye for Eye and got taken down. Alpha 6, decent start. A lot of teams in general had a lot of elimination points to back him up. So you can say the first game was okay for a decent amount of teams. But then teams like Empire, Jubilant Divine, quite a bad start.
Yeah, again, it comes down to the circle meta, right? On how they are going to be able to capitalize on, adapt this kind of scenarios, right? So I think one of the biggest difference that I've seen when it comes to the circle itself, especially during Circle 5, was that there was this one guy coming in from Team Empire, I think. Sorry, it was CFS I4I, and they were struggling with trying to keep up with his mats. Like the first 8, you know, you're trying to tank the zone, etc. Has put themselves in a situation where he was 60% health, and he just popped his first 8 kid, and he just dropped in like 3 seconds. And I was like, wait, this is very concerning, because this is going to affect the overall meta changes, right? And when we talk about tier lists, let's say meta tier list, there is going to be the weapon tier list, there's going to be the map rotation tier list, there's going to be center, blah, blah, blah. But there's not really a lot of options when it comes to rotations, right? Center circle, add circle, or outside zone. Back then, S tier going to be center, A going to be edge, then B is going to be outside. But based on first map itself, outside has gotten not from B, it might have dropped in all the way to C, maybe even D tier now, based on what I've observed. But of course, things can a little bit change based on this tier list, because now we don't really have a lot of data we work with. It's only the first map.
In my opinion, the major thing that's going to be changed is the rotation and the way they try to rotate. A lot of the rotations in the past were through the blue. A lot of teams would love to tank that blue and then make it to the later games. But knowing the fact that now the zone's doing a lot of damage, off the rip, you would need to try and rack up as many first days as you can. But here's the problem. You do not have a lot of time in the stage 1 itself. So you cannot even go for the first states instantly. You need to prioritize the circle. At the moment you see the first zone pop up, you're like, you know what, guys? Let's move on, loot up as soon as possible, and let's try and be in that centric part. And a lot of the teams try to do that. That's why we saw the clashes coming through.
Agreed. And speaking of clashes as well here, let's talk a little bit more on teams, right? Like, I think you made a very, very good point about Wildfang. You know, you're kind of disappointed in their play as well here. Personally, I feel like this is the first game, okay? It is going to be a warm-up game. Number 2, again, if you are put in a very, very difficult spot, let's say sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes like, oh, suddenly, you know, we have got 4 guys, suddenly something happens, someone made a mistake, 3 guys got finished. It comes down to the 1 guy to make something work. I feel like Wildfangs put themselves in a situation where they were able to adapt and switch their strategy very, very efficiently. Think about this, right? They were 2 men when they were at 11th placement and somehow gotten themselves into 5th placement. And that kind of switch is very, very important. Understanding your situation and adapting on how to tackle a push forward is going to be the key here.
I've got a different way to look at things over here, right? Especially if I'm Wildfangs, if I'm in the driving seat. The first call that I'll make is that, okay, I4I, they've got 3 players remaining. We're 3 players remaining too. Let's go for the 3-on-3 fight. Considering we're the veterans, we're the known players in the community, we have so much experience backed up, we can definitely win that fight. The odds of us winning are much more higher than a newer team on the block, so they should have went for the odds, and they should have gotten that high ground, because that was the only way they could have stood a chance to get that chicken dinner. That's what I think.
Well, looks like both of us, we have a little bit of a split decision on towards the games thus far here. I'm curious to see how the match is going to go out for here for game 2, especially coming from Wildfangs. Without further ado, we're going to be jumping in towards Miramar.
Exactly, the plain flat path on the screen, and considering once again the big bird's going to be hitting the skies, as we know the plain flat path starting all the way from down south towards the opposite side. Even Los Leones is going to be on that same route. Now, I see, baby, the plain flat path tilted completely to the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards El Pozo, even Creative Fields, it's going to be a tough stretch. They cannot make it.
See, as of now, we don't really have a lot of information when it comes to their drop spots, right? And especially for all the teams, they do need to fight for their rights on owning their particular territory. And so far, seeing based on game number 1 here, I feel like right now, the cities who are kind of in the middle of the map is going to have a lot of priority. And you talked about this as well. 12 minutes, I think Johnny brought it up as well. 12 minutes, usually you would expect like, oh, it's only circle 2, but just now 12 minutes is almost circle 3, circle 4. So that's going to be a little bit of a tough spot, because whoever who takes towns that are really right at the edge here is going to hurt the most, because there will be lack of resources. They are going to be struggling to make it to the zone here. Will they be able to find enough meds? Will they be able to find enough ammunition or even attachments as well? And Miramar is the type where most of their weapons are very saturated.
Definitely, man. But at the same time, right, we're not really going to be seeing a lot of the variety when it comes to the weapon. We're still going to see that basic combination M46X, and you're going to see that DBS come into play. We're not really going to be seeing a lot of those changes to DMRs anyway. So the playstyle's still going to be the same. Push up, use that DBS to try and get the few knocks, and that's going to be the advantage the teams are looking for. Now, looking towards Partona, we've got AR right underneath that area. Now, that's quite a tough dive the players have taken. Let's see how they're going to find themselves towards the centric part. This sounds really tough to try and make it.
Yeah, and I think based on the zone itself as well, because it is still kind of forgiving as of yet here. Fortunately for some of these teams, it is a center zone. They can still make a little bit of adjustments when they rotate in. However, right from the get-go here, we are going to see a clash right here.
Exactly, VST taking on a fight against the players of M4, and once again, M4's getting picked off. The previous game, M4 was the first team to fall apart, and right now, too, it seems like the same thing's going to happen. Both the teams deciding to drop on towards the same compound in F4. They've got no intentions of backing away this time around. They want to take the fight up close and personal. They know the players are hurt. And once again, the man closes up and he finds a death blow. Hero heads out a few more players. The death blow that they were looking for, and Mysterious 4. They've already gotten 2 finishes racked up. 2 more players to go. VST in a big world of trouble. Shiraj wants to go for the revival on the fallen man. Will he be able to get back up and provide that cover fire to Shiraj? But here comes the push from the opponents. And at this point in time, Mysterious 4, they're definitely quite adamant. They're definitely quite stubborn.
What?
They want to make the push, but still Siraj, he somehow closes on up and almost finds the second strike too.
What a blunder coming in, pulling in with the shotties, and now the finish coming from VST. And VST, great decisions coming from Shiraj as well, because as soon as he heard that double pump shotgun being used to try and scare them off, he knows that they need to cock up those animation there, and because of that, VST went in for the push. Shiraj just clutched it big time for Team VST. Well done. But the damage has been done.
Third party comes into play. And now VST's in a big world of trouble. Jubilant Divine, a team that got taken down at 0 points in the previous game. Now Jubilant Divine is looking to rack up a few more eliminations, but they do not know where the opponents are placed. And that's where Beast might just find the advantage. The first man was taken down. Sherrod still in the outskirts. He's only got a Tommy gun to play with. And this seems like a clutch that's next to impossible to be pulled off. But still, Sherrod just trying his best. 10 bullets in the magazine. Can he pull it off? He needs to collect each and every single bullet, but he will be denied. As Jubilant Divine, they get the wipe.
Nicely done coming from Jubilant Divine as well, and it's just really unfortunate for these two teams, right? They had a very, very unexpected blunder right from the get-go here. Took too much time here, you know, as you can see, even the first circle has started to moved on, and Jubilant Divine, they're so far ahead, and because of this, they're able to get two easy team wipes right from the get-go. But now Alpha 6 here done, he is going to be putting himself in a very awkward situation. I wasn't expecting such an early roadblock coming from Alpha 6, but it seems like it's kind of working out because, again, like you said as well, new circle, different meta, different playstyles, you do need to be a little bit quicker. So setting up roadblocks or maybe even pit stops here is going to be very, very important. But Vishu here, well, he's going to...
I'm liking that.
I see this very often here. Sometimes, you know, I wonder if BGMI, do they defy the laws of physics? But at the same time, it's just interesting, you know?
Yeah, it is.
Just day one itself in the grind, they're already pulling strategies.
They need to as well, right? Considering they know a lot of teams are going to start funnel in towards the centric part. If you get your hands on the high ground, that's going to be free points. And that's what Gen X FM wants to do. The previous game was pretty bad. Shogun was the only man who tried to put up a fight, but unfortunately, not a lot could have been done. Alpha 6, the stubborn bunch on the screen. And we've seen Alpha 6 over and over again in action even the past couple of years. Alpha 6, when it comes to firepower, they're quite nice. But that sustainability is something that Alpha 6 needs to work on.
Yeah, and speaking of Alpha 6 as well, like so far they are already making their first steps here, especially in the early stage of the game, right? We're still in the early phase here. Most teams are still rotating early here. We do see Alpha 6. We did see also now TEXTCW also going to be trying to make the move for themselves. Like, they understand, okay, after game one's lesson, people know that rotating early is going to be a priority. Setting up bunkers, trying to find pit stops to kind of stock up their ammunition or maybe even utilities. But again, one thing I've realized based on game one itself is that during the late stages here, prioritizing your utilities, especially the nades, the smokes, the mollies, is going to be very, very important to actually set yourself up for a better situation.
Utilities are always important.
Yeah.
And especially recently, we're seeing a lot of the usage of Molotovs too, to try and force out the players from their own comfort spots, which really works out well. But at the end of the day, accuracy is something that matters.
Agreed.
We do see a lot of Molotovs sort of put in a misplaced, and that's why that cost him the fight as well. Wildfang's on the screen, I see, and we've seen Wildfangs in the previous game, how they played. Trey Scott was the only man racking up a lot of eliminations, and even the recent third-party tournament that happened, he was the only player putting in numbers, while the rest, they were not able to get that well.
I agree with you. Like what you're saying has a very, very valid point, right? Like he is the guy that is pretty much solo carried his way through here, Trey Scott. But at the same time, he's doing what he can, right? The team, they need to work together as a team. They need to understand strategies. They need to understand what needs to be done to actually win a game. Again, this is a marathon. It's not about showing your biggest skills or everything, because it is the grind for a reason. It's not just about grinding for round 1, round 2. There is also round 1, 2, 3, 4, quarterfinals, semifinals. So planning your pacing is going to be very, very important. And so far, Wildfire, I feel like all they need to maintain right now is just maintain their composure and just be consistent.
Yeah,
that's
the best part is no one gets eliminated from the grind, right? So
agreed.
Everyone's still going to be in the race at the end of the day, no matter if you're going to be at the bottom 8 or top 8. And once again, to let the viewers know, if you do not really know the format, especially for the grind itself, we're currently seeing Group D in action. And the bottom 8 teams, they move on to round 1. The top 8 teams in the overall standings, they directly move on to round 2.
Agreed. And speaking of which is as well here, the grind, they are each and every single team of every group is going to be playing a total of 24 matches. So it is going to be a long grind. And speaking of grinds as well, I feel like right now in this situation, it's just especially this week itself, or maybe this day, just day 1 or day 2. It's all about adapting to what works and what does not work based on the rotations. And so far, we have already seen adaptations here in this map.
And the crazy part is, understanding this, that a lot of the strats are now going to be changed. Imagine in the LAN finals, we might just see complete new reformed strats. We're not going to see a proper end strategy over here. There's always going to be a lot of those tweaks in mid-tournament. And we might just see a lot of mistakes as well, even from the known names.
Well, somewhere along the line, I don't want to be the devil on my right guy, but at the same time, I kind of agree. Sometimes we got to have a little bit of drama, flavor, and also chaos in order to get entertained. But meanwhile, we do see the zone shift coming in. It is going to be centered on towards the Hacienda del Patron. We do see at least 3 to 4 teams already right smack in the middle. But interesting enough, we do see Hope still outside at Campo. I think this is only the second circle, so maybe the third circle, especially it's about to start moving in about 25 seconds. They are going to be in a little bit of trouble there.
The zone's so small.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
at this point,
That's a big shift.
Yeah, it is. It's like a curveball shift off the rip. And teams are now getting caught off guard. Yes, there's a lot of real estate available to try and play with. You've got a lot of that ridges to play with, even a lot of cover. But soon enough, those covers might be faded away. And of course, there's always going to be 2 teams thinking the same way, that, yeah, let's just go for this house, and then we might just see a clash erupting too.
Well, this zone itself is just scary in general, right? Like stage 2, whoa, that's a big cut in the entire circle itself. And because of this cut, I feel like right now, the biggest problem was that will they be able to make it into the zone and find themselves a good position to actually fight off people? And that's going to be the biggest problem for them. And now we do see another team going to be in the face of the zone. Does it hurt that much? Nah, it's not that bad. I think they can still tank it. For now, stage 2. It's only stage 2.
They cannot afford to stay out for too long because the zone's moving pretty quickly. You saw the speed.
Okay.
And the moment the zone closes, a lot of chunks of HP will be deducted. So they need to be careful. And
okay,
only got 2
it's starting to get a
states.
little bit faster right now.
Yeah, it is. It's really fast. So that's exactly what happened to Team Empire. They did not really see this coming. The zone shifted so quick that Team Empire got wiped out outside of the circle itself.
Okay, let me see. Autobots, they are still on the outskirts of Impala and Al Zahar. So that's about 2 kilometers right all the way to Hacienda. With only an average of 2 to 3 first aid kits, I don't think they're going to make it.
Yeah,
to be honest,
like survive.
They have to go now, at least now.
They can make it if they start running right now. If they still delay the rotation, there's a big
I don't
chance
think they will
might
make
just
it
not
if they
make
run,
it.
though. They need to drive at least.
A team that's not going to make it is Aerobots. They're way too far away from the circle, and they've got a big split going on within themselves. One man is all the way towards El Azhar, while the rest 3 are towards Impala, and that's a major shift, but hold on to that thought. DMG Flex Shot, taking shots against a team that's out in the open. He's not going to be able to find anything, but it's more kind of like the suppressive shots that he's taken against the opponents.
Yeah, speaking of shots as well, we do see also an eye for eye already dominating the east side as well here. So if Autobots going to be coming in from the east side, they are going to get a couple of free finishes themselves. But for now, they are pretty set in stone, right? They have inside the zone. They're already set up to actually rotate in here. But guess what? Not a big shift. So they are going to take a little bit chill here, especially now with the zone shifting a little bit slower. And again, we talked about the circle rotations being a little bit different now. The size, big shift, second zone, third zone. After that, 4, 5, 6, it gets a little bit slower. It is going to be requiring a little bit more tactical decisions rather than just rush. Oh no, who comes first? And just play rock, paper, scissors, right?
Now the blue zone's converted into a wall of death.
Oh boy.
The longer you stay out, the more HP will be deducted. And I'm speaking of twice the amount of HP in the past. Hope, they've got a big split going on for themselves. Lee Lim is the only man who's currently inside of the circle, while the rest 3 are all the way far back. Autobots as well, they're going to be another one of those teams on the board. But at least they've got a decent amount of first aids this time around to back them up. So Autobots can keep on moving up. And you can see the players constantly spamming the meds.
Oh,
some of them are taking those painkillers. Some of them are popping those first aids. And you need to keep on doing that.
Agreed. But now, Jen, they are going to get taken down here. Trace God! Out of nowhere, in the nick of time, Gets two very, very big ones for Wildfangs. One from Trace God, one from Scythe. A very, very big pincer
Yeah,
here.
the two assaulters once again racking up eliminations. Seth and Scout, time to step up. It's the map of Miramar. You can have enough time to try and get something done for yourself, but now is the time where you try and find yourself a better spot inside of the circle. And Wildfangs is still in the outskirts, by the way. They need to make it to the safety line. Gen XFM, the team that's going to be in their crosshairs. Sensei not pulling the trigger.
You know, Sensei was known to be a scout before he actually joined this team, right? Like, 'cause he was literally the guy that's going to be gathering information, deciding, and just
Yeah, he was
relaying
the
to his
IGL.
team. And now it seems like he is in his comfort zone. Like, he's always providing information to the team. And because of this, they got two easy finishes. And they were like, you know what? We're going to hit and run and then just leave.
The funny part is, if he's in his comfort zone, then he's not doing good for some reason, man. I mean, that's what the stats say. The previous tournament, Sensei did not even manage to hit double digits properly. And now, I mean, even he has not even gotten a single elimination on the board.
Well, such is life. You know, we learn, we adapt, we improve. That's how life is. But at the same time, now we do see Do or Die having a very, very nice spot here. They are scouting out information across them as well. They do see TC. They are going to get a couple of jabs in as well. Reaper, he's got 322 ammunition. They've got unlimited resources right now. I wouldn't say unlimited, but a decent amount to kind of fend themselves off.
It can last him a while. Do or Die. It's also one of those teams that has gotten a lot of recognition recently. But unfortunately, Balu, the main man's taken down off the rip. And it's quite a bad start. Avnish is also someone that does a lot for the team. And Vince is currently in the playing four. What just happened to Do or Die? Vince is supposed to be the coach of the team, but instead he's currently playing in the playing four.
Well, Zone comes in. Another small shift comes in as well. But at the same time, TMG, they have to get out, Do or Die. They're smack in the middle. They are going to get some heat very, very soon.
I don't understand this. How is the coach playing in the playing four? I don't know what just happened to Do or Die, but let's just hope it works out.
That's the thing, right? Sometimes it's about the weather. Sometimes, you know, it's also experimenting as well. How can the coach the team if they do not know how the meta works? So I think this is them, you know, giving him the opportunity to find data.
Let's just hope that's how it is, man. Imagine if you're with the coach and if you're still making some bad mistakes, then I don't know, man. That's going to be a lot of question marks on the coach himself.
I think it's a very, very smart tactical approach. But again, are they willing to risk more points? Like, are they able to get more points out of it? Again,
Yeah.
the goal here, make it the top 8, that's it.
That's what I'm saying,
Right?
man.
Win or lose, it doesn't matter. Somebody's going to go to round 1, somebody's going to round 2. For them, it's very simple. Consistency is key. Get top 8, good enough.
Yeah, that should be the main goal. We did see Wildfangs and Gen XFM lock horns for a while. And now Gen XFM is taking too much damage from the blue. And at the same time, Wildfang's bullets, they're starting to hurt.
Huh.
He's the only man out in the open like that.
Oh, no.
Evil is trying his best to get
I
something
think
done.
he's gone.
He's got a few more utils,
Okay.
and he ends up blowing himself up because he knows there's no way he's going to survive. And this is what happens, right? Especially when you know that you're not going to be eliminated from the competition anyways. You know you're going to be moving to the main event whatsoever.
Now, I kind of disagree here because if you think about this, right, like if hold that thought for now, Trace God, he's going to find Alpha 6, he's going to go for a couple jabs, but guess what? He did not check every single corner, gets surprised by cracks, and he is going to get taken down.
Yeah, shots were taken. But unfortunately, beautiful reply from the opponents. Alpha 6 once again relying on their firepower. That's what they were known for. The stubborn 4, that's what I like to call them.
Uh-oh.
Wildfangs, the revival's going to be there without any sort of problems, knowing the fact that there's no one really around them for now. They can easily get the revival.
They've lost Sensei as well in the midst of all this chaos, but
Yeah.
now Trace God, he's going to
Oh no.
get knocked, re-knocked once more, and Alpha 6, they know who it is. They are going to try and push forward to get information. They're sending Seraton to kind of scout out for where the rest of members is, but it seems like they don't get a lot of information, but do they want to take this risk? Because there
Trace
are
got-
shots from a lot of people, and now Scout, he's going to get shot as well, but guess what? It's going to be another team from across the other side, and it's going to be TE that joins in with the third party.
If Trey Scott gets confirmed, Wildfangs is done for. He's the only man pulling in numbers, and Trey Scott needs to stay alive, but the moment I say so, Trey Scott gets
He's gone.
eliminated from the game. Scout OP2 is on the verge of getting confirmed. There's no way Scout OP can survive as well. Seth is going to be the only man with a lot of glimmer of hope on the back. Wildfangs, they need to achieve that consistency. They need to have that average on the board.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate here. Meanwhile, another side of the battlefield here, we do see TMG making a hunt as well. Foul. He barely escapes thanks to the cover of the smoke. If not, he might have been run down, but at the same time, he saw Devil. He is going to get a free, easy knock right there. And just like that, they will try to secure some points there.
Still though, Aerobots, all they're doing is waiting for the first moment. But what just happened? A beautiful nade from the opponents. Franklin is able to catch carry too. TMG, this is what they're known for, and Franklin has always been their main playmaker. And just like that, within an instant, here comes the final blow, and that's going to be the deal being sealed. Aerobots Esports, beautiful stuff on the board so far. 4 eliminations racked up. That's going to give them the average that they needed.
That is so much chaos happening at the same time here, and just right at the edge of the zone. And again, now they don't really have a lot of time here. The zone is shrinking very, very quickly, very, very soon here. 25 seconds before it goes in. Aerobots, they need to regroup, they need to reset. But unfortunately to say, Hope, they are the ones taking lead in this charge. They have done damage, they have done their work, and they are going to make their next approach. In this case, 10 seconds is going to be the way to go. Wrap up the fight or just push into the next phase. But seems like their decision is they are going to try and wrap up the fight right now.
Oh no, the nade was tossed in perfectly. And that one nade's going to find a nice 2-piece. The confirmations that they were looking for. Another nade sails in, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin.
Do they have time? Do they have time?
The entire team eliminated, but Hope themselves are now catching a lot of attention. And already they've lost out on one player. Liam, the main man, is not in the game anymore, but still the rest of the players can try and get something done.
Oh no.
And Lim, he's catching a lot of hurt upon himself. He's trying to patch himself up at the same time. But well to OMG, once again, they've got a great compound to play with. But this time, Hope, they're getting ripped apart.
Oh no, Hope, they need to settle down. They need to go for a reset. Unfortunately, they could not find it. Maddie is going to take them all down. Hope, they've lost all hope, leaving only one guy left to actually survive and tell the tale. Meanwhile, well, OMG, they are going to rack up some finishes. We are down towards the 10th team so far. Corey gets completely shut down. And meanwhile, eye for an eye, they are outside as well. They are going to try and make a push down in the middle of this compound. But again, the zone slowly but surely going to consume everyone as of yet.
That's what it seems like. Eye for eye, dead player. The nade's tossed to perfection. Chips out a bit of that damage on the man in the front. Jubilant Divine, they know how much is on the line for them. All eyes on Jubilant Divine, especially Nox in the front. He finally patches himself up. Now his position's noticed too, but even Nox knows where dead player is. He's trying to go for the spam around the corner. Even the wall of death moving in from the back, and dead player.
Okay.
He's got the advantage. He's waiting for Nox to move out in the open. But even Nox, he placed the on game. The longer you stay outside of the blue, the more damage will be dealt against you. And dead player, I don't think so he can survive. The damage is too much, and he will be eliminated by the wall of death.
That was so unfortunate for him. It was a great attempt. However, all things considered, everything must bow down to the circle gods, because as of now, we're down to the 7 teams and 25 remain, and Team Empire right now is going to be in a little bit of an awkward spot, because TCW, as of yet, it seems like they've made noise across the map. We haven't seen too much on screen.
That's an example that greed is not good. He got so greedy to claim that 1 point, and the blue zone instantly worked against him. And this is what I'm speaking of, man. Sometimes realizing the fact that the angle that you've got, it's better to hold that instead of chasing down the opponents.
This is a little bit unfortunate, right? Like I agree. I can agree to disagree, but at the same time, I can see where your point is, because at the same time, you know, he's last man standing. Do what you can, get whatever points you can. Like if he tries to play it safe, he is gonna get cut in the back. So either -1 or +1. So I think taking the +1, not that bad of a deal. But nevertheless, now zone going to be Smackman and Hacienda. This is by far one of my first time seeing end game zones shift rather slowly, if you think about it.
Yeah. This is what's going to happen, especially in the late game, right? The zone's going to be much more bigger, and the shift's going to be slower.
I think because of these decisions, we've seen so much utilities being used as well. And especially now when we hit in towards stage 7, utilities became even more important right now.
I'm just loving the fact that we're able to see a lot of action. That's it.
Yeah.
Because early game, if you remember, it was almost so slow that we could almost take a nap. But now we're seeing the early game action.
I think
and
it
that's
comes
the best
down to
part about it.
I think it comes down to, like, there's so much tactical decisions that needs to be made now.
Yeah.
Like, there's even more now compared to before. If you think about it.
You need to make more decisions with less time.
Yeah.
That's what the deal is. And that's why a lot of teams are now starting to crumble apart. But hold on, Team Cosmic, they've got a beautiful angle to play with. The high ground that they've got. But unfortunately, they're on the edge of the zone too. And what a knock that was from Ernie.
What a shot.
2 shots to the skull, and that's going to seal the deal. You got to feel bad for the team on the receiving end. He does not even know what just hit them.
This is huge. This is really, really huge for Team Cosmic Scripture. And because of it, they have the high ground advantage, especially right now. Stage 6, they have high ground advantage. They are on the edge as well. They oversee almost everyone. So this pretty much guarantees them at least a couple of finishes. But again, it does not necessarily guarantee them the chicken, because when the zone pushes them out, they're in trouble. People are going to ask for payback. You know,
Of course.
if you are the big bad move on top of the roof, in this case, if you've dropped down, people are going to take, I don't know, slippers and smack you in the head.
Everyone's going to try to take the opportunity, right?
Yep.
That's definitely going to happen. And
Oh,
Welt
boy.
OMG, a team that managed to acquire the chicken dinner in the previous game. Now this time around, once again, all the 4 players on the board. It seems like the new zone meta, Welt OMG is able to adapt pretty well.
Speaking of adaptations here, we're down towards the final 17. Well, the OMG, they're doing pretty good so far. They've got 4 men healthy, a lot of defilates, they've got a lot of ammunition as well. They still have vehicles. They've got a lot of room to work with. And fortunately for them, they have taken a lot of space as well. They're pretty spread out, but if you think about it from a strategic standpoint, they are the only team right now with the most amounts of space in the northeast quadrant right now.
Empire, even they're down to just 2-man squad, do or die. Just of Niche able to get any sort of finishes so far. Vets being the coach is still in the playing for. I'm not exactly sure what the thought process was, but I really hope that Do or Die is going to be able to play well after Ved's in the playing for. He can at least try and keep his team in the circle, but then when it comes to the firepower, the rest they need to step up by margin.
Oh, you know, it is going to be now or never, do or die, as the saying goes. You know, sometimes in life, you got to take those chances. You got to make it or break it. But now with the shift comes in once more, it has been shifting only center so far. Like, there hasn't been any edge switches so far, which is a little bit interesting, but I am also concerned because it comes down to my meta, where I made the tier list. Whoever dominates center zone, seems like based on this match itself, it might be not just S, it might be SS tier now.
Yeah, but here's the funny part, right? If you're going to be currently in the center, you will be super exposed. And that's what is currently happening with Welta OMG. They're in the smack center, and everyone's got their eyes locked on Welta OMG. And considering they're constantly taking damage upon themselves, they're burning through a lot of meds. There's going to be a point where Welta OMG is not going to have any sort of meds to patch themselves up. And I would love to see what sort of adaptations we'll see from them. But right now, Maddie has got a beautiful off angle to play with. The man's tapping away, but unfortunately, the confirmation's not going to follow up. But if Welt wants, they can still make the push, but that would be too much greed.
This is so smart coming from OMG, just because of the fact that they actually send him to lurk in the back lines. Like, normally we do see one guy scouting up ahead. This time they sent 3 in the front and 1 guy lurk and going for a huge flank right at the edges, which is insane. So, well, the OMG, they're doing something right this game. They're definitely doing something right.
They were doing pretty good even in the previous game. 4 now, Alpha 6, the stubborn 4, taking a fight against the players of TC, Team Cosmic. Another one of those teams that possesses immense amount of firepower. And this time, Team Cosmic making sure that Alpha 6 will be ripped apart when they challenge him. But Alpha 6 themselves, they've still got 1 man standing. But as soon as I say so, even he gets taken down. That nail's going to be in the coffin. And unfortunately for him, he got taken down by a complete different team.
Yep, Cosmic, they are going to get a couple of pickups here. They are going to try and go in for a reset, but somehow they are going to be A-okay because there is no very, very immediate dangers anytime soon here. They are going to try and go for a reset. And fortunately for them, it is down towards the 4 team. Like, just with a blink of an eye, we're down towards the final 4 team in the final zone. And guess what? Every single team has space. And this is not what we normally see. But because of how we want to encourage late-game tactical decisions, this gives opportunities for teams to actually showcase their firepower.
It's now less RNG in the final few moments because you can have your own cover to play with. Yeah. You can have more ridges to play with in the final moments. But the survival till the late game is going to be tougher for teams now. And that's
Agreed.
what they need to adapt. You will have less time, and you need to come up with a proper rotation soon as possible.
Agreed. And look at this. Welt OMG, they've got so much information. And they've got so much ammunition to work with. But the only thing that's concerning right now, again, they don't really have a lot of utilities. Most of them is on Johnny, who's on the backlines, providing some sort of support later on. And I like this resource management coming in, but again, they need to make it work.
That's what they were...
If they don't hit it, everything's going to go for Reese.
Remember the previous game, Welta OMG, when they could have went in for the push, they were still holding on to that high ground. And I guess once again, they're going to be doing the same thing over here as well. Now, looking at the placements of the team and looking at the positions they've gotten, Team Cosmic in a really awkward spot. If they want to make it inside of the circle, they will have to go through a lot of heat. Welta OMG, they've already got a decent bit of that circle to play with, so they can still be in the closer shoes and the better shoes. But here comes the real struggles. The moment the Team AR starts to push in, everyone's going to be facing a lot of troubles.
Well, in this case, who's going to be the first one to get faced it? Because the zone is about to completely close in. Everybody's got to get out. OMG, they have high ground. They have low grounds as well. They've got a good flank onto its do or die. And Johnny, he cannot afford to be taken down right here. The knees, oh, very, very close.
Really close. Luckily enough, the coach is still alive. A bit of that scratch was definitely there. The man was taken down by just a bit. Welta OMG now being forced by the wall of death. Even they need to push outside of their comfort zone. And Johnny's catching a lot of hurt upon himself. Instantly goes back prone. He's going to be safe for now. But even Team Cosmic is starting to take shots against him. Welta OMG super exposed. They've lost out of one piece, and that's going to be by the name of Nick. But Alibaba Raiders, as I mentioned, the moment they are going to start a move, it will be chaos ensuing all across the board, and that's what's happening.
Well, speaking of happening here, Zone is going to be at a slow pace here. Stage 9 still having a lot of room, and we do see a lot of preemptive measures with those utilities. And eventually, if they don't take advantage of this, it is going to be a little bit of trouble here. Chris, he is going to get found out eventually. The cluster of knees coming in from Team Cosmic eventually finds him, and as soon as this happens, OMG makes their move to go in for the flank. But guess what? They lose Nick. This three-way showdown, OMG got a little bit too aggressive, and now they've lost one, and they've lost an advantage in this fight.
They definitely did. But look at the amount of elimination points the players of DC have. They finally do make this sprint. Bliss gets taken down. Unfortunately for the coach, he was not able to survive that wrap. But even AR now from the sidelines is starting to take the shots to our time as well from the sidelines, making sure that OMG, they're not going to have that much off that comfort zone.
Oh my goodness.
A while ago, we saw OMG in the prime position, but now look at them. They're in a big world of trouble, especially the man's out in the open. He's in the smack center, and he's also going to be the center of attraction soon. But AR, they've got their own troubles brewing up. Wall of death moving from the back. They need to deal with the players of Team Chosen. Can they somehow come out on top of this duel? Team Cosmic is going to be creating a lot of problems soon. But here comes the fight for Maddie. He's trying his best to get something done, but he will be denied instantly. Team Cosmic, now they take a fight against Alibaba Raiders, and here comes the first strike. Malik, he's trying his best, but eventually will be evaporated into thin air. And that will be Alibaba Raiders taking the lead and taking the victory.
What a game coming from Alibaba Raiders. The stalemate between these three big teams who had the best strategic position ended up in favor of Alibaba Raiders just because of one mistake coming in from OMG, which is really, really unfortunate here because, again, it feels like a ripple of effect, right? It's pretty much just a very, very big butterfly effect. That's just a chain of events that happen, which is just really unfortunate because they were the first ones to get, oh no, one of our guys got knocked. But guess what? That knock is the reason they won because the moment they got knocked, OMG came in for the flank. They lost members. They took away the heat that is being pushed by them as well. And it's just, wow. Just insane.
But still, the crazy part is that OMG, at least they were consistent, right? In the top three, they got the elimination points too. They've also got a decent placement points to kick things off with. So I think so in the overall standings, Welta OMG is currently going to be at the top. Underneath them, though, Alibaba Raiders, without a doubt, considering they've got the amount of points that were needed to be there at the top, and considering even they had a lot of elimination points in the end moment. Team Cosmic, though, got to give it to them. We have been seeing this team since the last year, and once again, Team Cosmic is living up to that name.
I would say it might be a little bit of luck here. It might be a little bit of adaptation on when they use the utilities as well. You use it too early, it is going to burn out before the zone actually does anything, right? So I saw a couple of instances coming, especially for this Alibaba Raiders as well. They used it. I was like, oh no. In my mind, I was thinking, this is bad because the zone is still far away. You've dropped it a little bit too early, but because of that one knock, the butterfly effect saved them. I was like, I don't know if, I don't know, Aladdin or something came in with a genie lamp and just gave them a wish for this round or something, but it just feels really, really lucky.
Let's do a bit of
I would
that.
say it's luck.
Let's do a bit of a theory crafting now, right? Teams are struggling to survive till the late game.
Yeah.
But when we move on till the land finale, teams are going to be much more adapted to this entire new zone meta. And imagine in the final few moments, there's going to be so many teams alive, I see, that we will see chaos just all over the entire game.
Agreed. I perfectly agree. But of course, to further clarify on what I'm about to explain, let's take a look at the highlights here to give you guys a little bit of clarity on how things actually happen as well. Because it seems like based on this match itself, especially the first two zones, we are going to see a very, very big heavy team fight. And you talked about this as well. We are going to be expecting a lot of early aggression. But eventually, when it comes to like Circle 3, Circle 4, Circle 5, this is where tactical advantage plays a huge factor. Because you are not going to go full commitment.
Yeah.
You're not going to commit to a full fight. Eventually, it needs to be slow and steady, slow and steady.
So this new zone meta is sort of a good thing and a bad thing for early game action. Because when teams do start to adapt, when they know how to survive the early game, we might just not see action even in the late game. Because all the teams are going to be super safe because we know the circle's moving so slow and the circle's so big, everyone's going to have some sort of compound to play with. But then the moment hits, as soon as the stage 8 hits, that's where the real chaos will start to ensue. Because the action will start to happen completely randomly, and it's tough to keep track of what's going to be happening in the future.
Yeah, agreed. And speaking of keeping track as well, I think one of the biggest factors that are in both games thus far, based on what we've seen so far, OMG is the team that has been making a lot of adjustments and also planning the rotations very, very well.
Splits.
Yeah, their splits has been really, really important. I think, like you talk about Johnny as well being the coach, he has made a lot of very, very good decisions that enable them to get to that stage.
Especially the man who flanked all the way from the back, right?
Yeah,
Even
that was
quite
very
a great
risky
split.
play.
Yeah, 3-on-1 split going in and perfectly was able to find the knockout too, just neutralizing the threat in the front and buying them enough time to adjust accordingly to the entire circle. But knowing the fact that Vel's OMG is dominating, even Alibaba Raiders doing pretty good, Wild Fangs once again failed.
That is... Okay, because game 1 I kind of had a disagree here, but based on what I've seen game 2, I kind of agree on your side right now.
Exactly, that's been the main problem, man. The players just not able to activate themselves. Trey Scott's the only one getting something done. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to a short promo that we've got lined up for you guys.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, God, why I'm master time. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
ए, किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आया कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब in the BGMI lab.
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Welcome back after that short little break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025 The Grind. This is Super Johnny back on the panel again, joined by Icy Baby over here. We just got to witness that incredible game of Miramar, and of course we expected those changes to happen. The pace of the game getting a little bit quicker during the earlier stages and then the massive drop during the mid stages. But Icy Baby, next is Sanhok. Sanhok was never slow to begin with.
Okay.
Yes.
I know you have a very chaotic nature, but before we talk about chaos right now, one thing's for sure right now is that you guys are currently watching realme BGIS 2025, and of course this event is brought to you by Realme, the brand that's redefining gaming performance with the Realme P3 Series 5G, born to slay, made for gamers like you. This phone is going to be coming out very, very soon. So be sure to check it out and also do a Google search because we might be giving you guys some awesome prizes.
Oh, of course. I mean, there's going to be amazing rewards waiting for you. And it's as simple as just going on to Google and looking for the Realme P3 Series 5G. That's all you have to do.
Exactly. And the more you click, the chances are, again, this year is a new year. New year, we have to redefine ourselves.
Yeah.
And right now, here, in our tournament, we are here to shape and help and redefine the ecosystem.
Exactly.
And right now, guess what? Prize pool increasing based on certain crates. So the more you click, the more you search, chances are it is gonna be very, very good prizes.
And I'm glad you keep saying redefining because we just redefined how BGMI has been played for almost the last 2 years with this year, 2025. But let's have a look at the numbers of the performances of the players in the previous game. We do have the MVP to kick things off. It is going to be Avnish from Do or Die. 5 finishes to his name, 71% finish contribution. So he was doing almost all of the heavy lifting for his team.
Agreed. DOD, they were one of the menaces to actually hit the downfall of OMG in that particular fight as well. But the rest of the top 5 players here, we do have Avni, we have Shira, Empire, we have Zaim, and also Johnny. And guess what? Johnny, your twin, is playing out of his mind. The code for OMG, just doing some really, really good plays.
Hey man, that's the thing. If your name is Johnny, you are automatically set up for success, right? It's been proven. I mean, we've already had 2 Johnnies in the industry. Now the third one's entering, so I'm sure he's going to go.
What about Johnny English?
Johnny English, yeah, he's a brilliant spy, right?
Sure.
Reborn.
I'll take it. But of course, congratulations to Alibaba Raiders as well. They were able to take the chicken dinner. Didn't want to take too much away from their limelight, but game 2, they were struggling. But at the same time, you know, they were able to get a chicken dinner. That's 10 points for them. But at the same time, OMG with 13 points as well. It's not that far of a gap. So you have to balance out between placement and also finishes.
Yeah, and right now the objective of all of these 16 teams is to stay inside the top 8 so that they can qualify for round 2 of BGIS rather than going for round 1 where they have to go up against 1,000+ teams all at once. But after the first 2 games, OMG sitting up on top of that leaderboard, Team Cosmic right behind them, Alibaba Raiders on the 3rd, Do or Die on the 4th with 14 points, Wild Fangs, the biggest name in this lobby, struggling with 12 points as of now. But again, the journey is just starting. One big game, everything can change. But Aerobots, now this is interesting. 2 games done and dusted. They have no placement points yet. 11 eliminations secured, though, in the first 2 games.
Agreed. And at the same time, Team Hope there, they have something very, very interesting as well. Out of 2 games, they've got 8 finishes in total, but 0 placement points. So far, they've had very, very good gunfights. Like, I think at the start of yesterday, Insider as well, Karan, our director, did mention that, oh, you're going to be expecting a lot of aggression. Most of these teams get a little bit of aggression. They are trying it out, but at the same time, too much might be a little bit too much, you know? You would say, like, would you take an early bomb rush kind of strategy?
I mean, hey man, it's me. I will always just drop Clash and go for that early 4v4. You go in, secure those 4 points, get out as quickly as possible. Because at the end of 24 matches, I believe if you want to stick around the top 8, 4 to 5 points per game is going to get the job done. And even as you mentioned, right, the Team Hope, 8 points of finishes, no placement points secured. Even if they continue playing like this every single game, imagine they get 4 eliminations, I think they will end up in the top 8.
Agreed. Again, it doesn't really matter who's first or second, right? What matters is consistently getting enough points to make it a top 8 and skip round 1. Because I'm pretty sure for a fact, if you are put in round 1, means chances are you need to play more matches. You have to play more matches. More matches means more chances to make mistakes. You don't really want to take those risks. Or, in this case, not just mistakes, revealing too much of your play styles, your habits, and strategies to professional coaches and analysts through all out of India. They are gonna nitpick every single detail, 100%.
Oh, of course, and of course you will be facing them in the later elimination stages of the tournament, which no one wants to be sent back home after putting in so much work and so much effort, right? So, as we talk about it, top 8 is the place to be right now for these teams, and with just 2 matches done and dusted, a grand total of 22 games still left, it is time to find how you want to play around in these new zone structures, in these new zone timings, and just find that stability either tomorrow or the day after. Tomorrow, I think it's the last day to run experiments. Today, I think it's just an all-out war between everyone. Everyone's just going to try new things, new rotation timings, new pathways, whether you can actually go for a wide rotation anymore in the 3rd stage, because that was an option earlier on. Now that has been taken away.
You know, not gonna lie, I would like to apologize to you guys who's watching at home as well here. We were expecting an opening bang all the way here. We are both here just nerding out, geeking out. It's like, guys, it's a new patch. There's so much things to talk about. And guess what? It is kind of annoying to work with here. So instead of talking about nerd stuff, I think we have something very, very exciting for you guys. And guess what?
And guess what? It is the next game of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. I like it, I see. Something very exciting. What could be more exciting than a Sanhok where you get to hit stage number 4 at the 12-minute marker?
Oh my god. Now that you mention it. Okay. So, from what I've analyzed based on how the circle work here, Erangel is still pretty rushed.
Yeah.
Pretty aggressive. Miramar, you have more room to work with, especially for the first 2 circles.
Yeah.
Because of the layout itself and how the roads are designed. But because of how big of a shift for first 2 circles, I'm genuinely concerned for Sanhok. Because even in the old circle, Sanhok itself is already very difficult to rotate. So I think this map itself might be the definition of bloodbath or chaos.
I 100% agree with you, and right now, that is the one thing that I want to witness. It makes me so happy. You know, one thing added to that, if you want to max the chaos, I would want to see a Camp Alpha circle. That's just going to be... oh, it's going to be insane.
You're an absolute sadist, my friend. You are an absolute sadist. But now, before we talk about sadist here, I'm going to make a bold prediction right now.
All right.
Okay? By the 2nd circle, there would only be maybe 7 to 8 teams.
7 to 8 teams.
Okay.
So around 30 players.
Yeah. Miramar had, just now, Miramar the map, 2nd circle had 11 teams.
Yeah.
Ooh, so I think it's safe to put it 7-8 right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think 7 to 8 teams, but who's going to be the first one to get taken out now? That is what we have to see. As Eye for Eye, it seems like, are in a drop clash against the side of Aerobots. And Aerobots, I mean, they had a pretty decent start on the map of Erangel. And now on Sanhok, let's see if they can bring in that firepower once again. Eye for Eye, though, I was surprised to see them get taken out on Miramar the way that they did, considering on Erangel they played exceptionally well. Their pressure handling was absolutely brilliant, but this time it seems like they want to be the one building up the pressure on the side of Aerobots.
I think it came down to unfortunate circumstances, right?
Yeah,
like Eye for an Eye, they started with a drop clash and then they could just got third party. But guess what, Chief? He's out in open proning and he could not even get the knock in, and he's going to get scouted out, and that's going to be 1 point to Mysterious 4.
Yeah, Mysterious 4, an awkward
They're mysterious.
interaction. Yeah, they are mysterious, but it seems like Hope had no idea on how they wanted to execute that play. Chiefly's position initially was not compromised.
Did you not see that? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit stunned by the drip coming from Krishna just now. That was a really nice drip.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see a few more of those as the tournament goes on. I see there's gonna be new stuff being introduced. That is one more thing that keeps me hyped about BGIS.
Is it the esports box?
That is gonna be there.
Crate?
Yeah, the crate is gonna be launched soon. And of course, there's gonna be new stuff that Craft in India esports, Craft in India is gonna introduce inside of the game.
You are the worst person to share secrets with. I
Why?
swear. You spill too much tea to everyone.
Hey man, I mean, I'm just hype. I want to get my hands on all of those things. I'm pretty sure the viewers watching also want them.
Why not just, you know, give us... Wait, is it by any chance the realme P3 Series 5G? I mean, we're talking about the game, and yeah, Aerobots, esports, they are still in a stalemate with Jubilant this time. And they've lost one member, and obviously, again, Sanhok is going to be the map where, getting weaponaries, getting utilities is very, very easy. But again, rotation is going to be the biggest selling point. The first zone showed himself not that big of an issue. You can play a little bit chill, you can play a little bit slow, but second circle is where it's a do-or-die situation. You know, no pun intended, but it is going to be a do-or-die situation where you have to wrap up your fights as quickly as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you do not thin the herd and it gets too crowded, it becomes a game of chance rather than a game of skill.
That is true. And I believe because of that, right now, everyone is trying to play the fundamentals of the game. Just go for the center, hold on to a strong cover, and then wait for the next shift to happen, and then rinse and repeat. Charge for the center, find a cover position, hold on for your dear life. But with everyone playing the fundamentals, everyone eyeing out for the center, which it seems like is the Paradise Resort as of now. There's a massive cluster of teams, and eye for eye, they need to get indoors as quickly as possible. Otherwise, in the next 2 minutes, they're going to be surrounded by so many different teams. At least 4 I can see closing in right now.
Oh boy, this you got what would you wish for, Johnny. It is going to be absolute chaos, and you know, it's only the first zone. And everyone is already too scared to make rotations, which is a little bit ironic, in my opinion. But again, it makes sense because of how small the circle already shifts, especially in the map of Sanhok. So, well, as of now, we do see a drive-by coming from TEC. Alpha 6 does scout this out, but does he want to take the risk? Oh no, they know exactly where they are. It might be a wraparound as well. TC, they are going to go for Crash.
And there we go, the fight initiated. But Cario from the side of Alpha 6 is going to be the first man to get knocked out. And Alpha 6 looking to recover cracks, as you mentioned. He was trying to see if he could secure a trade knock, but I think it is time to head for a reset, because even the backlines are going to be compromised. There's another team looking to move in. It is going to be Team Empire. And of course, if you are going to be the ones in the open, you are going to be the ones getting taken out. So Alpha 6, they're going to try and scramble, find some cover for themselves, and just try and stay alive. Lost a player this early in the game. Not a great start for Alpha 6.
Yeah, I don't think Alpha 6 was actually realizing how much of an immediate threat Cosmic was. Like, they weren't expecting, they were just going for the crash, and because of that, they were just caught off guard. Like, the idea of scouting, getting formation was smart, but losing member right at the back, not expecting that, hey, he might get jumped on. Can we back him up? Oh, wait, mistakes were made. But again, it is all about adaptations. But as of now, VST going head-to-head against Eye for an Eye. We do see Beast all by himself. He needs some sort of backup. But backup is so far away.
Yeah.
Be quiet, my friend. Don't make any moves.
Yadnesh is closing.
I need help. Oh, boy. I think Eye for Eye, they heard him. I think someone heard him. They just don't exactly know what they heard.
I mean, he has a nade in his hand, but I believe he hasn't pulled the pin yet. He is prepared, but Yadnesh in the backline spotted out, and now Yadnesh is going to be the one kicking things off. The opening knock secured, visual OP getting taken out, and no one from the side of Eye for Eye accounted for Beast. The nade looks good, and he's going to try and see if he can find the connection. This time it does connect, and visual OP is going to be finished off. His teammate Raikon, no other option left for him. He's going to have to run back for his life and try and stay alive. VST, brilliantly done, I have to say. Things could have been a lot worse for them if Beast got taken out over there.
Well, hesitation made them blunder. But nevertheless here, the big review, ladies and gentlemen. The second circle comes in, and the shift.
It's good. I like it.
It's not that bad, right?
Yeah, boot camp. It's quite open surroundings.
Actually, now that you mention it, from my perspective, it looks not that bad. But considering how much smaller it is, let's talk about rotations in, right? Like northeast, there's a pathway. Well, quarry out of the question. South, nothing. Pine. It's not that bad. It's not that bad yet. Yet.
It's bad.
There's still a lot of buildings to work with. There's still a couple compounds outside of boot camp. There's a couple compounds back Painan. Maybe not so much on quarry. You don't really want to be out and open there. Very, very risky. But down to the south, we do see a huge cluster right now.
But look at what is happening as they try to rotate inside of the circle. Team Empire are going to be caught off guard, and it is going to be Gen XFM along with Wildfangs coming in for a third party. The knock was secured by Dhruv. but it was the players from the side of Wildfang who have stolen that point away. And this is what I want to talk about. The entire southern edge and the southeastern edge of the play zone right now. There's a massive cluster. There are 4 teams, 3 fighting in front of us with Wildfangs coming for a charge. Dhruv, can you handle this? So much damage dish down, but he hasn't secured the knock. Maybe the next shot will connect, but the cover fire from the distance is just brilliant. And it is going to be Safe who finds the knock. Can they secure this extra finish point for themselves? Wildfangs are going wild indeed.
What a save coming from Saif and the rest. Scout as well. The suppressed fire was what they need to get Sensei out, and he got out. So nicely done coming from Wildfangs. They got 1 knock, but can they wrap up the rest of Gen X? And it seems like Saif, he does scout a pixel. Gets a couple of chip damage in, but that's all, you know? A little bit of a surprise jump scare, but again, looks like my prediction is kind of off. It's only second circle, and there's still 16 teams, my friend.
Oh, I mean, we are going to see the collapse happen soon, Icy. Don't worry. The
Okay,
next
okay,
4 minutes
I'll wait.
are going to be brutal.
Okay.
And
It's technically, if the zone doesn't completely closes, it's still...
Yeah.
Money is still alive, right?
I mean, sure, but look at what is happening in Paradise Resort now. It's Aerobots up against Jubilant Divine. 2 players picked off from the side of Aerobots, so they're struggling for numbers. And of course, we can't really forget Eye4Eye, who've been stalking this entire compound for the first 10 minutes of the game. They've been on the outside, waiting for someone to just come running out into the open, thinking it's safe, and just strike the final blow upon them, secure that point. But Jubilant Divine, a 2v2 against Aerobots, and it seems like Nox's position was compromised. Can Dason make a few moves to help his teammate evade that pressure?
Well, in this case, Dason, you're all by yourself. He got 2 pumped right at the top, and now with a couple of chip damage from the nades, you've got 10 bullets with the S12K. There's nothing really much you can do. They're lobbing a couple of nades here. Can he get the shot in? There's going to be 1 down, but the nade will connect from Ingard. And that's going to be the full finish. 1 team down and the second circle to go. But again, 10 seconds left on the clock. Seems like only 1 team, my friend. My money is pretty much gone.
Well, there's going to be the second team about to be eliminated. Aim God. Oh my God, he's managed to juke the players of Eye4Eye, and he's running for his life. They ran right in front of him, and somehow he's just managed to evade the entirety of the opposing squad. Finally, they spot him out, and now I think he's going to get finished off over here. If he clutches this out, 1v4, ooh, that's going to be so impressive, but I think the odds are stacked against him. He has a DBS on the ready.
It's gone.
Oh, that's the first knock. Can he get the second one as well? That was a very, very pixel-perfect shot. He sees the second play outside the window, but too much pressure now. No HP remaining. It's still a DBS. 1 shot to the head, and the players are going to hit the floor. No utility available, but hey, a good reset.
Okay.
He forced them to cancel the revive.
All right.
I see.
Okay, he's got 2 bullets. 2 bullets, 2 guys. No!
Why? He opened up the door for them. Why would you do that, man?
Tunnel vision. He wasn't expecting somebody to peek there, and because of that, they get completely knocked off in this map. It's going to be eliminated right there, and then ARZ out on 15th place. Meanwhile, Circle 3 already starting to move here, and guess what? I'm not sure if you've noticed so far, because before that fight, we showed the cameras on how the circle is, and guess what? It's so small that it's centering all the way to the middle of boot camp.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see now. VST, they had early control of boot camp, and after I think they realized that, all right, this is where the game might come to an end, they did fall back, and now if they can manage to hold on to that compound, that safe haven of theirs till the end of the game, this should be a big one for the side of VST, but TMG on our screens. Spotting out the players from the side of Autobots in the distance, but I think they've lost now the track of those players, and they're just waiting to see where they can strike the first blow.
Speaking of a spot here, Arthur, he does see a pixel right on top of the bootcamp there, and that's going to be the guys coming in from VST. But again, TMG, they've got all this information. They're doing a little bit of chip damage here and there, but again, this circle, it's a bit weird because it feels
very
like
weird, man.
It feels very similar to Miramar just now, where it's kind of just completely collapsed in the middle. And again, this time it's going to be in the middle as well. But Alpha 6 looks like they are going to be in a little bit of a blunder there. Scout OP finds one right off the bat, and now another one from Safe. with the finish. And that's going to be 3 easy points to Wildfangs.
Oh man, Wild Fang still looking quite strong in terms of their firepower. I mean, Scout OP also putting up a finish on the board for himself in this game. And I like the fact that Wild Fangs, they're playing against what everyone else is doing. They're going the exact opposite direction. While we're seeing most of the teams looking and eyeing out for the center, Wild Fangs are sticking towards the edges.
I think we kind of consider this, right? Like, third circle is still okay. But speaking of third circle being okay here, Hope. They find a little bit of hope on the side. They find 1, and that's going to be 2. Another 2 easy points for Hope. And again, they have been known to be fragging out almost, 4 games per match? So 4 finishes per game. And now this is going to be the 3rd game so far. They've got 2 more to go. And you talked about consistency. They've been very consistent, but unfortunately for them, Zone is not favoring them at all.
Oh man, the circle just completely moving away. Still in boot camp, VST, they are going to be celebrating over there, but they need those finish numbers as well. VST were able to get 1 elimination point when they went out to scout. I think it was one of the players from the set of I4I. They were able to pick off, and then they just completely fell back. But I4I now just outside of boot camp. And this shack is not going to get a lot of attention, at least until the late game stages. But on that finish feed, it seems like VST are going up against OMG, who were trying to breach the circle from that northern side, but the access to the triple warehouses, it has been denied.
The triple warehouse all the way to the north there, usually people just don't really want to play around it, just because yes, it's a big compound, but it's a lot of loopholes, especially from the north point of entry, where people are desperately going to be seeking salvation or sanctuary in a certain degrees. But meanwhile, OMG, they do, well, deny the hope. It's off hope. And now Corey is the last hope for hope. No pun intended, but yeah. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Well, luckily for him, OMG seem a little bit distracted. Nick charging forward with the UMP. Gets on top of that rock, and that's the cleanup. Man, that was a heroic play right there.
Damn. That was the fastest wrap-up
Yeah.
right from the get-go. A very, very quick one coming from OMG. Very tactical, very decisive. And so far, again, World OMG has convinced me in 3 games thus far that every decisions they have made has been very tactical, very quick, and very refined. And I don't know if it's just the coach or the staff or it's just individual skill, but their comps are really spot on.
Yeah, I mean, the communication and with how...
Their shot calling has been on point, to be honest.
Yeah.
Very, very strong. But on the finish feed as well, we do see Scout finding a couple of knocks here and there. OMG also taking a couple of fights here and there. OMG actually losing Maddie in the process, so I think Wildfangs is taking a fight with them.
And they are an M4, I mean, not in a good position. Grind and Sketch knocked out. Wildfangs still have their numbers advantage to work with, but with Team Cosmic right beside them, it is going to be interesting to see how quickly they collapse. M4, they are allowed to fall back. This should not happen. Otherwise, the points are going to go away. But with Trace got knocked out, I think Wildfangs, they made the decision of going for a reset. And look at that, the points being stolen by the players of I4I in the back lines. Hero is going to be the last player left alive from the side of M4. And Wildfangs right now, by the way, this 3-1 split of theirs is forced upon them because Seth was left on top of that hill to just keep the players of Team Cosmic distracted. He's done a brilliant job up until now, but now it might be time to start regrouping with the rest of the squad.
Yep, too much heat is on their favor. And guess what? I4I, Raccoon, is going to be looking to try and jeopardize a couple of easy picks right here. But at the same time, he's all by himself. But he hasn't really given a lot of information yet, but he needs to start making noise to kind of scare people off. Wildfang's still deciding whether or not do they take this because they don't really know how many players are in it. But eventually, they have to make the play because the zone has 1 minute before it completely closes in, and it's the stage 5 circle. And now we're finally entering towards the late stage of the game where the circles are going to be a little bit slower, more rooms to work with, but we do see nades and fights across the map.
Oh, the nades come in, and Ninja's gonna get knocked out, but the trade for the opposing side also comes through. Aerobots retaliating, Gen XFM down to the last man, and Evil, he's stuck in the blue zone as well. The first aid kicks in at the very last second, but
he dropped
helping his teammates recover, it's gonna be impossible. That is why they're dropping those first aids. He needs to find that frag, and if he does, it's gonna be the end for Alibaba Raiders, but no, Rio on the flank was still alive, and the last shot does connect, but Rio reveals his position, and from the backlines, he's gonna get shot, and Alibaba Raiders, they do not even get a single second to celebrate over here. Instant third party, instantly forced to run for their lives.
What a party pooper, but meanwhile, the fun is not over because TMG, they also have to make a run for their life. Bootcamp may be one of the safest plays, but as of now, it is the hardest fortress to push in because every single corner right now in bootcamp is completely dominated. VST right in the center as well. Do or die on the southwest as well. It is going to be very difficult here, but Wildfangs and what?
What was that? That's just horrible driving, man. Serving those finishes on a silver platter, and Scout OP gladly accepts every single one of them. Wildfangs are going wild in this game. 11 eliminations secured. This is going to be the big one that all of their fans were hoping for.
What a clutch from Scout OP. He was holding a nade, saw the car rushing in. Guess what? I'm going to lob it right at the feet of everyone and just gets completely obliterated. Wow, Fangs. This is the Wow Fang we're talking about. This is the Scout that we know him for.
Oh man, that barrel roll right there, that just completely ruined the day for the side of Team Cosmic. But look at this, eye for eye. Raikon in particular, he's done such a brilliant job surviving till now, but can he secure those finishes, especially with the players of VST lending a helping hand as Wildfangs were trying to close in for the bootcamp position. Two of the players did get dropped, and now it's down to the IGL Sensei, who will not survive because a nade from Raikon just wraps things up in a matter of seconds. And look at this, stage 6, 4 teams alive, 13 players remaining in the game.
Yeah, and somehow Raccoon is still made it all the way to the top 4 just by being very, very sneaky. So that's a decent amount of placement points. And guess what? They've got a total of 6 finishes. So I'd say they've done their job. He's going to play the healing game. But at the same time, the next phase of the zone is still pretty close. I think he's got... Well, he doesn't really have much more time. That's the last first aid. You got to run. 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 Oh, okay. There's no way to survive this.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
This position was
Sayonara.
compromised for the last 10 minutes, man. VST knew exactly where he was.
I think it's still a win. It's a win for them, to be honest, for I4FI.
Yeah.
4th place, a lot of finishes. That's a big dub.
I agree with that. I mean, I think it's a big game, and considering they started the match with losing a player very early on, if you remember, Beast was the man who got that pick. This turned out to be better than what I expected.
Yeah,
and I think even what they expected, to be honest.
Final stage, stage 7 thus far. Final 3 teams, 12 remaining. This is 4 very, very healthily decked out teams. VST, the center of it all, gonna be right in the middle of this heat. They have seen all this noise, but have they capitalized on this? It seems so far, despite all the commotions, only 3 finishes, and I don't think that's gonna be enough.
Yeah. I mean, VST, I think the finishes were denied to them because of the fact that everyone was fighting on the outer side, but they can rack up those numbers now. 2 teams to go up against the 4v4v4. And now do or die. Last pixel of HP. Could not make it through. Balu, he's going to suffer the same fate. And it seems like do or die are just going to die out to the blue zone. 2 teams left alive. It is VST up against the Autobots, who are ready to roll out. They have everything going for themselves, but they need to find that first opening knock.
Oh, do or die. They looked like cucarachas, but unfortunately to say, they could not survive the zone. They tried to find any small little hole to rotate in, but unfortunately, the zone just hurts too much.
Oh, I thought it was going to connect. Shiraj, he's extremely lucky over there, but counter nades coming in, and this time they do connect, kind of. Kidda is going to be on a sliver of HP, but which of these 2 sides is going to find the opening knock? Whoever finds the first knock inside of this fight is gonna help their team survive. And look at this, it's gonna be VST kicking things off, kick knocked out. Orva is there right next to him, but there's absolutely no way to find that revive this late in the game. Orva is gonna get taken out by the blue, barely managed to survive with a sliver of HP, but as the push comes to shove, VST Beast leading the charge, looks in the wrong direction, still finds the knock as the shots connect, and this is the end of Sanhok. VST, they have done it. Decent number of eliminations, I see. This is what they were hoping for. The last man is gonna get banned, and that is the end right there. A brilliant winner chicken dinner. A lot of patience on display, to be honest, because they were just stuck in boot camp for basically the entirety of the match.
Not gonna lie, it further solidifies what I've been trying to tell Necro just now at the start of the game here. The meta tier list for center teams. You know, it was S tier now. Rotations, maybe it might be SS so far, because again, I don't really have a lot of data to work with. I've only got 3 maps worth of data, and all 3 maps, zone has been shifting right in the center, which is weird, but again, I don't know. It feels like people gotta figure out the meta right now for the rotations. Is it inside zone, outside zone, or is it edge zone?
I think the timings have just been completely thrown out the window right now, and that is something that everyone needs to go back to the drawing board and rediscuss. As far as playing the center, again, I believe it's just the fundamentals of the game, and that is why we are seeing a lot of those teams do that. But the problem with playing the center in a position like this, right, we saw them do it on Erangel, we saw them do it on Miramar, and then everyone at the same time thought, alright, if we can't play the center late game or mid game, we're going to try and play the edge. And that is why VST were suffocated for those finishes in this match, because everyone was fighting on the edge. Everyone got taken out by each other on the edge. By the time the end game rolled around, they had what, like 4 eliminations.
I think it comes down to a situation where each team have to figure out a very solid strategy on how they want to tackle this situation. This is the situation they have been put in. They have to make a big call. And OMG, they have been making a lot of rush calls. Unfortunately for game number 3, especially in Sanhok, they got taken out rather early. And I don't want to say Custer's curse, but I feel like sometimes you guys gotta do or die. It's a make or break situation.
It is a make or break situation right now, at least as far as the first opening day of this realme BGIS 2025. The grind is considered for all of these teams. But as we have a look at the highlights of this game of Sanhok, I have to say, what you were saying, I think, was implemented perfectly by Wild Fangs in this matchup. 11 eliminations secured, and this was the play that we were talking about. With Trace got knocked out, Sensei and Scout just went all ham on these lads. It was just one small mistake they made, man. They made a small mistake of tumbling that car, and as you mentioned, Scout OP with that nade just wiping the floor.
Not gonna lie, that play coming from Scout left me completely speechless during that cast, and I was like, dude, that is a goat moment right there. A literal goat moment from Scout OP.
But that was very risky. You have to agree with that, because a few pixels off and he would have taken out his own teammates.
So the reason why I feel like that was like a goat moment was that, yes, he's cooking the nade, he's gonna lob it, but as soon as he saw the crash coming in, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna drop it right at the edge where they are gonna crash in, and then just hug by the tree and wait for the explosion. And guess what? His timing was so spot on. As soon as the explosion come in, he picked out. And I was like, wow, that's a... Okay. Okay, that's a Scout thing to do. That's sick. That was sick.
It was a very high-risk, high-reward play, and luckily for Wild Fangs, they were able to reap the rewards. Unfortunately, no chicken dinner, though, although a lot of finishes were secured and a few extra placement points. But it is going to be interesting to see how they play the second half of the day right now moving forward, because now the rotation is going to be flipped. Next is going to be Sanhok again, then Miramar, and then the last map of the day is going to be Erangel. But ladies and gentlemen, before we continue on with our journey, we have a quick promo lined up for you guys. Let's have a look at what it is.
भाई ये देख नया फोन, इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, इसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है।
अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है। ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तू नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं? टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP। TPP। FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर। विनर चिकन डिनर।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, this time it is going to be Necro joining me back on the panel. And it is going to be interesting to see how the next half of the day turns out. Necro, we've seen all three maps that are there in the competitive rotation right now, and everyone now has gotten used to the new settings.
And you know I'm a big fan of the map of Sanhok, right? Action, that's what I like to see. And the previous game especially, finally we saw a little bit of that up from the side of Wildfangs, right? Because game 1, yeah, okay performance. Game 2, Wildfangs were completely lost. Game 3, once again, back in action. Had a lot of elimination points to kick things off with.
Exactly, but before we move on to move forward with the show, a quick shout out to our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. That's Realme for making this amazing gaming experience possible. Remember that the Realme P3 Series 5G, it's going to be launched soon, and you will have an opportunity to have that ultimate gaming companion for yourselves. Spawn to slay, it's time to take your gaming to the next level. And of course, we are going to take matches to the next level, of course, with the next few maps now. Because for the first time ever, by the way, there is a lot of redefining happening, right? We are sticking to the theme that Realme has also set for their device, redefine gaming. We are going to redefine the competitive circuit this year, because for the first time ever, 2 back-to-back Sanhoks.
Exactly, and that's what I'm a big fan of, right? Finally, we're going to see a lot more action this time around. Yeah, Vikendi too, it does deliver that action, but a little bit too late inside of the game, man. That's why Vikendi was a little bit iffy. But in my opinion, Sanhok, much more of a better option. I'm a big fan of Mappa Sanhok, and considering we get to see that early game clashes too, that just adds on the spice even more. Especially teams like Alpha 6, they're just going to bring in even more action.
I just wanted to say, someone forces you to say good things about Vikendi, right?
Well, I mean, maybe.
But anyways, I think it's time to start talking the numbers of the previous game. We are going to have the MVP of the match, Raycon from i4i, and while his team might not have won that game, his individual performance was absolutely brilliant. They walked away with 6 eliminations in total, 5 coming in from Raycon, 83% finish contribution. And the reason it's impressive is, as me and Icy were talking about it, i4i was one of the first team to lose players.
Yeah, exactly. i4i is one of those teams that is trying to play for the average. If you saw the game 1, they had a great high ground to play with, focusing a lot more on the elimination points. Unfortunately, they were not able to sustain the wrath of the lobby for too long. They got taken down. Game 2 as well, i4i trying to keep that consistent average. And now over here too, i4i once again getting those elimination points on the board. You've also got Aerobots Esports on the entire board too. 4 eliminations racked up from that man. But as we move on towards the point standings, VST, a big game coming in from their side. 7 finishes and 10 10 placement points. That's going to give them 17 points in total. But Wild Fangs, 11 finishes on the board, and they only had 3 position points.
And Wild Fangs just went completely wild in this game. 14 total points. That is definitely going to propel them quite high up in that leaderboard. Eye for Eye as well, 10 points secured. Again, we all know who to thank. Raikon from the side of Eye for Eye. Autobots as well. Brilliant rotations coming in from Autobots, but towards the end, I really did not understand how they want to approach that fight against the players of VST. But hey, look at the overall leaderboard now. OMG still leading the charge with 32 points secured. Cosmic on the second with 29 points in total. And then there's Wild Fangs, who have just 7 placement points in the 3 games that they've played. But in terms of eliminations, they are leading the charge.
OMG is a prime example of what consistency can give you. Game 1, Game 2, OMG were super consistent. Even the map of Miramar, we saw some great moves being pulled out by that team. But TC2, you can't really forget Team Cosmic. Even they've been super consistent on the board. All 3 games, Team Cosmic, once again able to get the probable points, and they're doing pretty okay too. Wild Fangs, once again back in the race. I'm loving to see that the top 5 at least are someone that we expected.
Exactly. I mean, it was going to be close for sure, but now I think the top 5 of the leaderboard right now, you talk about OMG, you talk about Wild Fangs, all of these teams are going to start showcasing their true colors, because at this point, halfway marker of the day, I understand, but at least for today, they have a better understanding of what everyone else is doing. We saw that in action from the side of Wild Fangs in the previous game. We saw that in action from the side of VST as well. Now, once they play the same teams again in the new settings for the second time, we can expect there to be a massive spike in performances.
Of course, man. Now, teams are still trying to get used to the new zone meta, right? Understand the timings, when they need to rotate, how can you survive for as long as possible. There's so many possibilities that they're trying to get used to, which makes a lot of sense, too, considering it was just announced yesterday. That's why we see a lot of teams struggle as well, and one of the prime examples is Team Empire. Team Empire, they like to rotate late inside of the circle, but because of this change, they can't pull that off anymore. They need more first states to pull off a strategy like that.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw the impact of that in the very first game of the day. Erangel, when they were taken out by the blue zone, and again, I mean, it is just a miscalculation. I believe it's a miscalculation on the amount of damage you take inside of the game, because you cannot really forget the fact that these players have been playing under the old settings for years now.
Exactly.
Right? And you've gotten used to, just by nature, you just not even look at the zone, you just think, all right, now it's the 10-minute marker, now we move to stage 2. But no, now 10-minute marker means stage 3.
The crazy part is, majority of the strategy, especially when it comes to rotations, revolved around the blue.
Exactly.
And now everyone needs to rewrite their books. The only team that's going to have a major advantage is Team Versatile. They always like to play from the center, so I guess Samraj and the boys, with this new meta, they can definitely do even better.
Well, let's see. We are going to witness that in the upcoming matchup, which is going to start very soon. Here we go.
As the plane's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from the left side of the map, which is going to be right underneath Camp Alpha and above Ruins towards the side of Mongnai. Plane flat path once again tilted to the northern side. If the teams do want to move down south, Camp Charlie might just be a bit of that stretch, but still, it's the map of Sanhok. It's not going to be that much of a problem.
I mean, it can be. We just saw that happen a few moments ago, but let's see. If you are going to be forced to into an awkward position, you are going to be forced into an early fight, and that's the only way I think we are going to see mishaps, but a few changes here and there, I believe. This time, Paradise Resort. All right, no, they're still going to go at it. Aerobots and Eye for Eye, both the teams dropping towards Paradise Resort, but I think this time they're going to try and make the collapse happen a little bit sooner and try and see if they can get that squad wipe in within the first few moments of the game. Hope they need to be careful as well. Last time losing out very early the side of M4, but as expected, Eye for Eye, they were looking to pull the trigger, but Aerobots are going to be the ones leading the charge. One player knocked out already. The position on the other two is compromised, and both of them are going to hit the floor as well. This could be the cleanest squad wipe and the quickest one in this game of Sanhok we have seen.
I'm not even sure what's going on. Dead Player's the only man alive now. Eye for Eye. Big choke coming in off the rip. And Dead Player, he's got so much to deal with, but hold on, he still slaps 2 more players down. Dead Player, he has reignited the hopes of his team to try and survive in this game. All he needs to do is connect one more shot, and he still connects it. Dead Player, what a clutch that was, taking down all the 4 players single-handedly. That's what you call an alpha player.
Exactly, and it is very impressive how calm, how composed he was in that moment, just realizing, all right, if you are going to come from up top, I'm going to take you down first. Ignored the man who was mid-jump because his aim was going to be off. Took the target prioritization, man. Everything about that 1v4 was just perfect.
The dead don't die, Johnny.
That is deep, Necro.
And that's what he proved. Team Empire, Team Cosmic, find each other out. Team Empire's got no clue. Pasha's right there around the fray. And Ace is out in the open too. And Johnny, if you remember, in the recent third-party tournament that happened, Ace was the main playmaker for Team Empire.
Yeah.
He's the one who possesses a lot of firepower, but only if he finds that right moment, the right instrument. And that's going to be his own teammates setting him up. But right now, Pasha, position's compromised. Maybe Empire knows what's going on, what's cooking around the fray. The nade's tossed to perfection, and what an nade that was! Empire catching the man off guard. Pasha confirmed, but Empire needs to watch out himself. There was a man in the compound at the back, an instant death blow handed out by Ernie too.
Well, let's see though, Team Cosmic. How did they react to this? Ernie, he has the M249 to react. Can empty out just the entire clip to build up pressure on the players of Team Empire, but it's not going to be easy. Ace spotted out, gets in the car. That could be the worst possible decision to be made. So much damage dished out, and he's going to be forced into the line of fire of the other players of Team Empire.
In my opinion, that's a great presence of mind from the side of Ace. He knew that he needs to move back, and knowing the fact that the opponent is pretty far away and has also got his hands on the M249, he knows the stability on that weapon isn't that great. So he took the odds, sat inside of the vehicle, and started running away.
Well, let's see how that one decision impacts the end of the game for them. Well, I mean, they do fall back to point on, so there's absolutely no one around them, at least for the next few moments. A little bit of breathing room
They could have
available.
literally went there off the rip.
Yeah.
But still, for some reason, they decided to drop in a straight compound. But we just can't really overshadow this play from Dead Player. 1v4 in the end to close the fight off. But unfortunately for Dead Player, his teammates are dead.
I mean, who cares? An average of 4 points per match, I think, keeps them in the top 8. He has gotten those 4 points already.
I guess, but it's still going to be like a moment where the sword's going to be on your neck.
Not really. I mean, I4I has been doing quite well for themselves. Raikon in that previous game of Sanhok as well. They lost players early, and yet they were able to walk away with 6 eliminations in total and finish in the top 4. So if he can pull a similar thing off, I mean, even if he gets like 2 extra points in this game, I think it is going to be good to go. And VST Shiraj already knocked out right in front of the eyes.
Well, the
It's
trouble...
too much distance for the nade, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not going to travel that far.
Oh, just a little bit off.
It'll be tough to find that right fray, the right mark. And Dead Player, at this point, he knows that he's done enough for his team. He can definitely go for extra bit of risk if he wants to, but at the same time, if it is possible, he's definitely going to try to squeeze in at more points. He can also be one of those annoying players that sits in the back, keeps on poking, and just goes for those crappy points.
I think that has to be the intention over here. Just get as close to the center of the circle as possible after the second shift, and then just stay there hidden till the end game stages. If you can find a few extra finishes, you're good. If you can just play for placement, survive till the top 6, the top 5, well, that's even better. But I mean, at the end of the day, the total points tally is all that's going to matter for these sides. But look at the cluster that's forming just south of Paradise Resort. You have Cosmic, VST, Alpha 6, and also Alibaba Raiders moving in. Genix FM, new tricks of the trade. Horses in play.
Johnny, though, I've heard a lot of sad stories about moments like these.
Horses?
Yeah. I mean, the pace on horses is not too much compared to the vehicles, and you can easily get sprayed down.
Yeah.
But honestly,
it looks
pretty cool. Yeah. So you might as well get taken down in a way where you're pretty much getting taken down in a cool way. It's completely fine with me.
I mean, imagine, like, if we go back to the other two lads that were riding the horse, and you have that Wild Wild West music playing in the background.
On Miramar.
On Miramar.
Imagine you were just playing with a revolver.
Horses aren't there on Miramar.
And there's actually cowboy skin available too, like an outfit. So you can just get a revolver, stack up the ammo, get a lot of meds, and keep on moving on the map. All 4 players, the Cowboys,
Yeah, they gotta introduce horses on Miramar just so people can do that, I guess.
Like the Wastelands. It would set out
It's
the
gonna be
perfect... Yeah, it would be like a movie.
Yeah. The only thing that would be missing would be that tumbleweed that would just roll down everywhere.
But technically, we've got hay bales and haystacks, so...
Yeah, but they don't roll, right? The iconic shot of Wild Wild West still is
Especially-
that tumbleweed.
Especially on land, when they make the entry, the 4 players, the music plays. The classic cowboy music. You know what I'm talking about,
I know
right?
what you're talking about. Everyone knows what you're talking about. But hey, the zone's closing in. We are about to shift to stage 2 of this game of Sanhok. Where will the next circle take us? And absolutely nowhere. We're still in Paradise Resort.
Yeah. And just look at the cluster of teams in the Smack Center. Alpha 6, TC right next to him, VST as well. And then you've got that one man from Eye4Eye, dead player. But you can't really get rid of the dead.
Look at this, Necro. This is very weird, though. In a circle that's moving towards Paradise Resort, there is absolutely no one occupying that building. After that first initial fight, even that player did abandon that safe haven because, of course, he expected a lot more teams to move in, looking for a third party or at least looking for a safe haven for themselves. But there's absolutely no one there right now. But mid-rotation fight, the collapse happens, and TMG are taking a big hit against the players of Wild Fangs. 3 finishes already on the board, and they are looking for more as the Fangs are looking to sink in and do or die. Are going to be on the receiving end, but the nade collapse. Scout and Sensei knocked out. It is down to Trace God and Seth to see if they can bring their team back into this fight.
The best players in the roster still alive, though. So there's a lot of possibilities that could still come through. They can make sure that the banner stays alive for a bit longer in the game. As constant barrage of utils tossed out in the open. Sensei and Scout backing away to safe. As Trey Scott's there with a bit of that off angle being made. And look at what DOD is doing. Vets was out in the open, wanted to create that flank angle, but the man gets caught. Beautiful sniff from Trace. As now Trace once again is going to keep the opponents on their knees, but he's out in the open. Almost could have been ran over. Trace, what a jump that was, dodging the vehicle at the right nick of time.
Yeah, but now it's time to take up the arms and fight against Avnish on the other side. Trace God, he knows he needs to buy his team a little bit more breathing room so that Sensei can also be brought back. And Seth finds a big pick, Reaper getting taken out, so the backlines have been secured. And all of a sudden, do or die, they get eliminated by the hands of Wild Fang. 6 elimination points on the board for this team. They've just had a big game of Sanhok Necro, and I think they are looking to make it 2 in a row.
They probably are. VST is one of those banners that's quite experienced, and they could definitely make it happen without any questions. Hope, a team that had a great game in the first one, but then later on we've seen them slip apart. Can Hope once again get things rolling for them in a great manner.
Last game of Sanhok wasn't good for either of these two sides, by the way.
Yeah. Another name that I'm really concerned about is also going to be Jubilant Divine, Johnny. Just 9 points in the span of 3 games. Jubilant Divine, it's not something you expect from a banner like that. The last time when we saw them in 2024, they were doing so good.
Yeah.
But now Jubilant Divine, they've completely left out in the competition. It feels like they have lost their hunter instincts.
I agree with that. It seems like this time they're just struggling to keep up with the pace of the game, struggling to keep up with the level of aggression that's been brought back by the other squads in this matchup. But hopefully, we still have more matches, more days remaining of this opening week, and I really hope, Necro, we can see Jubilant Divine recover. But hey, VST, they find the dead player, and they make sure he's going to be dead this time around. Eye4Eye forced to take an exit on the 11th position in this match.
VST moving in like a pack. I'm loving the synergy between the boys. You can just tell with the way they're playing that the communication right now is on point between every single player. They seem so refined. They seem like they've got everything figured out and sorted out. It's looking great. The next zone shift's going to be right on top of the players of Jubilant Divine. We just had a conversation about them. And Jubilant Divine, they find themselves in the lucky shoes. Team Empire as well, they're sort of in the nearby vicinity as even M4, they start to make the move. And especially speaking of M4, their day has been rough so far. Game 1, they got eliminated pretty early. Game 2, eliminated off the rip too. Game 3, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and I think even in this game, game number 4, they're going to get taken out in the next few moments. We just saw Sketch getting knocked out. M4 down to 3 players. Too much pressure to handle. They are out into the open, no cover. They are going to try and move for the center. There's 2 teams waiting for them on the other side. Team Empire and Hope. But Wild Fangs, all attention on them again. 11 eliminations in the previous game of Sanhok. They're halfway there already.
Yeah. And it's just Seth and Trey Scott once again bringing in numbers.
Yeah.
Seth having 3, Trey Scott having 3 too. Scout and Sensei. They need to step up. The previous
Last
game,
they were amazing, yeah.
Yes. In the previous game, Scout was doing great. I think so he had 4 eliminations to back himself up. Or 6, somewhere around that. But yeah, the previous game was great. But can they maintain the consistency? That's the main question.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think inconsistency is going to be a big part of the failure of Wild Fangs if they fail. And I do agree with you. I mean, Trace God and Seth, yes, these two lads have been consistent. But even if Scout starts playing like he did in the previous match, if he's like halfway there every single time, every single game he's getting 2 to 3 finishes, I think Wild Fangs could turn out to be a very awkward entry into the finals for everyone else, because no one, I'm pretty sure all of the other top contenders aren't even thinking this team is going to be able to push through.
Yeah, probably. Especially when the sword's on the neck. It's all about the reliability.
Yeah.
And that's what Seth and Trey Scott give you. They're reliable. You know there's going to be that constant stream of points that's going to be there in the overall standings. Now, Scout and Sensei, if they step up, imagine this team can be unstoppable.
Yeah, I agree. I think they are going to be unstoppable. Because even Sensei is he's a mechanical god.
Or even if you replace anyone from either Scout or Sensei, and if Anuj 2OP comes into play, in my opinion, that lineup would be great too.
That is one experiment that I'm pretty sure they're going to run it.
They've done it in the past, and it worked out.
Yeah. It did work out, and I think we are going to see them run it again in this BGIS, but we're going to come back to that conversation in a bit, Necro, because it seems like Mysterious 4 have spotted out the Autobots, and they are not going to let them roll out this time.
It'll be tough. But Autobots always roll out. They will find some sort of way to make that possible. Or what? He's been quite the experienced player. We've seen this man in T2 circuit so many times, wanting to be there in the T1 circuit, but for some reason, whenever his team tries to make it till the late game, or whenever his team tries to make it till the late phase in the tournament, they somehow choke things up.
Yeah.
But maybe now is the time where Orwa pops off with the boys.
I agree with you, because I believe this is going to be the 3rd time we are seeing him in a big official tournament. I know it's just the start, but you start recognizing those returning names, and Orva, Skrills, all of these players are very talented. So I would hope that this time around they at least make it to the semifinals, or if we get to see them in the finals, it's going to be amazing. But we saw the shift of the circle, and I have to say, it seems like as far as Sanhok is considered, WeST, they are blessed by the gods, man. Center of the circle, on top of their heads in the previous Sanhok, and in this one, it's the same. Their position is the only cover spot available for anyone.
VST's got the code cracked. They know exactly how this new zone system works. The settings have been figured out by the boys. You've got Team Empire on the screen. And they've got a lot of problems they're now needing to face. Utilities tossed against him. Team Empire, unfortunately, do not really have the man number to try and defend this compound. With just a 2-man squad, it seems like the sword's on top of their neck. But Team Empire can still make anything happen. Utilities tossed against Wild Fangs 2 over here. Scout OP's able to find the first knock, and that's going to be the main opener that we're looking for. Finally, the stream is once again back, and if they find that consistency, Wild Fangs can easily roll up against the opponents.
But Necro, big concerns for Wild Fang as Scout OP does not have any HP to work with. Seth shows up, takes out Orva, the flanker from the side of Autobots, and as I was talking about Scout, his helmet is completely gone. He has no first aids on him, but he does manage to close his distance, move towards Seth to find that first aid, to find that healing utility, and now Sensei, it's down to him. Can he figure out a way to win this 1v1? And especially against a man who used to dominate the pro circuit at a time. Survey completely exposed, gets taken out, and it seems like Wild Fangs are headed into another big game of Sanhok. 9 finishes on the board already. With Kiddo getting taken out, it's going to be double digits for Wild Fangs' second time today.
Unfortunate for that player. But Kiddo is still going for the mid strat. He's only got 4 first aids to back him up. And the funny part is, especially when we had to focus on Wild Fangs, yeah, Scout did not have any first aids, but Sev had 10. Now, that's a little bit selfish, but hopefully he shares his first aids with him. But hold on to that thought. Jubilant Divine. What a great track that was. Sev is the only man alive in that vehicle, and he tries to move out of that. He's going to be alive for longer, but as soon as I say so, Genix defend from the back, they stab him, and they take the elimination point away.
Man, where did all those first aids go now?
Down the drain.
Yes, exactly. But I don't think Wild Fangs, they care even about those first aids. I mean, they had 9 eliminations in this matchup. They made it into the top 7, so they do get 1 point for placement as well. Double digits. What more could you ask for from a team like Wild Fangs? I mean, they were looking to just go aggressive.
The goal is to be in the top 8. Simple. That's all you need to do. No matter how hard you try, it's not like if you try and place yourself on the first spot in the overall standings,
it's not
like you're directly going to move into the semifinals. No, the fate is decided. You either move into round 2 or round 1. Simple. And for that, you just need to be in the top 8 to move on to the round 2.
Oh, no.
And if you fail to do so, you will move on in the round 1.
Oh,
you
no.
Be eliminated at the end of the day. No, that horse almost got eliminated.
Hey, man, that nade just hit it on its back. We saw it take a leap, but I think the players of Gen X FM, are they using horses as cover now? Maybe.
How does that even work? Their
Dude,
toes
that
are gonna be
nade
exposed.
bounced off the horse, otherwise it would have gone behind the rock.
Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but whatever rocks their boat. We've got Gen X FM eyeing out the opponents in the front. And unfortunately, the opponents they were having to look at, they just got eliminated. But Jubilant Divine, 7 finishes racked up. Decent performance in this game. Finally, they step up.
Could be the match where we see them build up that momentum once again.
Yeah.
It seems like it was just a lack of understanding of how this new zone functions, how the teams are looking to play that zone. And once Jubilant Divine has that information, they are going to go aggressive. At least that is what it seems like after their journey in this game of Sanhok comes to an end. But now, heading towards the closing moments of the game, 5 teams, 18 players still alive. Hope still there in this matchup, along with the players from the side of OMG. We have Alpha 6 still remaining. VST smack center of the circle. And it seems like they're destined to win another chicken dinner on this map.
That's what it seems like. Next zone's going to pop up soon, and VST once again, the center of focus this time. They found themselves the best compound that you can ask for. And just imagine the amount of elimination points VST can rack up. The only way you can try and counter a team like VST is if you rush all together.
Yeah.
Because they're spread out individually in all different houses, even if you try and prioritize one house there, that can still give you an isolated duel.
Exactly. You just have to pick off one player, take the compound away from them, and then just hold on to that position until the end game stages of the of this particular match, until the last zone sort of pops out. But let's see, Gen X FM. We have Evil knocked out, Revive comes through as Shogun shows up to provide some cover, but with Hope right next to them, Gen X FM, I think this is going to be a tough position to fight their way out from.
Gen X FM, quite a known banner, but what a nade that was! Right next to Evil, and the man instantly blows up into Smithereen, but Limin could have been taken down as well. Luckily enough, he instantly goes back prone, so he's going to be safe for now. Hope. They do have a lot of hopes and dreams, especially inside of this game, and what a spray that was! Chiefly, that's a great way to find the first strike. Now down to just that one man, Shogun. Shogun is a player with a lot of experience. He's been under so many great banners, but now in Gen X FM, Shogun is starting over once again, and he needs to prove his point. He needs to prove what he's capable of with his teammates. Shogun's getting a lot of resources too from the fallen comrade, but he's also getting shot at from somewhere else. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. Even VST, they step in the action, but the wall of death is now going to start to move, Johnny.
Yeah, it's the final collapse of the game. Hope the players knocked out, as the third party did come in from the players of OMG, but now it's going to be the cleanup. But hey, what just happened? Gen X FM, they are going to be eliminated from this matchup. It's going to be Corey who finds that last finish for his teammates. Now looking to go for a revive, but the clock is going to run out eventually. 15 seconds left before the blue zone starts to move in.
For now, though, it still can be a big breather the players are looking for. VST once again in that golden compound. They're still pretty safe. And as long as they're not going to clear out the back lines, they're still going to be super unsettled. And now the zone's going to be doing too much damage. No, they left Chiefly in the back. They wanted to get Chiefly too with them, but unfortunately Chiefly could not really make it, but he's still able to provide that crucial cover fire. He's able to find the first strike. Siraj gets knocked out. Great way to open the fray up. Yadnesh just pinned in the shack. His position, is it compromised? That's my question.
Well, I think it is.
No, it's not.
Ooh.
They've got no clue that Yadnesh is still in that shack. Corey, he did pull out that nade, wants to toss it maybe in that shack, But considering they know they just found one successful knockout and a confirmation, there should still be 3 more players available in this compound. But everyone from VST is super quiet. The only one that's making any sort of noise is Beast.
Yeah, drawing all of that attention upon himself, but OMG, they are going to shut down Alpha 6, and then there were 3, ladies and gentlemen. 3 teams remaining in this matchup. Johnny's position is compromised. He's going to get knocked out. One last man remaining from the side of OMG. And Justy, he has absolutely nowhere left to go. So we all know it's going to be down to VST and Hope, and this is a big blunder. Stepping outside the smoke for a few seconds. Hope about to be eliminated. VST know exactly where those players are, and a nade from Beast for the cleanup. 2 chicken dinners in a row is what we are looking at. 6 eliminations on the board, make that 7. Just the last man surviving, and they know exactly where he is. No utility to end the game win in a cleaner way, but Matty, I don't think there's a lot he can do from here, Necro.
VST made it look so easy, just holding down the compound the entire game, did not even move, and they had the consistent points. 9 elimination points racked up even from Welto OMG. He's got 2 frag grenades to play with, and at the same time, Matty, all he needs to do is just play it as safe as possible. And that's what he's trying to do too. Hide in the cover, hide in the smoke. Considering VST, they've got 2 players on the board. This can be a tough clutch to pull off for Matty. But as long as he's able to find the isolated duels, that's still going to do the job. And that's what Matty's doing. He knows exactly where the players are positioned. And Matty wants to isolate the first duel. But even the opponent, he's pretty smart. Beast moves out. And now he knows that he's in the cover fire of his own teammates, so Beast can still play around that same vicinity. Matty, he wants to play for a bit of that angle as well. He wants to find the second man around the fray. But Matty realizes the fact that he's also getting walked up from Beast, and that's going to do the job, as Beast did just enough to force that man out of cover, and the man in the back found the strike.
And towards the end, more than a mechanical duel between the 2 sides, it became a game of chess. As you mentioned, Matty just denying the line of fire, finding the entry inside that shack, gaining some cover for himself, but hey, that was just a trap set by VST. They wanted to force him into a closer position so that they know where he is. And then if both of them charged in with those shotguns in their hands at the ready, there was absolutely nothing Matty could have done to clutch out that fight. That was the intention. And it was brilliantly executed by the side of VST as well. And also, I want to say it once more, 2 chicken dinners in a row on the first day itself.
Yeah, they made it look so easy, right? Looking at the way VST's playing, I'm pretty sure a lot of the groups that are still yet to play tomorrow, they're probably taking down a lot of notes. All you need to do is just move on to the center as soon as possible and hunker down on a compound. But to do so, you also need to take a lot of fights.
Exactly, but VST somehow have managed to avoid all of those fights, or you could say with how the other teams are playing, they just got a little lucky because everyone was fighting on the edges and VST was left unbothered until the end game stages rolled around. I think they were sitting at like 1 or 2 eliminations.
So here's the funny part, right? Especially when you look at the split on map, it seems pretty nice. It seems well orchestrated. It seems well communicated. But when you actually try and deep down in the analytics of things, you know that split is pretty easy to be countered as well.
Exactly.
Because every single individual was in a different house. And to isolate the duel, it's super easy. Imagine if all the 4 players push onto one house. That's already an isolated duel. That's already an elimination to kick things off with.
We've seen that happen multiple times to different teams. And when you pointed out, I 100% agreed with that. It could have happened, but no one took the risk. But ladies and gentlemen, we move forward. We have a look at the highlights of this game. And Necro, I have to say, Wild Fangs now, it looks like this is a Tier 1 roster.
Wild Fangs, still though, in my opinion, things can be done better because majority of the times the consistency is being delivered just by 2 players. 3 from Seth and 3 were also available from Trey Scott. Scout OP, a few eliminations were racked up from that man. But at the end of the day, I guess what matters is being at the top 8, and I guess even that's what something Wild Fangs knows. So maybe even they're not trying super hard. And a lot of the teams in general are not going to be trying super hard because they know they're not going to be eliminated from the grind itself. So it's completely fine.
Exactly. I mean, all you want to do right now is just finish in round 2, right?
Yeah.
You want to qualify for round 2. You do not want to go up against 1,000 teams. You would rather compete against 500 teams.
Yeah.
It would be much easier to qualify that way.
A lot of teams are going to take these games as like the practice games, right? Understand how the new zone works, how the new zone settings are going to look like, how the rotations can be once again remade on the book. So that's what they're going to try to implement in the upcoming weeks.
But you know what? Now I just realized for Wild Fangs, there's one man. For him, it will be very important that he makes it to the finals. Seth, his debut, when he made it into BGIS, Big Brothers, they were runners-up, man. And after that, the performance faded away. We saw Big Brothers, their performance sort of drop out. But now with this lineup, can he make it to the finals again?
Honestly speaking, Big Brother Esports' IGL was the main instrument.
Yes.
The way they played, the way they were able to get those spots in the circle, it was so good.
Yeah.
We saw some of the most clean rotations being pulled out by a team that we were seeing for the first time.
Exactly.
Especially in 2023 when Big Brother Esports was making their debut. We all were surprised. Who is this team? Who are these guys? And how are they playing so good? Do they have a proper analyst? Do they have a coach? We had so many questions. Before now, let's move on to a short promo. And after the promo, the questions will be answered.
Let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है।
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आता है।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Welcome back after the short promo, and what a game of Sanhok that was. But before we move on with the conversation even more, this event's brought to you by realme, a brand that's redefining gaming performance with realme P3 Series 5G, born to slay, made for gamers like you. But once again, Icy, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at that game of Sanhok, and Sanhok is always a game that's packed up with a lot of action.
I'm not gonna lie, we might have found ourselves the Sanhok team. You know,
BST.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the Sanhok team, because it's Group D. And as of now, I'm really surprised. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners is not an easy feat, but it does give them enough points to kind of put themselves in a very, very comfortable position to actually secure themselves maybe the top 8. But again, consistency is going to be the key.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? Icy, I'm pretty sure
Okay.
you were sitting in the back lines looking at the game too. But another thing that we sort of need to let the audience know is about the device that's currently over here, man. Just have a look at the device on the screen. And also another great thing that I want to let you guys know, if you want to stand a chance to win the rewards, all you need to do is move on to Google and search for realme P3 Series 5G. And you might just stand a chance to win some amazing rewards.
Agreed. You know, realme is making this amazing gaming experience possible. And remember, the realme P3 Series 5G is your ultimate gaming companion, born to slay. And of course, it's time to take your gaming to the next level. So, very simple. Google it. Just very, very simple. Realme P3 Series 5G. The more you Google, guess what? Chances are very, very high that you might be walking away with amazing prizes.
But hey, someone who can also stand a chance to walk away some amazing prizes is this MVP of the game.
Ooh.
If he keeps on performing super consistently, maybe in the future he might just be the emerging star. Corey's going to be there from the side of Team Hope with 5 finishes racked up and 20 or 56 finish contribution, and you also move on towards the map impact of 8%.
Yeah, and of course the rest of the teams who has been fragging their way in match 4 in particular here, we do have Dead Player, we have Justy, we have, I can't pronounce that,
Thruvoji,
and also Pratik, going to be our top 5 finishers in that particular match. And of course, again, you know, the more finishes you get along the way, your journey throughout the entire day of grind, round 1, round 2, semifinals, quarterfinals, eventually you will stand a chance to kind of fight your way for those special awards which we will be giving away. But nevertheless, that is going to be the MVPs for that match. Let's talk about the point standing of match number 4, Sanhok. BST, once again another chicken dinner, but 8 finishes this game, 18 points. Again, BST should be the Sanhok team.
Of course, man. I mean, 2 Sanhoks back-to-back achieved by this team, so it makes a lot of sense that it feels like they finally cracked the code on the map of Sanhok. But a team that's being super consistent too, that's going to be OMG, slipping out of the radar, getting 15 points. And OMG was also top in the charts, by the way. And with these 15 points, they're constantly going to be at the top in the overall standings, unshaken. And speaking of the overall standings, they pop up right on the screen. VXT currently sitting on the 2nd spot with 39 points, while Fangs 2, the previous game, not that great, but still they had enough average to keep themselves in the top 3.
Okay, agreed. This was a big game coming from WoW Fangs as well as OMG, right? OMG, you know, we've talked enough about them, right? Like every single game, they have been very, very consistent. They're very tactical in their approach as well. Their coach has been doing really well in game, which is very, very surprising, right? Like not many coaches is willing to step into the game, play, and then it's like, hey, you know what? This is what we're going to do. And his macro decisions has been really, really spot on as well. His call-outs has been really, really good. But again, this is all adapting to the situation, right? Like right now here at BGMI, especially for Crafton as well, we have provided an ecosystem where we allow the undergods to come and participate, train, and gain esports experience. In this case, being in a competitive setting, even though now it's like, hey, these are the lower tier teams. But again, before you face the higher tier teams, you need to get your fundamentals straight. And so far in day 1 in general, especially today when the meta circle is going to be very, very different, it's all about fixing and getting your basics sorted out as much as you can and as quickly as you can.
That's what I said to Johnny as well, right? Especially when we were commentating. I mentioned this. A lot of teams are going to take these games like the practice games, understand what exactly the new meta brings you, how you can try and tackle a lot of the problems that might just be created because of the zone. And I think so Team Empire is a prime example of that. In Game 1, they got taken down by the play zone, but after that, we're not really seeing them get taken down by the play zone anymore. So I guess that's an improvement in the books.
True. Again, adaptation is going to be key here. However, enough of us yapping here. I'm curious to see how the teams will be evolving here in Group D after seeing the performances coming in from the Sanhok team. Stay tuned and find out.
It's time to head into the wastelands as the big bird's going to hit the skies once again on the map of Miramar. And the planned fly path, this time it definitely does seem like it's not going to be favoring a lot of teams. VST, after getting 2 games back-to-back, the vision's going to be pretty much bright to get the 3rd game of Miramar 2 and proving everyone that they're not just a Sanhok team.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, it's all about riding on those momentum and hype, right? Because this game, there's so many aspects in the game as well. Back then, we could say luck is going to be a factor. You know, sometimes the circle gods favor you, maybe even a little bit of misplace here and there. But based on today's trend, especially after 4 games of circle, I feel like luck in the equation is slowly withering down. It comes down to a lot of tactical decisions and skill required to execute your gameplay. In this case, so far OMG is going to be the team that we are going to be talking about a lot for now because they are in the top, but they are also the team that has been very consistent in getting placement points as well as finishes because they are the only ones in the 20 mark barrier by the end of 4 matches.
We do see a potential clash coming through. We do see the players of Autobots, and they're right next to one more team. I'm not exactly sure which team that is, because considering their name's overshadowing the other team's name, but that can be an interesting clash to witness. I do want to see a few more clashes happen in the future. Picado as well seems pretty stacked. Alpha 6 is one of those teams that's quite stubborn. They're never going to let their main strategy go away, so they will drop right on top of Picado, and that's what is exactly happening. Alpha 6, they've got a major split going on for themselves. Team Empire 2 moving in towards Los Leones, but the main focus should be around Autobots. The way they are forming around the players of Team Hope, and Team Hope is also someone that showcased a lot of firepower so far.
You know, it's interesting to see how Team Hope has kind of completely shifted their playstyle, right? Their first Miramar map, they were pretty much all the way in Campo Militar. This time, they don't really have a way to get there very, very quickly because of how the circle meta kind of shifts us. But I hope they are going to be able to do something about this, because as of now, we do see Alpha 6, you know, taking a little bit of early aggressions, hoping to capitalize a couple of knocks here and there, but I don't think it's going to do too much in this scenario. But now, I want to talk about priorities, right? Like, we do see a lot of drop clashes in the early phase, because some they would prioritize on those vehicles first, some they would prioritize on just securing weaponries first. And as of now, based on the first 3 maps, a lot of teams are still adapting. And right now, it feels like we are at the stage where everyone has a very good makeshift solid plan on how they want to handle this map.
Uh-oh, M4. This team always gets eliminated off the rip, and maybe this time too, the same thing can happen, but Siraj, he sensed that danger coming through pretty early, and the man instantly backed away as well. M4, I'm not even sure why they like to play in such a weird manner. They've always been getting taken down off the rip.
I'm really surprised that they did not actually go for the commitment there, but speaking of which, maybe, you know, the other guy who's going to be pretty much stranded there, he's got to count his lucky stars, because as of now, they are going to be safe. Everybody's going to be playing a little bit chill here. The circle is still going to be on the western side, but again, first circle in Miramar, I feel like compared to Erangel as well as Sanhok, it's forgiving, a little bit more forgiving. We talked about, first 2 circles, we are going to see a lot more chaos, but Miramar has a lot of nooks and crannies. Yes, we've got a lot of mountain terrain, which hopefully maybe the horse coming from Sanhok might help in this scenario, but for now, everybody is pretty chill. Pretty chill now.
Even rotating on Miramar can be pretty easy, considering you've got those terrains to back you up.
Yep.
You can easily just rotate from cover to cover. And that's why we do see a lot of the teams at the end of the day just moving out in the open like that. Because, yeah, the ridges can provide you cover in the front, but not from the back. And we see so many third parties happen, even on the map of Miramar, especially inside of this new zone system where the timing's tweaked up even more. Now teams are starting to get even more hungry for elimination points.
Agreed. But speaking of elimination here, I want to give a special shout out to Krishna, because if we have a special award for best dress of the group, I would give it to Krishna right here, right now. He's got to be the best dressed right now.
Even I've
let me rephrase that. Best costume award.
Oh, hold on, though. Siraj is moving in the enemy territory. I'm not a big fan of this, and still he falls down prey to the same team that he just evaded a while ago. I'm not even sure what the presence of mind was, especially when it comes to Siraj, but VST, they had such a great start in the previous game. They also had the momentum rolling, but making mistakes like these can really give the momentum to the other team.
I don't know what Mysterious 4 is doing, but they're doing something right. But Siraj, I think he let his guard down a little bit too quick. You know, initially they dodged, they might not come back. Guess what? Surprise, surprise. Because Mysterious 4, they are going to play the hunting strategy. And this is very, very good, because as of now, they're going for some guerrilla tactics, but where they just pick off any, I would say, solo players who's kind of split off, especially in the first phase circle, right? Nobody groups up this early, because everybody's going to be scavenging, and they're going to be picking off all these scavengers, which is a good strategy to find finish points, but again, consistency is key. Can they hit and run and get out?
And I guess M4, they've been eliminated over and over again quite early in the games too, but hold on to that conversation. Hope, they've got their own troubles to deal with. Unfortunately, the first man gets knocked out too. And of course, the Salt on top of the moon, Sirvi with the pan to get the confirmation. Helmet, that's going to be a great strategy pulled out from the side of Autobots. Use those mind games, play with the opponent's minds. And for Autobots Esports, Sirvi is quite the experienced man. He can definitely go for blows like those.
It feels like Hope is in a very, very rough spot, because every single map they've played, they have been playing the edge of the map, not necessarily edge zone, but at the same time, because of how their usual looting spots are, they are forced to play edge zone almost every single time, and it's pretty much come in and bite them in the butt multiple times now. Even this game, this is not good for Hope if they want to try and secure themselves in the top 8. But for now, they do have a decent amount of total points, which is 24. So it's not the end of the world yet for Team Hope, knowing that they do like to prioritize finishes over placements. But with 2 players now and this early stage of the game, they might consider just playing a little bit defensive.
In the top 8, Hope all they need to do is just get 4 points. And that's still going to reach the average that Hope really wants to be there in the top 8. Now, the only team that's going to be a major threat, it's still going to be the players of Autobots, and they're constantly chasing them down, by the way. They do not want to let the players of Hope get away like that. And here comes the push from Orva and Sirvi, together making the push against Corey, but he still finds the first strike. Almost could have taken down the second player as well, but unfortunately, that one pump did not come through. But still, the chances of Hope coming out on top in this duel are pretty high. 2 players are struck down, 1 more man to go on the back lines. Anything can happen.
Well, if that was an S12K or DBS, maybe Hope had a little bit more hope. But unfortunately, luck is not in their favor here. It all comes down to Chief. It is going to be a 1 versus 1. And whoever takes this might have a chance to completely get out with the reset. But in this case, Kiddo, he needs to regroup. He's so far away from his teammates, and he's got no helmet. So any shot to the head, he's going to get taken down.
Yeah.
And he's going to be worrisome.
Pressure's on both of them now. Both of them need to get their fallen comrades back upon the feet. And what a shot that was from Kiddo. He connects it right to the dome of Chiefly. And Chiefly needs to back away. No other option. And that's what's going to give the opportunity for the man to go for the revival on the fallen comrades. And he's going for the revival too. Chiefly needs to pull off the same thing. But unfortunately, he does not have any meds to patch himself up. Chiefly, he's messed up big time.
Oh no.
He can't really make a comeback in the fight anymore.
He doesn't have ammunition
because every single
as well.
shot has to be to perfection. And as you mentioned, he does not have any ammunition left on his long-range weapon. So he needs to rely on the DBS much more now.
What? What? How is he able to get away with the bush cover right there? There's no way he should have been alive. But at the same time, he's got no choice. He's got to pick one on, making it a 2v1. But at the same time, the zone coming in.
They're done.
Oh no, they are done. They're going to be sitting down out in the open. But meanwhile, the circle's going to be coming in as well. Autobots, they get some sort of a reset. But again, damage has been done. Both teams are going to suffer major losses in this upcoming fights to come.
Major. And as soon as you speak of that, the first knock hits the deck. Once again, the players of Autobot, especially when we thought they've got the major advantage. We did see the pan come through a while ago, but Hope officials still, they're not letting go of this fight just like that. They want to give the maximum tough fight to the opponents. Hope, Chiefly, he's only got ammunition on his DBS. While the rest, they try and do as much damage as possible. But Skrills, he's trying to create that off angle. All the 4 players, once again, back on the board for Autobots. They've got a major man advantage.
They've got the full reset. This is not looking good. Hope, they were doing A-okay, but because of this full reset, Hope's chances of surviving or getting out of this is getting slimmer and slimmer. But at the same time, with the zone coming in as well, no mets, no whatsoever, Kiddo is going to go for a kamikaze to kind of rack up 2 points from the bag. But can he do so? Because right now, they're going to commit to this outside the zone.
They indeed are, and that's what we see Kiddo do it too. Here comes the first find. That's a great way to kick things off inside of the fight too. Autobots finally realizing the longer you stay outside of the zone, the more problems will be created for you. And Chiefly, he can hear all the 4 players approaching him, and at this point, target priority might just be a little bit confusing. And Chiefly, he stands no chance against all the players of Hope.
Oh my goodness, they finally made the play, but at the same time, we do see a huge cluster on the sides as well. Alpha 6 going head-to-head with Gen X. And right now, Seriton down to his last tick as well, same for Camille. But guess what? They do get the wraparound, and Alpha 6, they wiped the floor with Gen X.
Alpha 6, firepower is something that they know is pretty strong, and that's what they rely on once again. For Gen X FM, though, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with this banner. This banner was known for their aggression in the past. They were known for their clinical approach, but now everything is lost. They don't really seem on top of the form anymore. And Gen X FM, they need to figure something out.
Well, figuring something out is going to be the key here. Team Cosmic taking a tactical approach, playing high ground right from the get-go. And guess what? They're doing some serious chip damage and gathering a lot of information here. This is something that Team Cosmic has been doing as well in their first map in Miramar. Take high ground, get information, scout rotations as quickly as they can, and then plan accordingly. And so far, it's been low-key working out for them because
Yeah.
it has taken away a lot of attention because of the fact that people don't know who they are. They're not getting knocks, they're just being annoying. But if you don't show people who you are, you're going to be fine.
And they can also give a few stray eliminations to the opponents, right? Because automatically from up top, you're going to have so much intel that you will be able to have some sort of a limelight on someone. The spotlight's automatically going to be there. But for Team Cosmic, right now the zone moves away. That means they would need to step outside of that comfort zone. A team that's found themselves in the comfort zone, though, that's going to be Alibaba Raiders in the smack center. And this compound, it definitely does seem quite deadly, even for themselves.
Speaking of deadly right now, look at the zone. It's going to be a split down towards the no man's land, and that's going to be very difficult because as of now, I think this is the first circle where we see it might be a huge RNG factor going to be in play here. Is it going to be the north or is it going to be the south? So it is going to be a huge gamble for some of these teams. Do they want to risk it down south or do they want to risk down north? They need to find some strategic positions. But Autobots right now, they don't have a lot of mats. They were starving hyenas previously with Team Hope. They were hoping to find some kind of mats, but guess what? They barely scraped by. 4-man down towards the last two, one knock, and now Servi forced to use the final med kit. It might be over for Autobots.
Might be. Still, there's a big might. They're constantly bandaging themselves up. In the elimination feed, though, we do see a final fight erupting on the screen. And the team that found themselves in this Max Center now seems like they're going to be in a big problem. Aerobots Esports, a little bit on that struggling spree. Let's just hope that they're going to be able to recover from this. But Autobots Esports now, the zone's going to be chunking out a lot of HP. They need to make something happen. They do not have any meds to back themselves up. And slowly and steadily, they're just suffocating to death. Team Cosmic on the screen. And you see Malik pushing quite deep in the enemy territories. Malik, he knows exactly where the opponents are positioned too. Utils tossed inside of the house. They're not able to find any sort of openings though. Those Utils, they're just tossed on a random spot.
Yeah, I like how he's just applying pressure for the sake of applying pressure.
Oh my
right?
god.
Like, he's using it to apply pressure so that he can gather information. But at the same time, it is also the situation where right now, they have the perfect push. He's set up smokes for his team. Everybody's rotating. They need to go in for the push. And now Bash! He gets chipped by a stray nade by AR. And now the flank push from the outside. Aerobots immediately goes in for the rush.
No.
And no! He almost got ran by, but eventually gets taken down. Aerobots, it's only up to Aim God left to fight for their team's life. But
Yeah.
he is surrounded.
Yeah, surrounded by the foes. And that's where the foes, they have a big man advantage. But here comes the first knock. And that was a one pump. Aim God still able to keep himself alive. He's got a first aid to play with too. He can patch himself up instantly. Ernie does not toss that nade at the right corner.
But his own.
Instead, Aim God's going to be safe for now. And even the wall of death is going to start to move in once again. And Ernie spots out the opponent instantly. But that nade from Ernie, it's going to seal the deal.
But at the same time, at what cost? The circle is right at the edge. He's got the mats to work with, but all this commotion has drawn the attention of Do or Die, and now Do or Die is going to come in to reap their rewards. They need to clear out this sector before they push in the next phase of zone. They don't want any backends left unchecked, and in this case, they're setting up 3 guys to finish up the back. Meanwhile, they have one team on the west side to kind of scout the next point of entry. And as of yet, the zone does not give us a clear indicator, or is it going to be the south point or the north? But at the same time, the rest of the team here, the rest of the pack, the rest of the games, the rest of the world is fighting for their dear lives. And Jubilant now in a little bit of awkward spot for a big nade.
What a nade that was. Do or Die. A big blunder coming through from their side, grouping up at the same time. And Ambush, he finds the right instance to strike. That nade was so instrumental, it was so key. And now Jubilant Divinus, they found themselves the big man advantage inside of the fight off the rip. It really gives them an upper edge in the fight too. But Reaper as well, he replies back perfectly. His nade's also going to find that connection. Now the fight's taken down to a 1-on-2. But still the man in the back is going for the revival. So the fight will now be up with a 2-and-2. Noisy Boy, he's going to be back up on his feet soon. Next, he's trying his best to get something done. But the re-knock with the nade from Avnish is perfect. Jubilant Divine constantly having the man disadvantage in the fight. It's now a 1-on-2.
Oh boy, they have to wrap this up quickly as well. The zone is going to be a rather slow one compared to before, but at the same time, the damage has been done. Do or Die, they've lost 2 members right from the get-go. And can they finish up the last member here and move on to the next phase? Because as of yet, Next, he's got a decent amount of utilities to work with. He's got so much install. But can he find some points? Because we have 12 teams left, and I don't think they realize that there are still 12 teams left across the map.
Indeed there are. But hold on. Do or die. Slowly and steadily making moves against Nex. The threat hasn't been neutralized. And vice versa. Jubilant Divine, even they can feel that pressure. At least try and get 2 more points, so that can be the average that Jubilant Divine's looking for. They're not doing too hot in the overall standings. To be and maintain that top 8, Jubilant Divine needs a lot of points. And that's what they're currently lacking. But Do or Die, once again, moving back to that warehouse, they do realize they're gathering a lot of this unwanted attention.
Yeah, it is a little bit too much to handle here because we do see Alpha 6 going to be poking from afar, doing some annoyingly chip damage. But it is going to be good enough to apply pressure and delay their push because 45 seconds before the entire circle completely closes in, Do or Die and also Jubilant in a, I would say, most difficult spot to play in right now. And Alpha 6 is just waiting for the ducks to come out as they get flushed out.
Alpha 6. Oh, the man's out in the open. Shots are taken. But as usual, he's way too far away to find any sort of connections. It's going to be impossible. But at this point, they're just trying to get rid of the vehicle. Just shooting the tires constantly, making sure that vehicle's going to be useless. And that's what happens. Alpha 6, 4 eliminations racked up so far. 3 players still alive in the game and cooking. The next zone's going to be important too. It's not going to be that big of a curveball since teams can easily adapt to it. But still, everyone's just waiting for that next shift to pop up. Wildfang's barely in that shift. Even Wildfangs, they soon need to move out of that comfort zone.
Agreed. Meanwhile, Ernie, he was counting his lucky stars, hoping that the circle doesn't shift far enough. But fortunately for them, he still has somewhat of a cover to work with. But at the same time, without a vehicle, it is going to be very difficult. He's going to be smoking his way up here. He's going to try and bait himself to gather some sort of information before he makes his first move. There's no way he's going to be able to sneak out in the open. But Do or Die, you are all alone there. You got to do whatever it takes. Meanwhile, we do see the rest of the team on the north side as well. They are going to be standing on the high ground, getting a little bit of information as well. We do see OMG already strategically clearing out the entire northeast section before going up towards the mountain to try and snipe people down. In this case, Nick, he's got 261 ammunition. They are not going to make their first move yet, but they will have to make it very, very soon to kind of farm themselves some points because this has been a very, very tactical approach coming from them. Just playing it safe, getting strategic positions, and then using them to the strength once the circle forces the rest of the team to push in.
Welt has been doing pretty good so far, man. Just the way they're able to find themselves in a great spot every single game. You will see Welt there in the top 5, in the top 6. That's how good they are. Clean with the rotations, and they've got their thought process pretty clear too. The decision-making's on point. VST, still a bit more of that threat, lingers around the vicinity. But for now, the nearby areas, they do seem pretty clear. Far Fray, filled up with a lot of foes, and VST needs to watch out. Team Cosmic, they've taken an exit from the game, which is quite unfortunate. Team Cosmic was one of the most consistent teams so far. But unfortunately in the game now, they're not there anymore. M4, finally they have managed to survive till the late game. But can they keep on moving up in the same pace? That's my question.
Yep, let's take a little bit of replay here. We do see a couple of segments coming in. Alpha 6, they are just getting a couple of freebies here and there. Early on, they are just cutting off rotations from everyone who tries to make in. And again, they have a healthy amount of ammunition. Don't get me wrong, they've got a compound to work with. I'm pretty sure they have stocked up a decent amount of ammunition. But the bigger question here is, because right now, when the circle closes, can they get out safely? Because based on what I'm seeing, their resources are quickly depleted. And we are down towards the last 10 teams. So this is going to be a big problem for Alpha 6 later on.
It can be. And Alpha 6 right now, they know they've got a decent cover to play with. So they do not even need to move out. But well to OMG, they make the push happen. 2 players pushing in tandem, but unfortunately, it's a major blunder. And both of them instantly get knocked out. I'm not even sure what the thought process was. They had the high ground to play with, but they still messed up big.
Oh boy, mistakes were made. They had the information. They thought the other teams would distract them, but guess what? Everyone is just waiting patiently. And this is OMG making the first mistake. No cover fire, no suppress, no trades. And that's going to be easy finishes for TMG, as well as Mysterious 4, who join in with the third party on the other side.
The next zone's going to pop up soon. Once again, a lot of teams are now going to start to pray that the zone pops near them or either right on top of them. The next circle shift holds a lot of value. And it's once again going to center on up. Alibaba Raiders finding themselves in a decent spot. You've also got Team Empire, this time doing pretty good. And VST is still there in the vicinity, a little bit in the outskirts though. VST would need to move out in the open, and that's where they can instantly be eliminated.
Oh boy, this is a very, very tough one here coming from OMG. They have to get down from their high horse. There's so many teams taking aware of them as well. But hopefully, if Mysterious 4 and also TMG commits to the fight, they might be able to find a way to sneak through. But again, it is going to be very, very tough to do so because knowing M4's position, they know exactly what's happening. Because if they make a move right now, they are going to be shot by the guys on the top. And right now, with so much nades coming in, it is literally going to be them stuck in a ditch.
Eye for eye too. Even they want to be a part of the action, get a little bit of that piece of the pie accumulated. Eye for eye currently at the top. They've got the high ground to play with too. But they are unfortunately in a really uncomfortable spot. They need to move in the circle and leave that high ground. And that's where Eye for Eye is going to be having a lot of eyes upon themselves. Well, to OMG, the team, they've still got the high ground to play with, and they're still inside of the circle. But there's a team right underneath Welta OMG that can create a lot of major problems. And this is what I'm speaking of. Eye for Eye, they needed to make the rotation, and that's what they're doing so far. But Scout OP inside of the smoke, he gets spotted too. He's constantly going for the shots. And here comes the knockout. The confirmation too will instantly follow up. Scout OP is not able to hand out the death blow just yet. The man's still lingering around in the same vicinity. And Scout OP gets eliminated from the game. But Eye for Eye, they're down to just this one last piece.
Oh, that was so unfortunate coming in from Scout OP. I thought it was going to be a highlight moment, but at the same time, Eye for an Eye, they committed too much, and they are going to get completely shut down. They were shot from every single possible angle, and just like that, the ultimate demise. The reason why they lost that fight was because Scout OP pulled a big one right under the noses.
Yeah, he was able to find the first knock with the MP45, but then later on he was also wasting a lot of time. Hold on to that thought though. TMG, they make the push up against the players of M4. M4's been struggling throughout the entire day. Right now it's going to be the time where they need a strike, and that's what they're exactly doing. Molotov tossed up. That's going to be a return knock from Franklin, and that was quite an important knock too. Still heroes in the back. He's going for the reload on the S12K, but from the top it's also well to OMG tossing the nades. TMG, they've got a lot to worry about.
This is smart of TMG.
Look at Johnny. He's right there above them. If Johnny wants, he can just look underneath and just decimate everyone. And that's what he wants to do.
Uh-oh, here's Johnny. He's going to be setting up smokes. He's going to slowly but surely sneak up forward to maybe set up a play. Here comes the Molly. Here's Johnny. And he's going to burn Arthur. He's in trouble. He's got to back out. But will he going to knock? And yes, he will. He flushed him out, but he gets traded off as well. Johnny.
TMG, what a trade that was. Beautiful stuff. Realizing that Johnny's going to be creating a lot of problems, but not anymore considering he's knocked out. And Nick is going for the deep dive.
Okay.
He can be knocked out. Wait, he does not take any damage? What?
That seemed like he was about to take some fall damage, but...
I thought he was going to get knocked out, but still, maybe he knows some sort of a mechanic that he's abusing right now in the game, but he did not take any sort of damage.
Might be skill, but at the same time, they get the reset. Same can be said for TMG, but they have 38 seconds left to worry about because as of now, OMG, they have to go down in. And with the Molotov zoning the lowest point of that drop, they are in a tough spot. And TMG Gaming, they know for a fact they've got one of the strongest ditch to work with as of now. But again, it's as strong as when the zone allows it. In this case, the zone is going to be starting to close in 15 seconds, and they have to make a play. Johnny, he's going to get scouted out from afar. And guess what? Alpha 6, right in the middle of them all, finds a little small tiny bean, takes him out.
Once again, gets knocked out. But even the return knock on Alpha 6 from someone else, that's going to keep the players of Alpha 6 a little bit more on their knees. Not be too aggressive, not be too overconfident. But here comes the first spray. Almost going to be in the knock as well. Alibaba Raiders, they found themselves in the center of attraction every single time. They've been there in the smack center, and they've been doing a great job holding that compound too. But now, here comes the real problem. The first man gets knocked out from Alibaba Raiders, but look at the amount of information and intel the players of Alpha 6 have. They are able to spot out every single person on top of that hill, and they're constantly going for the third party, constantly poking those shots out as well. Nick is right there around the fray. Unfortunately, Nick gets spotted and gets confirmed too. It's not looking too solid for the side of Welta OMG, but even TMG, they need to move out of the cover. And unfortunately, Arthur is stuck. He can't move. He's stuck.
Oh no, this is literally the ditch of death. This is where you throw all your garbage on the sides here because they're all going to be stuck there. Frankly, no! He joined in! Oh no! They're stuck! They're stuck! Oh, mistakes were made. That is the ditch of death right there and done. TMG. Ah, you hate to see it, but it happens. It happens.
How does that even make any sense? He was like, you know what, my friend, maybe in that ditch you're feeling too lonely. I'm there to accompany you. And then he goes in there too and gets taken out by the wall of death. I'm not even sure what the thought process was. Maybe they wanted to deny the elimination points for the team inside of the circle.
Now, I think he wanted to loot up some of the resources from his teammates. But at the same time, you know, not dying to anybody else, denying finish points to other people is also a strategy. But again, what if, what could have, what should have. In this case, what's done is done. So move on. 4 teams left, 10 players are in this situation. We do see TE right in the middle, but so far Alpha 6 has been center circle throughout the past 4 circles. And they have been shutting down, shoving people away thus far, capitalizing on people's demises thus far. And we have some stats for you guys. Right now, Alpha 6 has got 28% chance to get a winner-winner chicken dinner. AR's got 30%, TE's got 32%, and VST's got 8%. Interesting.
Yeah, VST's only got one man standing, so that's why the odds are so low. But anything can happen. The tables can be flipped. Alibaba Raiders, they need to move out in the open. They're tossing a lot of smokes too. They've got the resources to make this push happen. But the only thing that's going to be as a cover for Alibaba Raiders are the smokes. And for how long are the smokes going to be there? Soon enough, they will fade away. Alibaba Raiders, they need some sort of eagles as cover too. And unfortunately, Alibaba Raiders, now they're catching a lot of hurt. Team Empire's taking shots against them. They're out in the open on the streets, and they're getting caught off guard by Team Empire. Constant shots from Ace is also doing a lot of damage. And even Alpha 6, now on the opposite side, they can make a lot happen too. Keep this thing in mind, there's still the solo individual available from the side of VST who can instantly flip the entire odds in his own favor.
It's do or die. The smoke's about to disperse as well, down towards the final 3 teams. Alibaba Raiders, they want to go in for the reset, but the flank from VST might have saved the day because he comes in for the flank, shuts down TE, and it comes down towards a 1 versus 1, maybe even a 2v1.
Told you.
If TE is going to be able to get the reset, but VST, 2 games in a row, chicken dinner. Looking for a third. Can Pratik do this? It's got to be the biggest clutch ever.
The crazy part is VST lost their main teammates off the rip early game, and still somehow Pratik is able to make it till the late game. VST has definitely cracked the code. They know exactly how to play this.
Oh my goodness.
But right now, the opponents, they're able to get the full reset, and the zone's going to start to move once again. Pratik is moving with the same pace as the zone. He does not have a lot of time. Something needs to happen right now. The opponents are getting a full reset, but they do have enough meds to patch themselves up. Team Empire, all the players on the feet. It's not a great news for Pratik because he needs to pull off a 1v3, but he almost turned the favors in his own odds. And here comes the spray. Pratik is able to find a few more connections, but unfortunately, those connections aren't enough to give him the chicken dinner, but still a consistent finish from the side of VST.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for them here, but of course, TEX, TCW officials will be the ones to take the chicken dinner. Pratik, I can see the thought process that is going in this situation here. If he knows it was a 1 versus 1, he would have committed. But even if he knew, the only reason, the only thing that is stopping him from committing was because he did not have a helmet. If he had a helmet, I felt like he might have committed it.
But still, considering he's the only player standing and he does not exactly know what's happening in the playing field, maybe that's also a big anonymous factor that Pratik was not really considering, and that's why we did see a little bit of that hesitancy from him to make that push. But how did Alpha 6 get eliminated? That's my question. They had 3 players on the board, and then as soon as the camera switched, the entire team was eliminated.
Yeah, that's the thing about center, right? Like, you have getting so much attention from every single one. The moment you make one small positional mistake, people are going to shoot you. And because of all this aggression and attention that you're drawing, it puts them in the spot where, yes, we're getting a lot of spawn, but we have made a lot of enemies by being extremely annoying. So in this case, I feel like Alpha 6, they did what they could. You know, they've got a good placement, decent amount of finishes. I think they did their best they can. Yeah. But when it comes to execution and just finishing the fights, needs a little bit of work. For
Yeah,
sure.
Alpha 6 were in the Smack Center, yes, but there were only two teams next to him. Pratik was in the back, and there was also a team right next to him, which was Team Empire. But still, for some reason, maybe Alpha 6 completely lost the track on the man in the back lines, which was Pratik. And of course, you've seen this happen so many times. Usually, if there's a solo individual available, he stands a chance to turn the entire fate, to turn the entire phase of the game, and that's what he did. But looking at the highlights too of the previous game, this is how the action really kicked off. Do or die up against the players of Jubilant Divine. They had a great start, but then they threw.
Yep, and at the same time, this ditch on the Death here, it may look like the perfect cover, but the moment Krishna got stuck here, he was struggling to get out. And I think after Krishna got stuck, Nick got stuck, and
Oh my god.
I think the reason why it got stuck, because there were so many loot crates down there, that it might have forced something. Like, that's 4 people who died in the same spot?
It's just that general vicinity where you can't really climb out. That area of the map is literally a ditch that you can't climb out no matter what you do. Maybe if you take a vehicle so the player can sit inside of the vehicle, and that's one way to get out of that ditch. So that's the only way you can get out. But unfortunately, considering all the vehicles around that same vicinity were blown up, they could not really make that strat happen.
No, I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen that happen ever. This is my first time, despite having BGMI so many other tournaments over the years, over the months. But this is my first time seeing that happen, and not gonna lie, that was funny. That was
yeah, it indeed was, right.
That is the def
Especially when his own teammate jumped in the ditch with him. It felt like, you know what, man, you're feeling too lonely.
Okay.
I'm going to join you. I'm going to give you some company.
What made me love this game so much?
What?
Once upon a time, it became so popular because of the unpredictability, right? And in this case, the unknown is the reason why games like this makes it so fun. Red Zone was one of the biggest blunders in the game. It's like, out of nowhere, oh wait, there's a red zone, boom. And that was the perfect moment of why this game is perfect, because you don't know, sometimes when things happen, there's nothing you can do about it. You just gotta move on, man. You just gotta move on.
I just love games with a lot of learning curve, and this is one of those games that has infinite amount of learning curve. No matter how much you play, you're always going to be learning new stuff every single day. And that's why I love BGMI so much. But you know what? For now, let's move on to a short promo that's lined up for you guys. After the promo, we'll be right back with the last game of the day.
Grind to survive is a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BGIS 2025. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Johnny as we are your casters for today. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and we are all about the fun. Meanwhile, this is going to be the D group stages for Group D.
Exactly, the deciding group that is going to decide how the new zone circles are going to be played. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, we see the struggles in front of us, at least for the first 5 games. But we are headed towards the last map of the day, which once again is going to take us back to Erangel. And I hope by now these teams have adjusted to the settings. But we can't really ignore the fact that I see VST is looking exceptional.
Agreed. Like after the first two games, they were low-keying a little bit while
Yeah.
but so far after the momentum coming from game 3, things went a little bit different here, and it feels like they've redefined themselves.
Exactly. Just like our wonderful sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, Realme. We've come out with the Realme P3 Series 5G, the segment's best performance phone. And of course, it is redefining the gaming performance with this device, the Realme P3 Series 5G, born to slay, made for gamers like you. And of course, like you.
Exactly, and like you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Exactly. And meanwhile, of course, you are eligible to win some amazing prizes
yeah.
here. All you gotta do is very simple. Go to Google, search Realme P3 Series, and you might stand a chance to walk away with new prizes here. Again, here, it's a new year, it's a new me. Here in Crafton, we are redefining new things. Even the meta is
Exactly.
new. And we are here to support the community because right now, again, I think this is the first time ever where we had a prize pool that increases over time.
Exactly. This is the first time in the history of Indian esports, by the way, it's happening. That has never happened before. So again, as you said, in 2025, we are about to redefine every single thing and how the ecosystem in this country functions. But hey, let's talk about numbers. I love numbers. MVP of the previous game is going to be Ninja OP from Alibaba Raiders. 4 finishes secured, 50% team contribution for those finishes, and map impact of 7%. Alibaba Raiders, I think, while the expectations were there at the start of the day, now I think, yeah, decent performance on the board. They should be able to finish in the top 8 by the end of things.
Yeah, they have actually focused a little bit more on their micro aspect of the game
Yes.
rather than the macro gameplay, right? Which is very interesting. Like, after 5 matches so far, Alibaba Raiders is the only team that prioritized, like, you know what, we can't figure out the rotations. Let's focus on just our team play and
Yes.
our gunfight. And so far, those fights has pretty much helped them accomplish what they needed to do in that map.
Exactly. You and I were having this discussion, right? Points per match average. If you can keep it 4 to 5 points, you should be able to move inside of the top 8. But looking at the match summary, I think for a game of Miramar, it did get intense in the early stages, a little too intense in the early stages. We had 55 finishes total secured. A few players is getting taken out by the blue. The longest finish was by do or die Weds, and that is quite surprising considering we do not really see the man in the professional circuit at all. He's a coach, for crying out loud.
349 meters, that's pretty far away.
Yeah.
That's really far away. But meanwhile, based on the points here, of course, TE is going to be top here with the chicken dinner and also 14 total points. Alibaba Raiders, because of the success of finishing their fights, yes, their positions may not be the greatest. They've got top 3, I would say, okay. But they have gotten themselves 8 finishes. So I think this is going to be very important for them to shift themselves up to the top. VST, top 4, they've got 6 finishes, 6 position points despite losing out members rather early.
Yeah.
Is it going to be enough to top of the top? Unfortunately to say, it's close, but not enough to shut down OMG yet.
I mean, 5 points shy of OMG and just one more game to go. VST, they have an opportunity to finish on the first position. End the day with the best possible start one could hope for in the BGIS, but let's see how things are going to turn out. I'm happy looking at Alibaba Raiders, the climb they made, as you mentioned, I see, focusing on the micro aspect of the game, the 4v4s, those team fights. They've climbed up all the way to the top 3, but they're tied up with Wild Fangs, Team Cosmic on the chase, Do or Die not too far away as well. The rankings are looking quite interesting. The only thing that's surprising is GenX FM on the 15th position with 13 points. We recently saw GenX FM play a very big tournament, right? The LAN finale just concluded. GenX FM, they tried the level best to make it far and over there as well, but it seems like one of the biggest additions that was made in the team last year, which was Shogun, who used to play for God's Reign, moving into GenX FM now, has failed to show up. The rest of the team, again, the rebuild was there, but I think this time, 2025, they need to buckle up.
Agreed, but speaking of buckling up here, one thing I noticed on the overall score just now was that 2 teams in particular is focusing on finishes here. One was ARZ, they've got 0 placement points and 20 finishes.
Yeah.
And another one will be Wild Fangs. They have the highest amount of finishes after 5 games. And which is impressive because we were speculating, oh, this is the most dominant team here, they've got the experience here. But I feel like this past 5 games, even though they have made their blunders, they've made their plays here, but we have seen moments of brilliance coming from Scout, moments of brilliance coming from Saif as well, which allowed them to consistently get finish points, which is, yes, placement points, not that great, but still, being top 4, again, in the grind, it's not about who finishes first. It's about making this top 8, and then qualify to round 2, and then figure
Exactly.
next step.
Exactly. As long as you make it to round 2, you're already avoiding half of the competition that begins the journey of BGIS in round 1 itself. And that can be the big game changer. You do not want to risk getting eliminated in round 1 itself. And I do agree with you. Wildfangs, they've been very impressive.
Yep.
Those 2 games of Sanhok, those big games of Sanhok are the reason we see them in the top 4. But if they can convert this last map of Erangel as well, nothing could be better.
Agreed. And of course, without further ado, we've gave you guys the stats here. It's about time to see what's coming up next.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the last game of day number 1 of the realme BGIS 2025. The grind begins. The map of Erangel once again on our screens, and this time it seems like the flight path is going to start from the southern edge of the military base, and it's going to end at one of my favorite locations inside the game, the Stalber Kamishki Hill.
Really? That's your favorite spot?
Yeah, man.
Why?
Because endgame in the Stalber Hill is insane because of how the terrain is designed. There is no terrain inside of any other map that is structured in a stepladder formation, which gives you enough cover in few spots of that hill. And if you utilize it correctly, you can just dominate in terms of getting frags for yourself. If the endgame is there, that is, but that's also one of the rarest circles inside of the match.
Okay, interesting enough. But at the same time, let's talk about what's happening down south here, because it seems like we do see a huge cluster of teams dropping towards military base rather early. Because now, this is interesting because AB, Gen X, I think TE as well as Alpha 6, they are switching their approach by, you know what, let's drop early, doesn't matter how it goes, secure ourselves vehicles, and then rotate. Because, again, first 2 circles, very, very small, very, very quick. I think dropping early gives them additional about 60 seconds of play time to work with and room to work with. This is really smart.
Yeah, it is.
But can they utilize it?
Ooh, I mean, the circle also moving down south. That's all the time that you would ask for. And of course, this hybrid circle in this new meta, I cannot wait to see how this one plays out. Fortunately for the teams that are playing for that military island control, I think this gives them a lot of breathing room, especially Team Empire, who did not have a great time in the first Erangel of the day. Starting off from Ferry Pier, they were able to secure 2 early eliminations, but that southern rotation is what put them down. But look, up north, I see it seems like M4 and OMG might just be headed into each other.
They are going to be a little bit clashy, but seems like it is going to be happening as well, because right now, M4, the Mysterious 4, they do find a couple of drive-bys, and they have been doing this in the previous game as well.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's go for a scavenger hunt. Pick up some scavengers, pick up rather early picks, and then just move on from there. And guess what? Getting a little bit greedy. He doesn't have a vehicle, but guess what? He just saw someone proning, and he actually connected. That's going to be a drive-by. Oops.
Yeah, no justice for Justy in this game.
Back to the lobby, my friend. Back to the lobby. And again, you know, I was telling Necro just now. Krishna deserves the best costume for Group D, man.
Oh yeah, that's a great looking outfit.
Award, best costume award, hands down.
I mean, probably we can start it all by ourselves.
We just mention his name. More. That's it. Best costume. That's it.
Yeah.
Best vehicle. I'm sorry. Every vehicle looks sick.
Yeah.
But at the same time, let's talk a little bit more on strategies here. Because as of now, especially with the circle, I'm going to give you some stats on the past 5 maps. Every single 5 maps so far, only the first 2 circle is going to have a major shift where, oh no, it's going to be a little bit too far away for the rotate. But from circle 3 onwards, every shift has been the center of that particular circle. So after you figure out the second circle, most likely the end zone is going to be right in the middle, which is weird, right? But as of now, statistics and trend for this past 5 match has been that. So again, whoever is smack middle of the zone by circle 2, most likely will make it towards top 4, top 5.
Agree with that. Completely agree with that. And hence we notice the pace of the game drop between stage 3, stage 4, and
Stage 5 as well.
Yeah, stage 5 as well. Stage 7 is when the action starts to pick up again, but by then the zone is already extremely small. Although on the other side, I think, OMG completely wiped out. The remaining 2 players were spotted out by aerobots, and they definitely do not show any mercy to those isolated players. First team to be wiped out inside of the game within the first 4 minutes. And that is going to cost them the first position at on the overall leaderboard now.
True, but does it really matter though? Considering, you know, we've got 52 points after 6 games, I think it's a big home run.
Well, it is a home run. They're off to a great start. But, you know, sometimes you just want certain teams to do better because you want to see where they're going to end up.
Fair enough.
I want to see Wild Fangs climb as well, VST.
Now, I'm secretly biased to other teams, you know. Sometimes in life, you know, if you're at the top for so long, somebody wants to see you fall. It may not be today. It might need to be tomorrow. But eventually, everybody in life, they will fall. But after you fall, what do you do about it? That's going to be the biggest change in life. Do you pick yourself up or do you stay on the ground?
Yeah. Wow. That is just
Deep,
deep thoughts with IC. I wanted to say deep thoughts with Deep, but we got to change your name for that.
Well, it's at the same time, we are in Group D.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's all about the D team to watch out for.
Yeah.
The tagline. The famous words of IC Baby. We're just going to leave it there. But meanwhile,
I had no idea how to follow that up as well.
We do see a little bit of early rotations coming from Cosmic. They are going to be taking the Ocean approach. He's barely, what? I think the game's barely even 5 minutes.
Yeah.
They've already stocked up. They are already dipping away. So Team Cosmic, where are they headed? I don't see them on the minimap, though.
Yeah, I think they're closing.
Okay, they're actually far east all the way off the feed. So that's a little bit interesting factor.
But look at this fight breaking out, it seems like. Do or die up against the players of Jubilee Divine, and Balu is going to run for his life, try and avoid the line of fire. On the other end, Team Empire taking a hit against the players of Wild Fangs. Wild Fangs, very impressive today. Throughout the day, we've talked about them a lot, but do or die, the split is not what they were hoping, and it is not working out for them with Weds knocked out. Noisy Boy, along with the rest of his teammates, are going to close in, and Jubilant Divine, the first game of the day, the map of Erangel, not a good outing for them, but this time around, things are looking very different.
But at the same time as well, Jubilant Divine, they have somehow picked themselves a couple of points here. They have always been in a couple of skirmishes where they are caught split off. But with this play, with this push coming in, getting a couple of finishers early and kind of thin the hurt is going to be huge. Meanwhile, Reaper, he's going to lob a couple of nades here, but he is all by himself. He's got no support whatsoever. Reaper comes in, he's going to attack a couple of nades coming in as well. He's got to pick himself up. He gets the first aid off, but at the same time, immediately a couple shots coming in, and he is going to go down. That's going to be a die situation for do or die.
Yeah, it was forced into a corner, and the players of Jubilant Divine just using their numbers to put pressure on him. Now do or die down to the last 2 players, and they only have one option, just run away. But Lipovka, even the exits are quite open. You can head down south towards Milta Power or Milta, and it's an open run. And Jubilant Divine will have an opportunity to just go for a hunt, pick off these remaining 2 players and secure the complete squad wipe. But let's see how that's going to turn out for them. Blue zone closing in soon. Also, by the way, I mean, early stages we already know with the new circle shifts, it is going to get very, very tricky for these 2 players to, for these teams to move around, in fact. And the problem has been made worse because of the circle split between the 2 islands and almost half of it being water as well.
I'm not gonna lie, this zone here in Erangel is a worse version of Sanhok right now.
That is true.
Because of how it's split off, and because of this, every single team is struggling. And on top of it all, it gave a huge advantage for whichever team dropped towards military first because of how the flight path went. So time is of the essence.
Yeah.
Like back then, you know, when the flight path comes in, you drop late, drop early, you know, you can still kind of have more room to work with. But because of this particular spot and the changes coming in, anyone drops in first, and you can see, I was right. After second circle is going to drop into the middle, and guess what? AB, smack in the middle of Novo, they are going to be right at the top of the radio station. And guess what? When you're on top of the radio station, there's 2 things that will happen. You can't get anyone, you can't get any shots in, and nobody can shoot you as well.
Exactly.
It's the perfect natural cover of a fortress.
The only problem is if someone has those 6x scopes, they are going to be able to see you. And
but I don't think they can get the finish though.
Yeah, they can't get the finishes, but it becomes a problem for you to actually evade any aggression that comes your way because you're just stuck on the top, nowhere left to go. But I still understand. I mean, but this position right now, the circle moving towards nowhere up now, I think just made the game a lot easier for almost all of the teams, especially the ones that were already on the military island, because there's a lot more land area to for them to actually work with. But in order to do that, in order to secure that map control, you will have to get a little aggressive and go into those fights.
Yeah, for sure. Mysterious 4, they have been scavenging here. Unfortunately, their scavenger hunt did not look successful. They've only found 2, and as of yet, they are the furthest away from this zone. 2 first aid kits up on Krishna. They barely made it to Severny, which is the furthest point away from the flight path as well as the zone. And now it's stage 2 closing in. By the time they make it to stage 3, they will not have enough mats. And this is a big problem for Mysterious 4 right now.
Yeah, we saw it happen to Team Empire in the first game of the day, where they were taken out by the blue zone in stage 3, stage 4. And I think that, I agree with you, that might happen to Mysterious 4 as well, especially considering VST is not too far away from them. VST will have an opportunity to lay out a trap and try and finish them off. But Balu, man, can he find the finish? Oh, brilliantly done. Can he get the second one as well? With the shotgun, it's so much easier. Look at that. Arthur is going to be finished off. And TMG.
What were they thinking?
That's just overconfidence, man. But now Balu.
He knows. He knows he's going to try to pick up. Oh, he barely clips him by, but he sees his edge. He's going to go in for a random spray, and Devil gets the job done, and he will reap all the rewards. He'll take his teammates' loot. He'll take the enemy's loot. But the problem here is, how are you going to get up?
Yeah, he's going to have to swim his way out of here.
Okay, he's got loot, but again, if you're swimming, will you be able to heal properly?
I mean, a lot of time wasted, I guess, now.
Yeah.
Oh, Alpha 6, though. They are the ones about to get wasted by the players of Gen X FM, it seems like. Player spotted out. Cracks, his position is compromised as well. And Gen X FM, they are not going to waste a single second. Carrillo is going to get shut down, but his teammates do find the trade. Abhi also getting knocked out. Gen X FM now finally have the upper hand in this fight, but can they secure the squad wipe with Sheraton being there? And Cracks also securing a position on the flank of this hill. Wishu closing in. The smoke is a big distraction. And Wishu just running towards the other side of the ridge to avoid the line of fire. But Dhruv, he steps in and Cracks is going to put him down. Now it's down to a 2v2 between these two sides. And Gen X FM, this started off with them being in an advantageous position in this fight. The numbers were in their favor. They had the high ground, but it seems like all of that has completely slipped away.
This is interesting coming in from both teams right now. Alpha 6, they got a pretty good run in the previous run, but this time they haven't had center circle. But even if they had, because right now they're just straight up getting contested from the south side. And now with the nades coming in as well, they've gone pretty low, but with the Molotovs coming in, it is done. Carrillo is going to fall as well, but he gets his first aid off. He is going to be fine, but again, he's left all by alone himself and is stranded in the woods. And Gen X FM is going to go in for the wraparound. They will get the reset in. And now Cracks down to his last meds. He's only got an energy drink, and he will be picked off. Nothing much he could have done. Gen X FM will capitalize on this. Very, very easy pick.
Yeah, I mean, it could have gone completely
south
the other way. Yeah, it could have gone completely south, as you said, but brilliantly done. Good recovery, I have to say. A little bit of time wasted, although I think the front lines already are cleared up, so they will not have a lot of trouble finding entry inside of the circle, but same cannot be said for this side. Alibaba Raiders, they find themselves up against a side of Wildfangs that is not looking to back down. They have the momentum of the day in control, and they're going to look for a few more finishes in this game. Look at that, 5 on the board already.
Well, they are the finish hunters. You know, even back then, as a team, especially with Scout, they have been known for, you know what, let's just focus on finishes, focus on finishes, focus on finishes. We are going to train our mechanical skills to be a mechanical god, and that's how Scout became a legend. But now, can that legend continue? It's going to be the question. But meanwhile, eye for an eye. They are going to be playing a little bit of setup of pit stop. And guess what? They found one because drive-by, a little bit of unexpected adventure. He will get one, but at the same time gets traded off as well. Aerobots loses one, but they do get themselves a total of 7 finishes thus far, only losing 1 member. So I think this is big.
Yeah, this is definitely big, and it's already turning out to be a very wonderful game from the side of Aerobots, from their perspective. 7 points, 7 finishes. I mean, who cares? As long as you cross 5, you are going to be good. So the momentum from the side of Aerobots looks good, but they have to compensate for all of the losses that they've had earlier on the day, but it's just day 1 as well. So they can take their sweet time to readjust. But hey, look at this. Shiraj, he's a marathon runner now.
Huh. VST was like the second furthest away, right?
Yes.
The furthest was away was M4, and they were pretty much taken out of the map without us knowing. I think the entire team just got completely wiped off from the zone. VST, they had better loots, and fortunately for them, I think right now in this situation, VST is the only team that has made it into the zone safely with decent amount of utilities by zone 4.
Yeah.
But the question here is, they've just arrived. They don't know where the rest of the world is right now.
That's the thing. I'm expecting a fight to begin extremely soon, with Aerobots also being right next to that No Repnoy bridge. I'm pretty sure the information is going to be spotted out, but who's going to pull the trigger first? Here comes the way. But on the other side, Wild Fangs against GenXFM. Evil is going to be completely erased from this map, and his teammates on the run. Seth along with TraceGod, they're not going to let them go like this. Roof put under fire, the tire goes out, and now the struggles begin. So much damage dished out, almost securing a knock as well. But they forced GenXFM into a corner, and this is exactly where Wild Fangs want their prey to be.
This is huge. This is huge for Wild Fangs. Their farming finishes thus far is 11 teams still left alive. If they've got 7, tying it with Aerobots thus far. But can they continue to get the chicken? Because so far, 0 chickens for them. But again, they have been low-key, but they have been the most consistent as well.
Yeah.
But speaking of consistency, the fight still goes on. It is going to be pressure. Oh, mistakes were made. A little bit chip damage. Trey's got a couple nades, but guess what? He baited them out. He pulled the pin, cancelled it, forced him to push even further in, and immediately went for the jumping. What a play coming from TraceGod.
GenXFM, they're still alive. Somehow, 2 players still left inside of this match. What more can they do? They found a very decent position inside of this barn house, actually.
I'm sorry. I'm just amazed at how TraceGod was playing. Like,
Yeah.
that bait was brilliant, right? Like, the guy down below, he was aiming his gun up top, but as soon as he faked the pin, the guy down below ran. And because of that animation, small 1-second window, he punished him. That was just brilliant play coming from TraceGod.
Yeah, plus the positional
Insane.
advantage as well. This kid is going places, man, I'm telling you. He's going to be the next big thing in BGMI. Because we've just started to see him in the competitive circuit, playing at the highest level. It seems like he was just meant to be here from the start.
He gives me a little bit of, I would say, the old Equinox when he first came out.
Yeah.
That kind of vibes right now.
Yeah.
This is good. But again, it is still only Group D, so things can a little bit change. I'm sorry we missed the replay, but we were just completely amazed about that, to be honest. Sorry, I'm amazed. I'm not sure about you. You're just like, okay.
No, man, I've just been seeing him for the entirety of last 2 months.
Ah, that's why.
So I've gotten used to it.
Okay.
That was nothing compared to the kind of stuff this kid can do.
All right. Let's see. We shall see. But, of course, another fight, another story, another day, another situation to talk about. In this case, the Edge of Novo. We do see a huge cluster of teams this time. We do have Jubilee D, we have Duo Die. Pretty much a stranded player all by himself, Avesh. Somehow managed to swim his way across all by himself, despite being stuck in the water.
Yeah.
We've got TMG as well. We've got TC on the west side. And HDB? What? Who's that? Oh, Hope. Oh, wow, sorry.
Yeah.
Wow, Hope made it this far. Okay, that's new. That's the first time. I'm sorry, guys.
my
Being
God.
extremely unprofessional about it, but I'm just shocked by this.
Oh, but look at this. Look what happened. Wild Fangs all of a sudden just wiped out in an instant by Autobots. Mid-rotation, did not expect to run into a fight like this, and Autobots as well, not really missing a beat and missing an opportunity to strike. Squad wipe, but Wild Fangs, I don't think they care. They wanted those points. They got 8 of them.
Autobots with 4 finishes. Not even close with Arrow yet, but again, they're still making wonders. VST makes it alive The only team that has done it so far out of 6 games. Late rotation outside of zone. By fourth circle, they made it in. But the biggest issue is they do not have enough first aid kits. They have very minimum. But here's again the replay coming in from the rush. From Wildfangs as well as him. Oh my goodness. Wildfangs just got completely shut down.
Yeah, man. I thought they were unaware that Aerobots was going to be there, Autobots was going to be there, but turns out Skrills, he's got skills. Just took down both of those men like it was absolutely nothing.
Yep. Shout out to production for the replay.
Yeah.
I may have missed it, but thank you for the replay because that was a sick moment. Unfortunate for Wildfang. You know, they have had high volumes of finishes, but still not this time, not today. Maybe someday, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. But for now, chicken dinner is out of reach for day 1 for you guys.
Yeah, no chicken dinner on the opening day, but a lot of eliminations, and I think they are going to be filled to the brim with all of those finishes they've been able to secure. But as you were talking about Hope a few moments ago, I see it seems like Aerobots, they've had enough. It's time to pull the trigger. And here they go. The charge comes through. Utility lobbed indoors, but Hope, they are really adjusting. Corey, oh my goodness, shotgun to the face. Had that shot connected, it would have been big. But the third party comes through as well, as it is going to be Team Cosmic who catch the players of Aerobots off guard. And with 2 men knocked out, Aerobots, can they recover? That nade is perfect, right in the feet, and Foul is going to get fouled. Aim God, the last man left alive in a 1v2, does secure a knock. Is looking for a few more, but can he find them? I don't think so, because Corey is going to be Steph Curry for a change. Just lobs the nade right in his feet and gets those points for his team.
Hope official has finally found some hope after 6 gruesome games.
Yeah.
They finally found a way to make it into the top 9 and further. But the question here is, can they push even further? Because that was a huge successful fight. They have had so many skirmishes. They've won a lot of finishes. They have not gotten good placements yet. But again, 9th place still awards you 0 placement points. So he needs to move up a little bit more to kind of rack him up. But again, seeing how the zone is going to be shifting towards Novo, Hope's chances are slowly slimming once more. But again, anything can happen. And fortunately for them, this circle is a little bit different because there is a lot of cover. There is a small chance for them to sneak by in towards the containers vicinity.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out. Cosmic, they hear the players of VST closing in, and they've gotten quite close to them, but Cosmic is going to be prepared for the action. We just saw positional awareness from the side of Team Cosmic. It's just brilliant with how they were able to capture an opportunity against the players of Aerobots. But this is VST we are talking about. Still surprised how they survived for so long. 2 chicken dinners back to back to kick things off, to kick off their journey of the realme BGIS 2025. Oh, they made it look easy. Gen X FM.
Yep, very easy name. ABZ going to be eliminated by TMG. But at the same time, Gen X FM also finding off a couple one as well. DOD going to be eliminated by JD. Now we're down with 7 teams in this very, very small circle. But again, a lot of space to work with now. We do see TC also going to be getting a couple knocks in. VST getting 1 member down. Cosmic making VST work for their money. But again, there's no money involved. It's all about bragging rights.
Yeah, it's all about bragging rights and qualification. It seems like VST, their journey
What
might
is that?
come to an end. I did not even finish their sentence, and there was an impressive knock secured by Prateek over there. TC, 2 players knocked out, and while VST have been eliminated, they've completely ruined this game for the side of Team Cosmic. Now, Cosmic has drawn so much attention to themselves. They have Team Hope in the backlines as well.
Again, you know, because of this distraction, it's fine, right? They have natural cover. They've got the buildings to work with. They can't go in for the reset. But again, Prateek's shot was so far. He got a 2 pump. That's insane. But again, unfortunate for the for VST, we have to talk about the rest of the teams here. We've got 6 teams, and Hope finally makes it to top 6. So this is the first time we've seen Team Hope all the way this far in towards late game. And this is a good thing because their final hope is here. And can they close up potentially getting himself a miracle chicken dinner? Because 2 men left. And now, Chiefly gonna pray and hope maybe the inner Kobe might come in.
They're living their own version of Shawshank Redemption right now. Hope setting themselves free. Although,
That's wow. That's pretty good. Yeah, I haven't played the game, but I know where the reference is. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, I remember.
You're a nerd, aren't you?
I am. I'm the king of the nerds. Man.
You're an actual nerd gamer.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I'm proud to be one as well.
I think majority of the people that are watching us right now are gonna be like us. That is why they get those references. If you do, you can let us know. Other than that, I think TMG in a brilliant position. They're in the smack center of the circle right now. A lot of cover available.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I don't think being center in this kind of scenario is going to be helpful. But just because of the fact that if you're in the center and you have a certain vision to work with, it's fine. But right now, being in the center, especially when there's so many corners to work with, it's actually a downside because you don't know when anyone who goes in for the push is going to be able to give you a backstab. Just because of the third-party perspective, giving anybody, before they push, that advantage to actually peek through certain corners. But especially when you're right in the middle, you can't really do too much. Like, you can hold one angle, but you can't hold 4 angles.
100% agree with that. I mean, your opportunity to just corner check and move around just get completely taken away. There's only one thing that can be the saving grace in a situation like this, and that is if the circle just stays on top of you the whole time. Every single shift, stage 8, stage 9 is just on top of your heads. But Dhruv, I mean, this man has brilliantly survived till this late in the game. While his teammates have been picked off quite earlier on, they have 6 eliminations to work with. GenXFM and Dhruv, he just refuses to give up. The players from the side of TC Team Cosmic were trying to pick him off through the window. We saw all of that utility lobbed in his direction and nothing connected.
Yep. At the same time as well, TC, they have made a stand so far. They've pretty much dominated this position here. Based on this bird angle, they've got every exit cornered. So in this situation, it's great. Because if one of them dies, there is going to be a huge leak or a flood that's going to be coming in from that particular entry point. So this is going to be a problem, but I like how they're just making sure that nobody sneaks by. So no potential rats, no potential backstabs, no potential sneaky boys coming in. And for now, it's all about a waiting game.
I have a feeling, I see that this game might just end with a blue zone heal battle.
I don't think you can... Now that you mention it here, we have not tested it out, but I think we had a scenario in where Circle 7, if you are full health and you try to heal without fully boosted, you just can't out-heal. You just can't out-heal at all.
Yeah, but I think it's going to come down to that split-second reaction time.
Right? Yeah. I think it might be possible here. Because we shall see.
There's a lot of cover available for everyone else to hide, and absolutely no reason to force a fight. TCW, they have so much room to work with inside of those containers.
Okay. Cosmic. Like, I think they're just predicting the circle right now. Like, they're straight up just predicting if the circle goes in a container, it's the best. Whoever's in the container, all you gotta do is just chill. Circle will take everybody out.
Exactly.
But again, it's gonna be tough because everybody is so afraid to make a move here.
Oh, no, Flex,
no. This is what I mean. This is the perfect example.
And now he's gonna get banned. Is he?
No,
Oh, man. Dhruv, the man knows how to cook. And the dish is very tasty. It's Flex. Is very tasty. It's Flex.
This is the perfect playing ground for sneaky rats. In this case, sneaky cucarachas, cockroaches. They just can't die. And you don't know where they'll pop up. And in this case, Dhruv has pretty much proved himself that he's going to be the most annoying pest out there right now. He's gotten one. He's being a party pooper. And he's going to look for more. Now, he's checking corners for now. But as of yet, I think his movement has been scouted out. He's going to get shot. But he doesn't have any more first aids. Oh, no. This is not good. Not good at all. Okay. He's gone. Oh, wait. Huh? Is he fine? He's a cockroach. He's finding an entry point. He's running around here. He's got an 8 outside. He finds one. But does he get the assist? But nope. He's not going to get the knock.
He's ruined the game for Jubilant Divine now. Ambush, look at that. He's pixel of HP left.
An absolute menace.
Yeah, so annoying,
An absolute pest. Oh, no, he's got no meds. He needs to go out. No. Oh, right there. No, they shot his feet. Never saw his feet. They shot his feet. Oh, boy.
All because of him, and now even they know where he is.
The culprit. And he's gonna die in the zone. Ah, boy.
Oh, man.
What a party pooper. But 5 teams left, 12 remaining. TMG looking solid. They've got to. They finally sneak their way through. But again, Team Cosmic still holding down the fort. And they are controlling the center of it all.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to push into them. Everyone has lost members, and Hope has some hope. Makes it top 5 for the first time.
This turning out to be their best performance in the day, but as I say that, Corey is going to be dropped, chiefly the last man left alive. He's going to try and see if he can secure a few extra finish points before the game comes to an end. Although on the other side, we see the players of Team Empire closing in as well. Now the question is, can Team Cosmic handle all of this pressure? As I say that, Zord with a nade is going to annihilate and put all of the hope from the side of Team Hope with them back into the lobby. Top 4 teams remaining, 10 players still alive. And Team Cosmic, right now, I think the highest odds of winning this game because of how many players they have and the positions those players have taken.
Agreed. But, of course, one well-placed nade is going to change things away. But a pixel through the smoke, a one-way smoke. Because of the rendering, Hunter was able to spot one. And because of that, he's done some damage. But again, zone slowly closing in. 1 minute, 11 seconds before it completely shuts on every single one. Edge by edge, pixel by pixel. Malik is going to be the first one to fall, but Cosmic, they're stuck. They need to get out. Seems like the circle's not favoring them at all.
Yeah, and Jubilee and Divine, they take advantage of the situation, and it's not just them. Team Empire also show up, and all of a sudden, Team Cosmic, their chances of winning this game have completely been taken away from them. The high ground taken on by Hunter. He hears the footsteps of Dason. He's going to run forward, almost securing the knock, almost securing the finish as well. But hey, what just happened? From the outside, Team Cosmic, they did not give up and they still walk away with that chicken dinner. It was such a big back and forth towards the end. Could have been a game for Team Empire or maybe even Jubilee Divine. But hey, it seems like all of the assumptions we made at the start of the game turned out to be true. Team Cosmic with the win.
Not gonna lie, they had the numbers. They went for they played it really, really well. Just trade as much as possible. Like if you go for a 1 versus fun, even if you die, it's fine. Because why? Chances of you doing chip damage will eventually overtake them. And they've got the numbers. They traded 2 guys. But even if they lost 2 guys, it's okay. The damage has been done. It's all about playing party pooper. Look at how our little cockroach was being a big party pooper for another team.
Man, I love that performance from Dhruv. That was the player of the day for me right there. Ruined the game not just for one team, I think for at least 3 of them.
You know who he reminds me of? Who? Oh, back in the days. This was like 2 years ago. Blind Esports.
Oh yeah!
He was like the perfect party pooper. It's so annoying.
Oh,
like for some reason, nobody sees them. And they just get away with it every single time.
But at least, I mean, I'm happy that at least at the end of the day, Gen X FM do end the day on a high note. Because, I mean, there are a lot of expectations from this team. As you mentioned, 2 years ago is when we saw them for the first time. And back then, they were just absolutely fearless. But since then, a couple of roster changes later, it seems like the iconic playstyle that Gen X FM came to be known for does not exist anymore. And right now, going into how things are turning out for them throughout the day, I think I expect a little bit more from them.
Agreed. But at the same time here, let's take a little towards the highlights thus far here. We played all the matches thus far, and it feels like there are a lot of things that needs to be improved and fixed in terms of strategies for our teams. But again, this is a very solid performance by all teams, especially in this match, just because of how people have adapted.
Yeah, this was my favorite fight of the game, by the way. Alpha 6 taking on the players of Gen X FM. That King of the Hill situation, always in love with a scenario like that. And this as well, eye for eye. This was, I think, eye for eye overall. The day was, it was quite decent from their perspective, but it was just this last game that didn't turn out too well. And then Skrills with his skills.
Yeah, he just completely shut down Wallfangs.
Yeah.
And just like that. And yeah, the biggest Kukaracha in the game, D-Roof. He's the biggest cockroach that you need to get rid of. He's just a menace, an absolute pest. And he even spoiled the dreams of Jubilee and Divine, which shouldn't have been possible. But again, you do what you gotta do, man. Sometimes you gotta... Even a cockroach needs to survive.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure...
Not in a bad way, but, you know, you get the reference.
I do get the reference. And I was about to say, after this game, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a conversation between Ambush from Jubilant Divine and the Dhruv. Like, why do you have to do that to me, buddy? got him low enough that a shot right on his toes was enough to get him knocked out. Yeah.
That was so unlucky, but at the same time, you gotta have that amazing sense, right?
Yeah.
Was it luck? Was it skill? I feel like it could have been a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Because even if you heard the audio cue and if you do not throw in the right direction, it's not gonna work, right?
Exactly.
Because in the settings itself, there is no more audio indicators for the pro players.
Exactly, and he was so precise with that nade because he knew the man was just on the other side of the container. So he just threw it up in the air with the trajectory so that it just drops low enough on the other side. But hey, while this man is redefining the way utility is used and the way solo players play inside of the game, realme, ladies and gentlemen, is redefining gaming with the new device P3 Series 5G. And it is the segment's best performance phone. Also, Realme are lovely sponsors for this BGIS. As they are saying they are redefining game, we are redefining everything in esports.
Agree. And of course, this is born to slay and made for gamers like you, and like me. And of course, when it comes to games like this here, be sure to check it out when it is going to be releasing in a few days.
Yeah, that's what Neko told me, by the way.
Yeah, it's a few days here. So be sure to check it out here. Just Google Realme P3 series and check it out. And you might stand a chance to walk away with amazing prizes. Remember, it's a new year. It's a new me thing here. And Realme BGIS 2025. We are giving you guys a lot of new things. New meta, new set of casters. Oh wait, no, sorry. Same old. Same old. New gifts, new prize pool, esports grades. Wow, there's a lot of new things thus far.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of new things being introduced. Esports grade, as you mentioned. I mean, for the first time in the history of Indian esports, the prize pool is going to be dictated by you guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, made for you.
Made for you. And I think one thing that's also made for our lovely viewers is the standings and overall leaderboard. Like, yeah, we are going to see all of the numbers, see where the players are going to end up in terms of those MVP performances, because there's individual prizes for that as well. And of course, the first day of the Realme BGIS 2025, the grind coming to an end, will give us an idea of how the teams have adjusted to the new zone settings.
Again, it is also a good indication for the rest of the other groups to actually make a reference point, especially when they are preparing for Group B, Group C, Group C, Group B, Group A, and also Round 1, Round 2, Round 3 stages onwards. So this is a very, very important moment for all these teams to practice and experience themselves. Because again, the veterans, they do have esports experience.
Exactly.
But some of these undergods, they don't really have that. So they have to treat this a little bit serious here to get information for themselves.
Exactly, and while for these lads it might have been an experiment today, for the other ones watching from their boot camps, watching with their teammates, I think it is just a lot more learning experience because they see the mistakes. But ladies and gentlemen, you know who doesn't make mistakes? The MVP of the game, and this time it is going to be, of course, of course,
I'm sorry, guys.
It's Dhruv from Gen X FM.
I'm sorry, but I can't believe the cockroach is the MVP.
Of course, I see. Why not, man? That was the best performance in this game by an individual. I'm going to give him an applause. Yeah, let's go, Dhruv. I hope to see more of this man in the future.
The one-man army makes it all the way to the final place. He's got 4 finishes, 57% team contribution, 7% map impact, and it's all by himself. Insane. That's just insane.
Yeah, that's just an overall very impressive performance. But looking at the top 5 players, Saf as well with 4 eliminations, AimGod from Aerobots with 4 eliminations. We have Skrills from Autobots with 3, and Dason from Jubilant Divine with 3 eliminations over the match summary on our screens. Alright, so seems like a lot of eliminations in this game were actually secured by the teams, nothing going to waste. Apart from, I think, the 4 missing are the players of Team Cosmic, maybe. Because they didn't get finished off. A few of the players did get knocked out, but
I think it's Mysterious 4 that got the 2 vehicle finishes.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it was early. We do have a little bit of bad memory, but I remember it's somewhere. It's like rather early.
Yes. It was Mysterious 4, yeah.
But at the same time, let's talk about the point standing for the map 6 here. It's the final map for today. You know, TC, they got the chicken dinner. They've got 8 finishes, 18. They were at the top. JD finally getting themselves a pretty decent spot in the top 2, securing some decent amount of positional points. However, but they only have 6 finishes. That's going to be 11 here. TE's got 9, GFM got 9, 8, 8, 8, 7 respectively. Hope first time making their first half the board. So this is a good win for Team Hope.
Yeah, it definitely was a good game. One of the best performances they've delivered today. But we have a look at the overall rankings right now. Team Cosmic now leading the charge as OMG gets pushed to the third. Cosmic number 1 with 54 points. And VST, they move to the second, tied up with OMG, 52 points for both these two teams. And then there's Wildfang, who still haven't hit double digits in terms of placements, but 38 eliminations.
Think about this, like the 3 teams that has just been focusing on finishes thus far is Wildfangs, Hope, and also ARZ.
Yeah.
And all these 3 teams are very, very close towards the borderline on the top 8 and the bottom side. And that's going to be a problem here because, again, the positional points, Chicken Dinner gives you 10 points, but anything else is going to be sent down. So that's something that they have to focus on. So you have to balance between finishes as well as position.
But yeah, I see. I mean, we do see the overall leaderboard. Now the question is, did any of us get our predictions right, man? Because definitely not me and no one else as well. I'm just happy that I'm not the only one failing today.
Yeah. Well, I know at the start of the day I had made 2 predictions here. Number 1 was Wildfang. Number 1 was Wildfang. Number 2 was TXT. I'm glad that both teams are in the top 8 at least right now. So I think it's still a win for everyone. Except for Spear and Maisie, ABC, they are in the second half, but they have a decent amount of finishes.
Yeah, so are we going to troll them for this later on?
I'm not you. I'm not a...
I'm definitely going
a very nice guy.
Are you though?
Yes. IC baby, the most holy guy.
The most holy
What's
guy.
that face, man? Like
I was at nothing. I was just talking to my lovely viewers.
Yeah, viewers can't see your face. You gotta show it one more time.
You can see my lovely face.
Okay.
Everyone loves it.
All right. All things considered here, I hope you guys had a very, very fun time because this is pretty much a very educational one.
Yeah.
For us, it might be a little bit different from our usual style of casting just because it is a new meta. So we have to discover what works, what doesn't work. So it's really new as well for us because this was actually announced yesterday in the Insider. So for those who have paid attention to all our live streams here, especially when we go live, we do give you guys a lot of surprises here.
And for the first time, we were surprised as well along with you guys. Nothing was informed to anyone like, all right, new zone meta happening from tomorrow. That's what everyone was told. So as you said, I think it's very exciting, right? Because for the first time, everyone who's watching the games is observing what's happening, is observing the story unfold, all of us together. And that is what I'm enjoying the most right now.
Yeah, I truly do as well. And of course, I hope you guys enjoy everything as well here. And all in all, we do have to thank our amazing, amazing sponsors here because realme for supporting the event, for making this happen as well, because all these things could not have happened without realme.
Exactly. And ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to check out the Realme P3 Series 5G and Realme are lovely sponsors of the Realme BGIS 2025, the grind. Do not miss out. As we keep saying, this device, it's born to slay. Do not miss out on the Realme P3 Series 5G or on the upcoming action of the Realme BGIS 2025, which is going to continue tomorrow. This is Super Johnny and IC Baby signing off for the day.